Good morning, my darlings. Well, technically, actually, it's afternoon by 3 minutes. Hello. Hopefully, you're all having a good day. What do we do today? I think we already know the answer to that. It's going to be more. Of course, it's going to be more of the recap of the League Classic 2. So we are now 2 days away from the second weekend of the group stage. There's still a decent number of games that need to be cast, actually. I think I've still got 8, maybe 9, if I'm not mistaken, that could be cast. We won't guarantee to do them all before the weekend, but I mean, this is crazy so far. We've done what? On Monday, Tuesday, we done... So we actually done as many sets as you get on the main EGC channel. I think we done 11 sets. I think there's actually 12. across Monday, Tuesday. So probably get another like 4 or 5 done today. Maybe there's some potential for community games later on. We'll see how things go. If not, I'll probably aim to do 1 or 2 community games tomorrow. Would probably be the best time to try. It's just been a little bit tough to find time for them. Obviously, we're in the middle of the tournament. Once the tournament is done with, I'm sure we should be back to some more common games. I'm also going to look into whether it's possible to have a mod that increases the simulation speed of the game, because I'd love to actually just start hosting free-for-alls without like bounty everything, but instead having the entire game scenario play out at like 1.25 times speed or 1.5 times speed, stuff like that. One of the challenges with that, for those who don't know, is basically finding a way to actually circumvent and go beyond the soft cap of 2 movement speed that most units have built into them. So, for example, if you watch Mongols with Yam and Horsemen, the Horsemen aren't moving at 2.12 movement speed. They're actually moving at 2 movement speed. They get capped. It's just the UI will show you higher. So it's a little bit of a weird one there. You can actually test this. There's loads of ways to do it. Like if you check in game, I think the level up mod has this where some units movement speed gets increased and you could keep increasing it until it's like 5.6, 11, 15 movement speed, but they will still be capped at 2. It's a little bit funky. But you know what's going to be funky? You know what's going to be spicy? Is our opening series of the day. We've got B versus Killjadi. I thought this would be an interesting one, actually. B and Killjadi, 2 players that can actually be very aggressive, very creative kind of styles. I think Killjadi is very relentless, kind of the blood spiller. B, a bit more crafty in his execution quite often. You know, I think in the early days, he kind of got a reputation as a play fast and play gung-ho, but that isn't really the way he typically plays a lot of the time now, I'd say. I think he's kind of evolved quite a bit since those days. By the way, I discovered lime, so lemon, lime, matcha green tea. It's actually not bad. It's feel like an energy drink, but I'm wondering if that would work with matcha. I've got lemon, I've got lime, and have got matcha, so I might have to test that. But yeah, let me load up the data so we can get ready to get in game. God, my throat feels a bit funny. So that's right, it's not B, it's 3D Beal, isn't it? Watching comp games so refreshing, you never see Ottomans? That's not true. If Vortex or Lucifer are drafting, they will let Ottomans go through. For real, they always do. Okay, so game 1 is actually going to be on Rocky Canyon. A French Delhi matchup. That's interesting. You know, I think last time we saw this was Lucifron versus B, right? On the weekend when I was casting on the main channel. And there, I believe I said this feels like a little bit of a skill matchup, right? Like I could see either one potentially taking it. Curious to see what the outcome will be here. Rocky Canyon typically gives you a lot of safe stone spawn, right? So like you could be greedy, you could try to like TC up. But you can't do that by default is always the awkward thing. I think like Rocky Canyon, I wonder if he expected Japanese instead or something like that. I don't know. I actually don't like French against Japanese either. I think they lose that. Yeah, I'm trying to think like what he thought was coming out here. Maybe Order the Dragon is why he picked French. Then again, like, nah, actually, in fairness, what was his alternative, right? When he's up against the Delhi, literally, I think Killjadi's best option probably is French here. So he probably anticipated that there's just not any great options. The map pool is Rocky Canyon, Bridges, and Mongolian Heights. You know, realistically, Delhi's not going to get saved for Bridges. People just haven't found a way that they like to operate there yet with that. And French isn't really going to perform any better on Bridges than Rocky Canyon necessarily. So yeah, kind of feels like Killjadi got a bit outdrafted. Did B do... Oh, Dude, B done that thing. Yeah, so this is becoming quite popular right now. So if you look at B's draft, remember, it's the center one first, if I remember correctly. Let me just double check. Oh, no, it's the other way. What were his bans? His bans, he must have banned... Yeah, he did. There we go. So remember what we said about like the way that Lucifron and Vortex have been drafting? There's basically 2 ways you approach the Delhi Japanese conundrum right now. You either ban the Japanese and then like pick the Delhi or vice versa. The weird part about this draft, and this is where I think actually Kiljardi got pretty hard out drafted, is that the Delhi pick came in first for B, which, you know, is going to happen. Basically, one of you picks Mongols, one of you picks Delhi, right? But then the Japanese sat there unbanned until the final phase where B banned it and then picked it, right? So basically, he blocked the pick for Kiljardi, which is weird, actually. Yeah, I kind of an odd draft choice from Kiljardi. Like, I like the first half of his draft, like Mongols, Ayabids, but I think they are also countered here. I think we talked about Ayabid versus Malian before, right? Like, didn't we say, wasn't it like 60% Malian favored? Was it in the end? Let me double check that. Ayabids. Okay, if they're 50. No, that's all ranks. 1 second. Let me check high level ranks. So Malians versus Ayabids. Malians are at 47.8. Okay, so I'd say that like that's close enough to be 50-50 with the small sample group. But then the rest of this, I think Order the Dragon has some very mean times that they can use to deal with French. Abbasids is actually not too bad. If you can get the Abbasid Order the Dragon matchup, that's pretty good. I don't know if you guys have seen the video we done where Kiljardi played as Abbasids versus BC's Order the Dragon. Very powerful against the early all-in-men arm spams because, funnily enough, that's the matchup where you actually spam Camel Archers to get the win. So we'll see if we get to that stage. We've got game 1 on Rocky Canyon, Delhi versus French. Let's get ready to go. All right, let's get down and dirty on the action here. We've got the Elite Classic 2 recap. It's been a few days, actually, and we've almost cleared all the games. It's crazy to think about, actually. Each day there are, did I say it was 20 or 25 games? I think it's 20 games, only 5 are getting covered by the main channel. That is criminal, and we are here to fix it. This one did not appear on the main channel. I'm a little bit shocked, because I think this should be a fairly interesting one. Could be a very interesting one. We've got 3D Clans B going up against Kiljardi. Now, why do I think this could be interesting? You've got some very perky players, shall we say. Like Kiljardi on the one hand, a very aggressive, very all-in oriented player. And then B on the other side of it, a very creative, out-of-the-box thinker, tends to come with something a bit crazy, a bit drastic. Was a bit crazy with the draft, actually. Opened with this Delhi pick, and then rounded out his entire draft in the final phase by banning Japanese and picking Japanese. So I think B actually got a pretty good chunk of the draft in his favor here. Kiljardi is not without his tools. He has got a few options. He got his hands on the Ayabids. He got his hands on the Mongols. He also got his hands on the Abbasids, which, by the way, are very good at countering B's Order the Dragon pick. But we start off here. French versus Delhi, and I honestly do believe that this matchup is more of a 50-50. I think it's more skill-based. It's not one of those classic examples like English versus Malians where you just say, oh, GG, go next. Either player could take this. It really comes down to timings, positioning, and execution. So curious to see what Kiljardi can do against one of the best in the game. Because I have been tooting Kiljardi's horn, actually. I think maybe his head's getting a bit too big with the amount of bigging up I'm doing. At this point, I don't think he can walk out of his room here. His door frame probably traps his head. But this guy is very talented. He's very capable. I've seen some impressive performances from him on the ladder and in some smaller tournaments. I'm hoping he can stand up and deliver here, actually, in the Elite Classic. Because so far, Kiljardi's having a bit of a rough time, actually. Kiljardi has barely seen victory whatsoever. I think overall he has 1 series win. The rest have been negative. So maybe this final series he played on the weekend of March 3rd can maybe be a morale booster. Give him a shot at making it to the playoffs. Because, of course, only 4 players will proceed from each group. Big shout out to Pearl Harbor with the resub. Welcome to Swan, bud. Oh, hell yeah. Nomad in there as well. Chugga chugga choo choo. Keep it coming, guys. We've got a hype train going. This is a perfect time to talk about hype trains and how it supports me as a content creator because they're only building the landmarks. And as we know, this bloodbath kicks off in the beginning of Feudal. Now, why is French actually a decent pick against Delhi? Here's one of the interesting details. Any matchup where you can force the Delhi to do something other than build a stables and an opener is a good matchup against the Delhi. It puts them a step behind on what is their natural flow. Remember, usually Delhi players reach map dominance because they open Ghazi, they spam Ghazi, and Ghazi pretty much beat anything that they come across outside of the base. In this matchup, because of the threat of the French Knights, you can't open Ghazi. You have to respect the power of the heavy cav and react with a Spearman opening. We're going off the 2 times in a second here. We're just going to let them move up towards each other. So Rocky Canyon's a pretty interesting one, actually, right? Like, remember, it's Rocky River for those that play their ranked games and have seen something similar there. Just imagine it without the fishing. You've still got this staggered formation to the sacred sites, though, that's pretty desirable for the Delhi. I also think they benefit from the fact that one side of the sacred site is already naturally walled by the cliffs. The issue, however, is going to be getting there. One of the nice things is that with these spearmen, you have a way of naturally shifting out towards there without being counted, right? So I'm imagining the goal here for B, get enough spearmen together, and then move out to that right side sacred site. Sanctity still has some time to go, so there's no rush with that whatsoever. Still 2 minutes out. Red's going to come in, and that is a terrible opening exchange for Killjadi. Doesn't even get a worker kill. Great read by B to go for Textiles, by the way. That's really smart. I've seen a few players in this matchup not go Textiles, and it basically cost them the game. It's such a big mistake. You're against French Knights. The likelihood that you're going to lose at least one villager is insanely high. Remember, these guys are able to 2-hit you if they charge in. So the reality is sacrificing one villager worth of production to get this tech is totally worth it. And also remember, this is a Civ that doesn't pay for that tech. The payment is their research speed. So Archer's on the way on the other side. And this is where we should see a stables drop come in. It's possible B wants to play a more static comp where he just goes into Archers. I have seen this a few times before. Realistically, I think this is the type of map where if you look at the cheap count and gauge that your opponent's going to be coming out fairly soon, Ghazi makes a lot of sense as a secondary component. But what I'm curious about is whether in a reaction we're going to see the French player go for the 1-1-1 build, because I've been a really big fan of seeing it in action with Jeanne d'Arc, and I think French fit a similar role where actually if you can get to that stage where Spearmen fit into your composition, you look really, really strong. So second Blacksmiths. Interesting. B's just going to camp for longer. I mean, he's pretty content with this, right? He's almost exhausted the berries. He's still got a few sheep over here. He's not going to run out of food too fast. Killjadi, up to 4 knights is probably where you're going to be looking at going into Chivalry next. Probably, I'd say after the next Night Dive, because it's got 2 injured ones, right? Who does this favor as the game progresses like this? I think Killjadi is getting like a good chunk of what he needs on the map. What he needs to now do is take the momentum he has on the map and use it somewhere, aka these deer or these boar, because right now he's just sitting at home exhausting the safe food. Right now, this is the strongest point for you before your opponent necessarily adds in Ghazi. And well, the clock's ticking, time's running out, the Ghazi are now on the way. So this is a critical timing, actually. I was curious on whether B would delay it further. If you delay it further, it's not a bad idea because it guarantees that Killjadi is going to be out of his base. But if you delay it too long, it's possible you just get dove in your base by Archer plus Knight. So good read, good timing here. And we have also got the military efficiency there via the Scholar being garrisoned, so these units are going to pump out a lot quicker. Nice little delay there as well. Love that from B. Just pulling with the scout to just drag the knights away a little bit longer. Buys a bit of time to get those necessary Ghazi and the initial ones that are going to be able to push this back. Watch us do arrive. Killjadi. No easy target for him here, right? Love the concave detail. Notice that B left this tree up, so you can't easily just see the close-by workers. Spearmen are going to start riding out Ghazi as well. Heavy clash in there. Good hit initially by Killjadi. Now he has problems. 2 Ghazi remain. The archer count is not good enough here. Heavy losses. And now Killjadi is going to lose more for this, right? Second wave of archers is on the way, but the Ghazi count is escalating, and he abandons ship, leaves a few behind. Killjadi finally realizes what this game's going to be. Double racks now being added in. Dude, this is very crafty by B. He's forced a 1-1-1, or rather 1-2-1, right? Out of his opponent while remaining on a 1-1. So remember though, the power of the Delhi is in the fact that their 1-1s are actually 2-2s. And that's a lot of numbers I'm saying, and you know, usually you're probably used to binaries, but like what I'm getting at here is that the power in the Civ is the efficiency to pivot, where they have these archer ranges, these Raxes that function as double the power. And the difference is on the other side, your opponent has to spend more resources to get the same effect, but they also have to waste more villager time being idle. It also just guarantees that you have a quicker acceleration, right? The surge points in your production early on may not be consistently maintainable, 100% operation, but it allows you to just juice them out every once in a while, print them a bit quicker. I love this beat. We talked about the potential for walls, and we thought it'd be around the sacred site, but instead, he's going long. Already set up over here. Looks like he did use villages for this, so not exactly optimal there. But the nice thing about playing as the Deli is with the berries, you're going to make up that lost time, right? That 35% increased gathering speed means your food income is superior to Killjadi's right now. Killjadi, who, by the way, is still playing on the sheep. He's about to run out, and then he has to run out of his base over to these exposed areas. He's already doing that now into the boar, but he hasn't walled this in, and I think that might end up being a critical mistake. This wall plus this one is very cost efficient for him. He could even set up one across the foot of his base. The fact that he hasn't done this, despite the fact that all food is located on the south side of the map, could actually become his undoing in this game. He's actually got Pro Scouts on the way. I wonder if we will see him use it. B is one of the players that most consistently still uses Pro Scouts. It's quite nice here with the Deli, you get it naturally, and on top of that, you have got a Scout to begin with. Adding another one's not too bad of an idea here, especially considering you'd be taking away the runway of Killjadi, right? His lifeline, the bloodline of the French, their ability to keep scaling, are in these pocketed resources. However, to do that, you're going to need to build more Scouts. Did just lose that one quite willy-nilly to the outpost. Does at least now know his opponent's out on the board, though. And that's a pretty big detail. As you continue to scale these Ghazi, you're going to get an ability to easily burn down that outpost. So that's something that Killjadi should kind of keep an eye out for and be quite worried about, actually. Usually you see these Ghazi numbers tend to get out of control. I'd argue they kind of are halfway there, right? Like 9 isn't crazy, 18 would be. Right now, though, a few Spearmen, a few Ghazi. If you think about the counter Knights for Killjadi, it's not really impressive what he's got here. Yeah, he's switching over to full infantry. This is a bad, bad sign. Anytime you're playing against Deli as French and you go full infantry on 1 TC, you're behind. Because what's happening here is you're now building units that are fundamentally worse than your opponents. Remember, B's army has 20% more attack speed on 2/3 of it. The advantage of the French there is meant to be you tend to lean heavily still into Knights, and as a result, you end up with a big advantage there, right? But when you sacrifice Knight production and just add in loads of Spears and Archers, what you've essentially said is, okay, now my army is just simply 20% worse. Not a good sign when you're also behind on military already. That's going to come in. This is just not a fight Killjadi wants. He sees it as well. Similar size army, but if you take this fight, you're just going to lose out is the issue. Knights are still being kept out of the eco on the flank. So this is really good so far by B. Also, the beautiful thing about playing as the Deli is every time Killjadi wastes his time burning down one of these walls, just come along with the units and rebuild them, right? You don't have to sacrifice villages to do this. You just use the military units. Killjadi also now playing on the berries first. Like, I'm a little bit surprised by this. It's a bit odd, right? Like, the deer are just better, remember. It's a 0.84 compared to the 0.66. Clash coming out in the center, though. B trying to peel around the back to go onto the archers. Backstab comes in with the spearmen as well. And it looks like there's just not enough knights, not enough melee units here. B, he struck when it mattered most. At the perfect moment here as he was looking to gain access to the berries. Killjadi losing the entire army. Oh, man, and this is exactly what I was worried about, right? Like, Killjadi, he plays slow onto these flank resources to get the gains from there. On top of that, he then chooses to go into a full infantry comp against a Civ that just does it better. And now, you find yourself in an awkward situation where you take a fight on top of that, where you have less blacksmith upgrades than your opponent. This game is pretty much out of control for Killjadi right now. Sure, he's eco ahead by 6, but he's about to be denied resources, right? He's going to be blocked on multiple locations here. On top of that, he now lacks an army to fight. And B, you can bet your top dollar he's going to be diving, looking to continue that fight. Tough opening game here for Killjadi. In a series that probably defines whether he's going to make it or not. Remember, this is his 5th series of the group stage. He's got 4 left already, and he's already trailing towards the bottom of the group. So every single point matters. It's not just the overall win, it's also the wins along the way. But this one right now is looking like another L added to his tally. Denial on food is playing to the backberries in the meantime. The ball location only has 5 villages. And remember, he's completely out of sheep. The berries at home are about to be exhausted soon as well. Killjadi now trying to reboom into knights. I think this is him identifying the mistake made here, right? Not just having additional knights killed him in that fight. May have just killed him in this game. Gazi and Spin move out onto the Boar outpost here. Now, realistically, you should be able to kill these guys off before they deal with the outpost, but it's still idle time that you can't afford right now. Killjadi's food production is his world. He needs to get about 15 knights together to stand a chance here. Well, I say that. He doesn't realistically need that many due to the spearman count, but he doesn't know that. Not to mention the fact that Undermesh isn't here yet, so taking a fight too early could actually just kill him. In fact, this is definitely too early. Look at that. 2 hit on the Knights. That's easy peasy. Killjadi, this is the unit you cannot afford to lose like this. This dive in with the archers as well. This is him making or breaking, and looks like he's about to be broken. Killjadi. Wait, wait, what? B, he's walling him in. Oh, B is confident. He's styling right now. He says, if you want this fight so badly, welcome to the Thunderdome. Last of Killjadi's army to be cleared up here. This should be game. It's a 35 military to a 9. You've only got 2 knights left over, soon to be a 1. On top of that, your opponent is spamming more Gazi than you're able to get knights out at this stage. The food is just not looking good. Flank attack is going to find out the deer, and I think that should be the point in the game where Killjadi is getting ready to wave the white flag. I mean, you're on berries, your opponent's on berries. They're Delhi, you're French. You do not even remotely compete with this. I just can't believe this. Game 1. Killjadi's had enough. B will take the opener for the series. Oh, man. He has to do it in style, though, doesn't he? I just love that. You can tell how far forward B feels in that game, right? Like, when someone drops the palisade walls around you while you're killing them, I think it says everything it needs to about that game. Great performance out of B. Biggest mistake, I'd say, coming out from Killjadi was shifting away from knights. Maybe also, if you want to make that play either way, even more knights or going into spears and archers, moving onto the pocketed resources sooner would have been better. The deer on the front side were never touched by him. The boar was delayed moving out to. You know, the moment you see your opponent has actually gone for a spearman opening, that's the moment you can afford to move out to those deer right in front of your base. Seemed like Killjadi was a little bit hesitant, maybe paranoid, expecting there to be a quicker transition into a second unit type, named the Gazi. But that's only game 1. We still have at least one more game here, and I can confirm that game number 2 is going to take place on Bridges. We're going to have a Marlians versus Ayyubids matchup. Now, remember, I said that this is like 47% win rate for Marlians, so Ayyubids are slightly favored, but I'd say it's like closer to a 50-50 based on the games we've seen so far. On a map like Bridges as well, Fast Castle just seems like the likely go-to. The question mark is going to be whether the Marlians get a safe spawn to allow them to efficiently get into their greed, to get into their gold. Let's find out. It's time for game number 2. B on the left side will be spawning in the orange playing as the Marlians, and Killjadi will have those pretty powerful Ayyubids, actually. It's got to be said that this Civ has looked really impressive in tournament play, even after the nerfs. The only negative is, I think, like, most players hate that they have to play it. They know that it's good, but they hate that essentially it's still this one-dimensional Civ that always does the same thing over and over again. What's that thing? That thing tends to be Fast Castle, into Relics, into TC Boom, and go. Right? TC Boom is variant, right? After the Relics, it's a case of, can I end the game in the next 5 minutes? If the answer is no, you TC up. If the answer is yes, you spam Gullums, you spam Lancers until you win. But we talked about this gold on the opening for B, and this would kind of be a defining factor. These are not great gold spawns. If aggro play comes out, he is going to get blocked. I would love to see Killjadi try for that aggro play, by the way. I think that this is an interesting Civ at the moment. I mentioned that your goal is Fast Castle. Everyone expects it to be Fast Castle, and because they have to prep for it to be Fast Castle, they can't really react to something alternative, which is why some Ayyubid players have been finding quite a bit of success by going into Feudal Force. We're talking an archery range plus a stables opening, and you basically poke and prod. And the beautiful thing about going up against the Marlians is they actually give you some value for that, right? They have to build their houses, and they build their gold investments away from their base, so it's something you can target. Now, opening wing should probably be Desert Raider here. I feel like a lot of the time you go Desert Raider just to force the Marlian player to react. It's not a bad idea because it means they then have to build a Rax, or they have to build archery range, they have to build 2 or 3 Javelins, and that slows down their own tech timing, allows you to get yours quicker. We'll be finding out soon. The alternative for Killjadi, realistically, is going to be Growth Wing here. I think Growth Wing is a bit too greedy. you need to force some sort of pressure on your opponent, right? And a Scout plus a Desert Raider can also try to deny the second pit mine going up. If you go Growth Wing, you're basically saying I'm not playing the map at all. Scouting pattern. Let's see. What did we get in the end? Oh, that's very different from B. Wow. Okay, I'm impressed, actually. So he done a short loop just outside his base, yoinked all the sheep there, and then ran north side to come around the back and take sheep away from the backside of Killjadi's base. That's a really crafty rotation. Quite risky, but paid off. 13 compared to the 9. Killjadi is at least going to find some more in this mid-map that should even him up. In fact, he missed one down here. But B, with that type of rotation, didn't really get punished for it. And he also got info at a key point in rotation, right? Like, he could have actually scouted out, hung around to see what his opponent was up to. And the whole reason why I think he came around the back, he was looking for this detail. Look at what Killjadi started to do with his berries. He split between multiples. This should be confirming for B that it's either Growth Wing now or Growth Wing in Castle. If he thinks it's Growth Wing now, it means B can actually choose to just greed up himself, go double mill, instead of going for a production building. We'll find out if that's what he wants to do in a sec. Is going to be growth. The way this is playing out, by the way, Killjadi has not monitored his berries. He's going to end up eating through one, if not two of these berry patches before the tech up comes through. That's unfortunate. Basically, guys, what you need to do is you need to check the amount of resources left on a berry patch, then move a villager off to the next one. I'm a bigger fan of just keeping a lot of villagers on your starting berry patch, this first 1 and 2, and moving them afterwards, because the reason why that's better is it actually gets your food dropped off quicker, which means you get a quicker tech-up timing with the Ibids. This method, which Killjadi's doing, is less maintenance. You don't have to pay attention to it as much, but it is fundamentally worse for gathering rates to get towards your fuel timing. All right, we're being gathered by B. I'm not seeing any sort of production building added in just yet. I mean, this is the point where B should be running straight back towards Killjadi's side of the map to see what he's doing. And this should inform your choice, right? Like, if you run towards the Sacred Site and you don't see any units coming, you can be pretty confident your opponent isn't going to be feudal aggressing you. Typically, like, you might see, say, a Spearman, little spam coming out on the opener if they're trying to burn down the mines. Once he arrives here on the tech up, if he sees no stable straight away, then he should be pretty comfortable with this going towards castle. Interesting. B adding in the archery range before he even sees a threat. A little bit surprising. I guess, like, realistically, having this isn't a bad idea. I mean, he doesn't know that it's Growth Wing, right? He doesn't have full confirmation of that yet. It could have been Growth Wing for castle. He does, however, now see the stables, so this should be where we get the Raxes added in. B isn't going to cancel the archery range, because if you have to add in Raxes, you have to add in archery ranges as well. And yeah, he did miss out on the berries. Like, it sounds nitpicky, but it's really not what I'm highlighting with these berries. It's such a big deal missing out on 50 extra safe food. I say it's a big deal. It's annoying. The bigger deal is when often I see people go Growth Wing and they've already eaten 3 berry patches. Then you missed out on 150 food. That's 3 villages worth of cost, right? And although that may not seem like a lot in the grand scheme of things, when you're talking about a civ that's all about optimizing how quickly you can get towards Castle Age, it's a damn big thing. Killjadi just building houses as if he was picking Japanese. Sadly for him, B is the one who got that in the draft. Just like that, he's just trying to remain optimal on what he needs his resources for, right? Like, he's building archers, so his woodworkers can't pull away here. And we are going to be getting that discount Abbasid build we've talked about before. So B has to be pretty content with this, right? Like, you know, you invest, I invest, and then when we tech up, whose army is realistically going to keep full value? It's B's. It's not Killjadi's. Archers are still a big part of later phase of the gameplay for Ibids, but I'd say it's terrible in this matchup because of Javs. And Horsemen, of course, are going to fall off the side of the cliff because you want Camel Lancers instead. Unfortunately, it does look like Killjadi was anticipating a second pit mine being dropped, but B's read on this was pitch perfect. He invested those resources in more production first. Horseman's at least going to idle this out a bit, but Villager is going to try to start getting this wall up. And unfortunately, Killjadi, where are the archers? Am I blind? I don't see them. What? They're sitting at home. Okay, so this is really bad news because B is going to get these walls up and force this choke point. With this choke point, what it means is if he walls around the back, which is quite doable in this map spawn, he can just stand here with javelins and donzos and fight you. And that also will secure his second and third pit mine. So this is a very crafty read by B. I wasn't expecting this type of wall, but a great read. He has to wall this way, by the way. It costs more wood to do it here than here, but if you don't do this wall, then the bridge is going to be vulnerable for you, right? So your opponent can get in. And yeah, just to confirm for people, this map is not in pub rotation. You can play it in private games. You just need to look up bridges. It was something that Avily created for a map creation tournament. A map tournament that he was basically... I think originally he was going to take all 3 top spots because people liked his maps. But it's being used in the Elite Classic 2 right now, alongside Coastal Cliffs, another one of Avily's creations, which you can only also access through private games. I don't think this is one of those maps that is going to show off its unique function in this game, though. I don't expect these bridges to matter more than this small detail. There's no way this is going to turn into a play into the north side. I think this game is the type of one that, with the way these two are playing, is going to be defined and decided very quickly. Both of them scaling into a feudal army, but right now I don't rate Killjody's that highly. I mean, it's a decent number of horsemen. It's just a matter of where you can fight. B feeling so confident he's walking far out to try and contest this. Second pit mine now coming in. Killjody has now started to optimize for a castle age timing. We're probably going to be looking at advancement wing here. Just allows you to funnel more resources into this bigger army. I think anytime you're scaling a feudal force like this, advancement wing makes more sense because it means you have additional resources to put into an army now. Wall not going to go up though. However, realistically, it's more or less complete, right? Like, this is a pretty minute detail that needs to be fixed. B, it's just all about guaranteeing he doesn't lose this pit mine. That will allow him to get into scalability with the ranches. Clash going to come in. Jav's just standing their ground, though. Okay, well played by B to not overreact to that. He just stood still with the jabs to keep attacking. Archers look like they might be getting slightly overkilled here, but it's still a win, right? Donzo's, enough of them remaining here to be a true threat. 2 left over. Needs to snipe down another to feel content about this. It's 1 Donzo left. Javelins are going to have to peel back from this, but second Donzo on the way means that these horsemen should start to lose out pretty badly. In fact, they're attacking the wrong target right now. He finally realized it to pull past, but gotta say, B, that choice to just stand his ground was on point. A great read there. And the reason why this worked is because one player is investing fully in the feudal timing. The other chose to be greedy. Killjody, he's on the way with the logistics. It's not even going to be a fast tech up. Probably better than Advanced Wing now, considering he just lost the entire army. What makes me a little bit sad about Killjody's choice is the fact that he didn't get that tech up started until after he lost the fight. So now B has a big window. He can do 2 things with that window. He can look towards his own castle, understanding what this game's going to become, or he can look to end you. B. Could he end him is the real question mark now. Killjody, how much food does he also have? He's got 7 sheep remaining. Second berry patch is being exhausted. Deer are outside of his base. There is a risk that he's not going to be able to access enough food to long-term feel content in this game. The good news, and why I actually quite like logistics in this game from Killjody, is the way that B is playing this is very defensive. He's built Donzos, he's built Javelins. This is not a composition that comes out into the map, right? Like, how many times have we now watched a player come out into the map with that composition and die because of it? So why is that really good news for Killjody? It means the logistics is going to find its target. These relics should be very grabbable. 4 relics, maybe even 5, is actually very doable in a game like this. And the question is, B, because of the position he's in now, because that army win he just got, why is he not adding ranches, is what you've got to ask. Because anytime you get a win like that, you essentially get what I call like a negotiation token. You can make a choice. Do you now choose to be greedy, or do you choose to punish your opponent for the mistake by going aggressive? B is adding in a lot more army, which suggests he's going to look to be aggressive. The problem is the timing on this is a bit wonky, right? By the time he starts moving, the tech up's going to be complete. And that's when you have this threat of Camel Lancers. Camel Lancers that will ruin your day. I mean, interestingly enough, it looks like he's going to go towards Golems. Makes sense, right? There's not as easy of a raid route here with the wall being up. But it could make you weaker against this on the entry. B now making his move. He's going for the gold. Going for the glory. B hasn't added in a single ranch. Guys, this is all in feudal. This is legitimately B non-stop going now. And yes, bridges do block ships, but you can destroy them to get past. Oh man, this army moving in. I mean, is this the right call? You've got 11 Donzos here. This outpost is not garrisoned. It's not upgraded, so that's going to work. Jav's now diving to the south side. Killjadi trying to get an army together to defend this. Ghulams are going to be a slow reaction, though. Remember, Javelins naturally move quicker. And they can actually stay far enough away that the charge is kind of irrelevant. Archer upgrades also coming in. Outpost going down B. This is not stopping. This truly is an all-inner. No siege engineering, though, is kind of problematic. It means you don't have the rams to break this base right now. Killjadi should have relics now coming on the way home. Love this as well. Killjadi seeing his opponent's army is slow and seeing what he's doing. He plays out of the base onto the south side berries. Something that would usually be too risky, but here it's a very smart read. It's going to be broken B. 45 military. He's not going to take the bait. He's not going into the base. He is actually going to go down south side. So Killjadi, in desperation, has to delete the wall just to get out of here. However, this is a big army, and Killjadi is going to have to fight sooner rather than later. The gold is being targeted again. Should at least be able to get away in time with the villagers, but B, right now, this army, you know, it's very deceptive. You can say that Killjadi's got a Castle Age army of 30 versus a feudal army of 52, but remember, the Marleyans have quite a lot of quality to their units at this stage. Their Donzos are better than standard javelin, standard spearmen rather. Their javelins are better than standard archers. So they kind of have what I like to call a Castle Age light effect with this comp. Moves in for the blacksmiths. Love that read. He just scouted out. He saw there's no undermesh in yet, so allowing the javelins and the Donzo javelin throws to keep relevance here. Starts to target the blacksmith to try and force a fight. Killjadi tries to come around the back of the Lancers. Jav's going to start sniping this down, though. Donzo's chasing after the cavalry, and Ghulams wrapping around the north side. B standing his ground for the moment, but realized he needs to start backing up and away from this. He was going to come out with the wall low. Nice idea there, but it's going to be one on the ground. It's just going to be dropped off again safely, and it looks like B is pulling this away from the newly spawned units for Killjadi. Count is not looking great either. 10 archers in total. Ghulam count isn't exactly scary, only 7. B is starting to lose the army, though. A lot of javelins going down, Donzos as well. But now the Musafadi and second wave coming in. He's hitting the eco. Killjadi about to be idled up with 30 of his economy. There's no way this is working, right? Like, it is, though. Killjadi has no food. Oh, my God. And he can't move north anymore. This read, this play by B. You know, most people would have made that dive, seen their army losing, and would have stopped, but not B. No, B in this situation understands perfectly. Killjadi has mistaken an opportunity to tech for an opportunity to win, and he could not be more wrong. Oh my God, dude, I think he's just dead. There's nothing Killjadi can do right now but build what? Siege? But Siege requires units to defend. This is tough. Dive onto the eco line. Idles out there. Right now, Killjadi's entire economy has been squished onto one screen. And he has one hope to get out. One Manjanique. One punt to try and recover his game. Because right now, this is looking done. Killjadi has got enough gold. That's not the problem. He needs food. Realistically, what he needs is the marketplace. He needs to buy some food. This army is not big enough to weather the storm that's coming, right? Like B, with this all-in feudal age Musafadi spam, is exactly what he needs here. These Ghulams are going to get overran, and if they get overran, I mean, right now, what is your front line to protect this Manjanique? It's a total of, what, 14 units? Stealth coming out, though. B gets in! Ghulams with the body blocks here, but now it's going to be a dive in to clean up this army. Wraps around the backside, and the Manjanique is gone. Killjadi is done and gone. No food, no wood income, way too much gold. And well, we buy mercenaries with olive oil on this land. We don't buy them with gold, so there's no way you're getting an army together. B is going to make it a very, very cool looking 2-0. And Killjadi, 5th series now, only one has been a win for him. The chances of him making playoffs with anything less than a perfect second weekend is undeniable here. Will he be able to do it? Will he be able to surprise us? It's not looking likely, but Killjadi fans, hold your breath. there's still a miracle that could be had. Oof. Unlikely, though. So I'm trying to think, who does Killjardy have left to play? Killjardy, of the top players right now. So he's played Elyona. He played Beastie. He played Wham. He played Baltoon. So he still has to play Lucifron, right? He has to play Lucifron and he has to play Anatan. Anatan's going to be tricky. I think Anatan has been impressing me. He's been looking pretty good. That Anatan series is a non-star. You legit have to win it. There's no debate. And then the Lucifron one, like, you know, that's going to be the one that requires a true miracle, right? Lucifron is definitely no pushover. He's been looking very strong so far in the group stage. So let me have a look here. I need to add that one to the list of now casted series. Let me quickly give it a name. And then after I've done that, we'll get another series ready. I think we could do maybe Vortex versus Numedan could be a good one. Or do you guys want Vortex versus Numedan or B versus Avali? So let me quickly, I need to give a name to that series. Welcome to the Thunderdome. Okay, there we go. Right. So, no one gave an opinion. I will choose for us then. I think we'll go with Vortex versus Numedan. We'll spice this up a bit. Mix it up instead of just doing back-to-back B1s. Vortex versus Numedan. Let me get the stats for that. And let me update the tile as well. So, Control F, because I need the draft. We've got... So this was round 4, which means we don't have to worry about the data being purged. Thank God. Okay, boom. So, draft. Oh, that's it. Draft. There we go. Get rid of the bans because they block in this overlay, unfortunately. So Mongols first. Numedan, of course, opens Ottomans. They never ban Ottomans. It's crazy to me. I think they're the only players consistently not banning Ottomans from what I've seen so far. I'm wondering if that is just a trick, though, if that's going to hold like firm and true when we get into the playoffs. Or if it's just something they're doing for the group stage to kind of screw with people. It's not a bad idea, right? They're still getting the wins they need. So let me grab these games. Let's see. So I think we open on Dry Arabia, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Dry Arabia is the first one. Okay, so... What I love actually about this is how it's not going to be an Otto first pick. It's kind of crafty. When you get the Ottomans in the draft like this, right? Like, there's still solutions to them, so you don't want to rush them out. He wants to force reactions first. Is Otto also win on the hands of Conk free players? Not necessarily. We've seen multiple Ottoman players lose, actually. So there was an interesting series between Vortex and Louis, where Vortex picked Ibeds, Louis picked Ottomans, and although Louis won, I think that was more in Vortex jumping the gun on going to end the game. He actually had the potential to kill off the Ottomans in Castle Age. He just kind of overshoe his hand. If Numedan picks Otto versus Jeanne d'Arc, it's hard for Vortex. He didn't. He picked Chinese versus Jeanne d'Arc. Which means it's hard for Numedan, actually. Ooh. What do you think, guys? Do we get a Hunter game? Okay, that's what I'm going to do a prediction for. I like coming up with polls like that. So let me just set that up and then we'll hop into game. Or Jean. All right, let me hop us across. All right, that's the kind of prediction I really want to go for. One and all, welcome back to Elite Classic 2. If you're watching this live or watching it later, get your predictions in on what we're going to see from Jean this game, because we have got Vortix versus Numidan in a best-of-3 from the group stage of the Elite Classic 2. This series did not get covered. No one cast it, and I think that's criminal because although Numidan has been having a rough time, a hard time of it, he's still a talented player, and this still feels like the type of matchup where I could see him getting a win or two. I've watched him go up against Vortix a few times on the ladder. It's always a tough matchup when you face off against Vortix blindly in pubs, but I think Numidan's approach is capable. I think so far in this group stage, he's been kind of underperforming in my eyes, but maybe he could surprise us at a critical moment when it matters most. This is round number 4 for him, so getting some more points on the board, critical, paramount at this stage if you want to stand a chance of being one of the 8 to make it through to the playoffs of the Elite Classic 2. We start off in game number 1, Numidan pulling out the Chinese on Dry Arabia. Vortix actually goes Jeanne d'Arc. Now, this is interesting, by the way, because in the draft, Numidan had access to the Ottomans, but chose not to pick them. Now, that's interesting because, like, a lot of players felt as if Jeanne d'Arc was hard countered by Ottomans, actually, that you can do anything against them. So the fact that Numidan had the Ottomans but didn't pick it, it's almost like Vortix read it correctly, right? Like, it makes a lot of sense. I think Ottomans being let through seems to be something specific to the Spanish bros. It's quite intriguing. But the interesting part to me is the fact that when you get Ottomans, you don't want to pick them straight away. It's same with Rus often, unless there's a very golden opportunity to do so. You want to save it for something else, something later, so you hold your opponent hostage. Big shout out, by the way, to Fail Gain 1. I see you with the sub. Welcome to Swan, buddy. But it makes sense, right? If you have this Civ that can play multiple maps, you don't need to use it straight away. If you do, you're weakening your hand. Vortix read that, though. Jeanne d'Arc versus Chinese. This is a matchup that I feel like, you know, it's not 100% ease for Jeanne d'Arc, but you get to dictate flow in the early game, and that can be a big edge. We're going to stay on the 2x speed here just for the opening of the game. I'm looking at the stats right now, actually. Jeanne up against Chinese specifically, a 52% win rate. When we look at the previous patch, where we have a lot more games played, it's a 56% win rate. So Jeanne definitely has a slight edge there. It's different than compared to the French. I think with French, it's more annoying to play into Chinese because you basically just headbutt a wall trying to break in. But when you play up against the Chinese with Jeanne, there's a difference there, right? Is that you can afford to sacrifice units if you're getting XP in return. And I'm wondering, how did people predict? It's a 3K split right now between whether we're going to get Jeanne Hunter or Jeanne Melee. And I just realized, actually, did I make the prediction too long? Oh, no, I may have. I'm probably going to have to cancel the prediction, aren't I? All right. No one put predictions in now. Don't be naughty. I just realized 5 minutes is too long because I've done the speed up. So, wait. Can I not close prediction early? I don't think you can, which is unfortunate. Oops. All right. Well, Hunter mode took it. I'm keeping an eye on that prediction. If someone adds in more points, I will cancel it. Don't ruin it for everyone. I'll just have to remember that for next time. We should have done 2 minutes, really. So it's going to be Hunter form. That was exactly what I was predicting here. For a start, if you go late game, Hunter form is just better than the melee form. So much better, in fact. You can snipe Siege, right? It's a little bit different against the Chinese because they do have the bulkier Siege, but you can still do significant damage. I also think against the Civ that you can't dive, that has high base damage defenses, the ranged form makes a lot more sense. You can more easily take units away. And a little interesting detail for you guys, actually. If you hit a Divine Arrow on a unit in the garrisons, it still gets hit. It doesn't dodge the shot right now. I don't think they've fixed that yet. You still get shot when you're inside. Personally, I'm fine with that. I don't know about you guys, but if someone's called a Divine Arrow, it should be able to find you if you're in a measly little house, okay? That shouldn't protect you. And yes, Hunter is definitely better against camper civs. Women at Arms requires things to fight, right? If your opponent's not going to give you things to fight, then this poke approach is 10 times better. We've seen it against HRE. You sometimes see it against Ottos that don't want to play the game. You'll definitely see it against Chinese. It feels also very good against the Chinese because they aren't going to build horsemen, right? It's unlikely, so your unit isn't countered. So like the early game reaction to going Spearman is just better for you. Like most Chinese players will build Spearman, right? That's the first thing they come out with. So you already now have a unit that does bonus damage against it. No kills yet. The interesting part to me is actually Vortex. It looked like he was targeting the villagers, if I'm not mistaken. You want to be targeting the taxmen. The Imperial officials are the jackpot to hit here. Second TC is on the way from Numidan. Not really too surprised by this. Typically, you're going to see 2 TC play a lot. We didn't talk about the Barbican yet. This was a really smart play, going for the Barbican on the south side. He could have went further. It would have been better. He would have been able to get his gained access to the deer, both stacks, in fact, as well as the boar. The reason that Numidan didn't go that deep is he wanted to keep this connection point to the tree line so that his opponent couldn't wrap around him as easily, right? Now, if Vortex wants to go around, he has to go all the way around. So he doesn't have that 360 rotation on the starting base. Vortex at home has got his own second TC. Did not have Jean here for the build speed, right? Which is kind of unfortunate. If this is going to turn into a macro game, we go late. Who do I favor? I think it's really deceptive because you instinctually want to say Chinese for the obvious factor of granaries on full production. But I feel like you can never discredit the power that Jean gets when the game scales off of the consecration effect. And the fact that you're able to just snipe down Siege later on in the game. So I wouldn't say Jean is as disarmed as you'd think up against the Chinese. And you still have the potential, the opportunity to make your opponent's game uncomfortable earlier on. Nice little raid coming in here. Is going to chip one down. And remember, the Divine Restoration has been used, but it will be off cooldown in 65 seconds. The second TC also doesn't have a hand cannon slit, so there's no quick kill on you. I believe on the other side, I wouldn't be surprised if Vortex considers a blacksmith quite quickly here. Instead, it's going to be a double archer range pump. Sean's still being a pain in the ass. I actually love that he's doing this. Even if he doesn't really kill many units, it's the idle time, right? You're so tanky, and this secondary TC does nothing. The damage is pretty irrelevant. It does 6 damage 7 times every X seconds, right? You can move in and out easily. So you're going to take, like, what, 40 damage, and then you're just going to heal it off. It's very easy, very cozy. And I prefer this. This is much better from Numidan. Shift south side with your eco. Keep it away from this. Realistically, this TC, like, there wasn't somewhere else that would have been better value at the time. He could have tried to drop it over here towards the deer. That would have been nice. But it's more like a buffer zone, right, on your berries to give you extra food down the line. If you want to gather gold, you're better off being here at the Barbican, arguably. Unfortunately, it looks like he might be one tile out of being in position where he'd be able to snipe Jean with the defenses. Numidan now going into the Chuganu, so we are going to see some fight coming out from Red. Vortex, in the meantime, is still milking. Now, Blacksmith timing matters a lot here, right? Vortex, if this fight commences and he has Steeled Arrow or just Undermesh, and the Chuganu do not have the matching tech, it should be a very easy win for Vortex, especially when you consider the amount of knights he's got backing him up here. He's got 6 knights right now to an 8 spear count for Numidan. It's a bad position for Numu to be in. He needs to basically, I don't want to say double his spearman count, but like 1.5x it, and then continue to add in Chuganu. This walling is kind of unfortunate. I think Numidan would have benefited more from walling between the gold and the wood line here because this area is fully accessible, and also these deer stacks are not protected by the Barbican. So although Numidan has some life to him right now, some food source, it's not going to last too long here, especially when you consider he's already exhausted all of the sheep. In fact, it's kind of crazy. He's already gone through them, and Vortex still has 8 left over. Kind of shows you just how good the opening rotation was for Vorti. So now he's playing out to the board, so Lifeline's going to keep extending here. One annoying thing I would say, like it's a bit of a scam on this spawn, is that the deer stack locations for Vortex suck in comparison. Numidan basically hit a jackpot. He got the boar and the double deer on one location. I can't think of a better spawn you could ask for when you're playing a game defensive like this. Vortex, meanwhile, you know, when he moves out to these pocket ecos, he's idling out quite a bit as he goes north and south. Jean? Okay, that is obviously Jean's weakness here, right? Got to be incredibly careful about that. Archers are going to start trading out. Undermesh hasn't come in yet, which means you have to fully back away. So good hold there by Numidan. Actually threaded the needle before the tech upgrades came in. Had Undermesh been there, the Knights likely would have committed to a dive while the Archers traded. And at that stage, Numidan's going to lose that fight. So an important hold in that moment. And I've got a feeling that this game is not going to be decided in feudal. Like, the stage that we're at, Numidan, his military force is big enough to hold. Vortex, he wants to keep up the pressure because he's playing pocket ecos, right? He doesn't want to surrender map, but the likelihood that he's going to be able to break through here is very small, unless Numidan makes a complete blunder. Just going to bait him in range of the TC. I like this. It's the TC threat, right? The hand cannon slit's actually adding a lot of damage in. Steel arrow is almost in. Vortex. I feel like your play here is to try and find a way to tech up, right? But not in a rush. For me, the way I see Vortex likely playing this is you want to just gather a lot of knights and eventually go up with Royal Institute here. Like, we're talking 25, 30 knights, and then you go up. Might be a bit too greedy. He might be forced to go farms, but it should make you a lot more powerful than Numidan. Chiganu still just stabbing away at this. Siege of Ning is on the way. Spearman count. Not looking grand, not looking too healthy. Divine Restoration is still on cooldown, so Vortex needs to be insanely careful where he positions Jean here. Notice that he keeps pulling her back prematurely just in case the Chuganu sneak in. And a great fight here for Vortex. Numidan needs to reform the lines. He's got more Chuganu, but less Spearmen. Luckily for him, Vortex missed micro there. Unorthodox for Vortex there. Leaving 2 knights behind that way is kind of clumsy. Shouldn't really be happening. Not something you usually expect to see from him. But you see the weakness of Numidan there. He completely miscalibrated his military count. He didn't have enough spearmen to even contest that. He's lucky that wasn't a run through. Like Vortex, I think if Jean wasn't so low on HP, that would have been a dive through the base. But instead, Vortex decides to back off, see this as a small advantage, and now we should maybe be seeing a ram being added in here. Vortex is flowing a lot of wood. You could go for a ram to try and hit the TC and then just go for castle. It looks like instead they're going to just keep on adding into the feudal army. Rams to follow. Numu. A lot of gold being flowed right now. Like these finally getting into the food tech upgrades. I feel like you should be able to afford a lot more here. The military lead is now building, and that's something you cannot neglect to pay attention to here. It's actually quite a big deal. The reason why Vortex is all-inning on feudal again, instead of this idea of just going castle, making this easier, is because he does have Jean, right? And Jean, credit to him, Jean has not died in these fights. She stayed alive. And she's getting ever closer to that fabled level 3, right? The level 3 that often GG's a game. The question is, once it pops, will it have that effect in this one? Chiganu. Front line that for a moment. Nice peel back by Vortex. Double ram is now moving in, but the Spearmen are going to peel off to deal with that. And Vortex giving over a lot of ground here. Knights need to get in. These Spearmen numbers are still a little bit too high for Vortex's liking. So looks like it's going to be a wasted effort in the end. Rams just thrown away. Yeah, Vortex, he has got the level 3 now, so he got what he wanted out of it. The question is, do you really have a reason to hang around now? I feel like you just go Castle Age and then go for the dive, right? Going to try now anyway. Jean's champions leading the way. Level 3 Jean means she's no longer sniperable, so Vortex, you know, if there was a moment to win the game, you'd think this would be it. Spear count, not looking too healthy, at least involved in the fight. More are on the way, but Knight count is struggling. Those health bars are not looking pretty, and Divine Restoration still on cooldown for 40 seconds. Chuganu will be able to push this away. Rams, in the meantime, should be able to delete the TC, so that's actually a really big deal if he can get that final wallop there. Well played, Vortex. This is a substantial lead. Guildhall on the way, level 3 Jean in, TC down, and Numidan still in the corner. That was impressive, actually. The way he played that, it looked a bit shaky. I felt like he was throwing away a few too many knights, but when the Jean's champions came through, it changed everything. The effective HP pool, the amount of hits it takes to take those units down, so frustrating. The only upside is you are playing Chinese, so you're able to do it, right? If this was any other Civ without Chuganu, you'd probably be looking at a GG push from that, because the men-at-arms are too tanky, but shows you the power of these repeated crossbows, right? Able to do 3 times the damage that an archer would have against that unit. And if you're wondering, like, with those fights going the way they were going, why would Vortex choose to just back away? It's very simple, folks. Like, you don't hang around once you have level 3, because it's a negative for you, right? Getting level 4 is not realistic off of back-and-forth feudal pushes, especially against a civ like the Chinese that will be scaling an eco lead. Tech up was rushed there by Numidan. You may have missed it if you looked away for a second. We have already got the clock tower up. Guildhall did just complete on the other side. And I love this. Vortex is doing something that I have been pleading for Jeanne d'Arc players to do time and time again. You know what I'm talking about, folks. It's capturing sacred sites. This is a lot of XP. You're going to get 50 per sacred site taken. Huge inflation towards that level 4. John. Vortex. Oh, no. Oops. The difference a Treelon can make. Oh, wow. Vortex actually did just buy her back, didn't he? That's expensive. 500 gold down the drain. Doesn't feel great. That's a pretty big negative, right? Because that could have been your Steeled Arrow level 2. We are still going to see archers, by the way. No switch over to Arbitrary. Hasn't got a reason to yet. Knights are going to charge in. John, no Divine Restoration to give with the assist, though. Spearman count, not looking that great. Only 4 left over. Knights are lasting a hell of a long time here. Numidan, he may not want the Chuganu anymore, but he hasn't made that full transition into mass crossbows yet. So losing them like this is definitely expensive. Oof. And John farming up a storm throughout all of this. Guys, we might actually have an insanely fast Mecha John. That's crazy. Expensive fights for both players. Behind this, we haven't got the farm transition yet coming out from Numidan, right? They're just playing the remaining berries, but they're going to have to gather a lot of wood. You can really see they're hoarding over 1,000. The granary drop should be coming in about the next 30 seconds, or you're going to flatline on food. The deer stack, I think they have like 1 left over here, only 64, and the berries are down to the last 2. So, mass farms on the way at the back. Numidan, the best thing you can do right now is insulate your military by using your surplus wood and gold into a few siege weapons. It's difficult to do right simply because you also need to be able to get the farms down, right? It looks like for the time being, Numidan was able to gather a bit of food off the front side here, but with this many knights in the neighborhood, it doesn't feel like the type of thing that you can stick to long term here. So we'll have to back away. Spearman count is rebooming. Vortex, still just archers and knights throughout all this. I quite like it. You know, archers are pretty cost efficient here. Arbitrary wouldn't have relevance until you see a pass guard switch. And because you're building knights, your opponent can't go pass guard anyway. So it should only ever be spears. I'm going to say that. We've got like, what, 2 mixed in? But realistically, that's because he wasn't expecting more knights. Speaking of which, knights are having a hard time here. Trying to dive in on the Nesta Bees. Village is going to get clutch repairing, though. And Vortex, even though you are getting XP for this, you have to be incredibly careful, my friend. Your farms don't have the same scale, the same efficiency as Numidan's. Numidan, credit to him, man. Like, the fact that he has maintained the eco lead after losing that TC several minutes ago, and now he's going to go back for an extra one. So this is going to inflate him. Good read on the timings as well. I think if they went back for an early TC, again, before having the clock tower complete, before having the farm starting to be set up, they'd be dead. They just wouldn't have enough food. So that's a very disciplined read by Numidan. Vortex. Is he just going to go imp? It's looking like it, right? He's stockpiling some food. He's actually starting to just gather it all together. So we're looking at a fast Imperial timing now for Vortex after dallying around in Castle. Interesting choice as well, but makes a lot of sense, right? Your opponent is pretty condensed in. You don't have a solution to this. We should just now see Siege Workshops on the way, and that's what I'm expecting to be consecrated next. So the reason, by the way, why Vortex is doing this, before anyone's like, this feels like you're throwing the game, why are you letting China just greed up? It's because now with the Nesta Bees count being as it is, and the amount of knights you've lost, you essentially have no tool to deal with Nesta Bees. And it would be very foolish to believe that you could deal with Nesta Bees by just using Horsemen here, or just by going Springhorns, right? Those things are just too costly in this exchange. So Vortex, instead, opting to go for the Red Palace is going to give him access to shut triggers and a solution to this clump of Nesta Bees that it's building. Now, Numidan's reaction to this should be a fast tech up themselves. We might even see a clock tower, a gatehouse dropped around near the Barbican just to create a defense here. Usually it gets dropped on the farm cluster, but realistically, if you don't drop some defenses on the forward, you could just get flooded, right? So we'll see what the reaction is going to be. They've got a few units being queued up right now. Granary count is at 2. Farm count doesn't match the granary count, and that you don't have enough around this to make it feel like it's a 2 granary game right now for the Chinese. They're going to have to rush this up, by the way. There's not any food left on the map. Last of the berries is going down. So realistically, they need to be adding in another 10 to 15 farms in the next minute to get their economy to where it needs to be. So tech up complete. And this is interesting, actually, because Vortex, although he has the tech up, he doesn't have an immediate strike pattern, right? You've done this tech up. You clearly want to get towards shot triggers. That's going to take time. That's at least another minute into the tech up. You have to wait. And this is one of the things I think makes it really annoying and difficult to play into China in the late game, is that China, because of the size of their economy, they can easily catch up. They can just hoard what they need for a tech up as well. And when they get there, Supervision can allow them to match your tech unlock timings. It's something that I've always found quite vexing about this Civ. I think Supervision may just be too flexible, right? I mean, China's not dominating, right? So, like, people are going to argue that, you know, you shouldn't be calling for nerfs, KP, what are you doing? But it's kind of weird to me that you get the benefit of 20% more resources as well as the ability to supervise military buildings. I almost feel like I'd rather see a separate type of official that is only meant for supervising production, right? Then it's an extra cost in the other game for the Chinese. But when you get to this stage, it doesn't feel as broken. The argument then might be that this Civ would never make it out of early game. And I think that's why we probably haven't seen something like that implemented. Yeah, pretty much. Economic official and military official. To me, it's really, really silly the way that the Civ functions. From even teching up from behind. Like, this Great Wall Gatehouse is going to come in. Between their resource gain and the fact that they can supervise their tech ups, they'll have all their unlocks at the same time as Vortex. Vortex riding in with a few knights. Not really getting a good exchange there. These sprawled outposts have proved annoying as well. So Vortex, with the few knights he has, not able to really dive in. And if you're wondering, like, why is Vortex not just attacking? It's because he needs to layer his economy. We saw the farms were coming in, but they weren't fully fledged. He still only has 26 farms. So it's still, until you're like 35, 40 of them, you're not really at a late game state where you can keep on pumping. Great Wall Gatehouse coming in exactly where we called for it as well. So Numenor feeling it. Smart cookie. It makes a lot of sense here. You just need this to protect your main base and your farm area. Sure, your opponent could wrap wide down to the south side, but you don't have to rush towards that. You don't have to be too panicked. This keep is going to protect there. Yeah, and look at what is securing as well. Double gold and the stone. This is really good. Another thing that I want to give Numenor a lot of credit for, we didn't really talk about it, is the 4 relics he grabbed on the map. That's incredibly impressive, actually, from his position to get that much off the map. It shows you that Vortex was kind of overextending with these dives, right? Like, yes, he got level 3 out of it on John, but what did he lose out on in return? He lost out on permanent gold trickle as a Civ that needs gold. Stonewall has been scouted being built up. Nice snipes there. Able to just Robin Hood down both of those. So no Stonewalls going up here. However, that is now Vortex revealing the mass horseman strat. And people asking, what's the JD late game comp? Typically, Jeanne d'Arc's late game is Arbitrier and Horseman. Arbitrier and Horseman are incredibly strong. You could also think about doing Arbitrier and Men-at-Arms, but really Men-at-Arms are like meant, in my opinion, with that Civ for Castlage, not for Imp. But once you're in Imp, it's all about Arbitrier. Arbitrier is your lifeblood. Something that's quite interesting with Jeanne d'Arc compared to French is that this Civ is much better at scaling into Siege due to Consecration. You can see that these Springles right now, you're getting 25% off the wood and gold cost of them. Right? This is a very cost-efficient Civ when it comes to how they get into Siege. Vortex queuing up Royal Bloodlines, queuing up those Gambesons, so we are getting into the Arbitrier now. It makes a lot of sense, right? Like, at this stage in the game, you're expecting your opponent to switch over into Palace Guard. We can see that Numenor is not doing that, however. What he is doing is prepping for guns. Oh, dude, the guns are a problem here. Arbitrier would usually fare all right against hand cannoneers. The problem is it's Chinese hand cannoneers with pyrotechnics. So the extra 1.5 range means that they can just snipe you down, force Pavis, and then move away. Vortex into a choke point. Tries to walk through. Nestabee should get a reload shot out here, so Horsemen are going to be heavily stung by this. Luckily, Nestabees are drunk, so most of them will be able to walk away, and now you've got an issue in the back of your base. Numenor did not get the stone walls up on the safe side here. Critical blunder there, choosing to go for the long wall because he was trying to set up for late game trade. Numenor should be able to react to this. It's just going to be a little bit annoying, right? Realistically, it might slow down your eco a bit, but it's not going to kill you in one foul blow. Vortex needs more to do that. Royal Bloodlines is on the way, however, which means these horsemen are going to linger a lot longer. In response, Numidan now getting into the Imperial Palace, though, is going to give him that two-legged cavalry effect for all of his infantry. Meanwhile, main army engages! Vortex with a two-pronged stab in here, looking for the siege, not going to be able to clear it all up, but almost got it all. A great read there, a great attempt. I love that idea by Vortex, just splitting the army of Numidan and then using mobility to be your biggest advantage here with the French cav. Stonewalls are at least up now, though, so Numidan says, no more of your shenanigans, Mr. Vortex. Oof. So food got idled pretty heavily there for Numidan, right? Like, income is looking pretty abysmal at the moment. But now we're transitioning. Heavy focus on the infantry. We've got elite army tactics on the way. Spearman count up to 33. And remember, this is Yuan Dynasty, so you're incredibly fast. With the walls up as well, this does mean Vortex's strategy of going horseman doesn't really work now. He needs a full switch, and it looks like he's prepping for it. You can see crossbow stirrups is on the way, so we will be going to mass Arbre de Trier. Arbre de Trier up against this comp is really strong as long as you dominate the siege. The Nesta Bees should be the only thing capable of killing Vortex if he reaches critical mass of Arbre de Trier. Of course, the issue is reaching critical mass of Arbre de Trier in a game where you're running out of gold pretty fast. He has at least got the 4Ks down here. He did get one relic and has a Sacred Site locked in. He could realistically be locking in a second Sacred Site down here. Other thing I absolutely adore about Numidan's Great Wall Gatehouse position is it blocks Sacred Site as a win condition also. It's really important when you play Chinese that you don't feel like you're being forced to react to things, right? You just get to exist and reach your state of the game. And that Great Wall Gatehouse ticks so many boxes on allowing Numidan to do exactly that. We are now going to see a switch in the Palace Guard, aren't we? So Mass Palace Guard and Mass Hand Cannoneer. It kind of plays into the Arbre de Trier, so it gives an edge there for Vortex. But this is an incredibly tanky unit. The reason why you would go Palace Guard over Spearman here is the effective HP is so much higher, right? The Palace Guard basically having double of what the Spearmen do almost. Well, double is overestimation. It's more like 60% more. What does have me a little bit worried for Vortex is that he's not trading. He hasn't even tried to set up trade yet, and I feel like that's going to be a very important detail because I could see this game going that type of length. I mean, Numidan's playing a Civ that doesn't really have to care. They don't have to come out, right? An interesting question coming in. Is anyone at the top using the extra reach of stone walls for ranged units? It's very cumbersome to use correctly. Like, stone walls typically are only put somewhere you don't want to have to ever go to. On top of that, another big issue is they changed the way that stone walls work with the protection reduction. It only affects the range damage less now, right? It's only 25%. The siege damage still hit pretty heavily, but it means like ranged attacks from low ground to high ground hurt a lot more now. The range is definitely useful though, especially with Pyrotechnics hand cannoneers, right? It puts you up to 7.5 tower range. It means you can snipe out longbows. But, you know, it's like, where are these walls going to be? When are you going to build them? Another issue is with the changes to the cost of TCs and the cost to castles, realistically spamming stone walls across the map has become less sustainable. Right? Like, you know, keeps used to cost, what, 100 stone less? TCs used to cost, I think it was 100 stone less. It really does add up. Villagers get found. Vortex, great raid here. Spearman on the way. Numidan's actually going to stand a fight with the villagers to buy time for reinforcements to arrive. Now, this is the one issue, is like, even with the Yuan Dynasty, you still have units that are kind of slow, right? Like, hand cannoneers are not exactly going to be zooming just because that dynasty. So there is a flank issue here. But once both of them run out of gold, I think there's no denying the player's going to be hurt more is going to be Vortex, because Numidan can just get away with taxation for a lot of his needs. On top of that, he has got 4 relics. So, although I like these kind of chip raids by Vortex, he needs something more permanent, something that would secure resources away from his opponent. Because, well, when you're playing French, you definitely need the extra runway. Still in level 3, Sean. Yeah, this is like the worst way to have to fight right now. Because the issue for Vortex is you legitimately are not getting any XP for this, right? You're out of range. And yes, you are correct. Stone outcroppings are also used to have more range. So it's pretty interesting when you think about it that way, right? It's like they lost 300 resources, and then on top of that, the things you were building used to cost between the two buildings, if you build one of them each, 200 less stone. So it's actually a substantial difference. It's 500 stone less than what you used to kind of realistically have lying around spare. Speaking of heavy stone costs, Vortex, losing keeps like this, not ideal. You don't have the influence, but you did have the ability to build champions. I think getting champions is quite nice here. Just give you that kind of go in and kill. The problem is, even if you could spam champions in this game, would you really want to against this? The Palace Guard are starting to break out, and this is where you need stone walls. Looks like Vortex, he's going to build it just in time. That would have been dicey. And great read here. Now Vortex, the timing on building this wall means he will be able to backstab this group of Palace Guard. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Horsemen riding in. Villagers get found. Numidan. I mean, at what point do you just wall, right? Like, there's got to be a point at which you just go for some stone walls. But they might be too late. Vortex breaking through. And now on his way to the farmlands. Meanwhile, that Palace Guard group got eviscerated. Level 4 Jean now in play. And this lady is a badass. 7 tower range. She can dunk on siege with 150 damage snipes. And then the Valorous Inspiration, just giving that huge juice up to your entire army. This turns Arbitraire into machine guns. You'd think that they're the Chuganu. Horseman now hitting the backside of this. Numidan, Eco is shrinking down to 92. I mean, I don't know if this is Vortex's brilliance or Numidan's hesitation, but whatever it is, this is looking bad for the Chinese right now. What Numidan is having happen to him is what he's meant to be doing to Vortex right now. He's meant to be hitting the farms at the backside of Vortex's base, but when has he made a move? He tried once on the north side of the Palace Guard. That got blocked out by walls, and then it shut down. After that, what can we really expect to see here? Like, the map is becoming weirdly constricted, and what baffles me about this is the fact that Vortex is doing this with practically no walls of his own. This is entirely feigned aggression, reliant on the fact that Numidan doesn't want to run out blind. On top of that, Numidan has handcuffed himself, right? He's got 27 of his military into a slow-moving unit. Even with the Yuan Dynasty, hand cannoneers are not a quick unit. Then you add in the fact that 24 more of that is into siege, and Vortex has the perfect read on this. He's going to keep chipping away at his opponent, raiding him on the flanks, until he's ready for the main engagement. And when he is ready, that's where this clump of Arbitraire are going to bust it wide open. Crossbow Stirrups already put them down to 1.75. You add in the Valorous Inspiration, and all of a sudden these units are attacking quicker than archers. We're going for it again. Awesome around the back. Yeah, so like one thing that's scaring me is Numidan. We highlighted this earlier on in the group stage. Like one thing that has me a little bit worried for his performance here in the main event is the killer instinct seems to be a bit missing, right? The read on when you can actually go and end the game, do something. What he's doing right now is surviving, right? Like what we're seeing from Numidan is he's basically being a DayZ player. What we want to see is a CSGO player. What do I mean by that? I don't want to see you surviving. I want to see you winning, right? There's a very big difference between the two. Horseman in on the farms again. Numidan, as soon as he's about to reach 100 eco, once again, he's heading downwards. These guys are tanky. 243 HP on each Horseman. Now, realistically, you're not going to run out of food immediately. But it's still an advantage that Vortex is now keeping. And Numidan finally has had enough. I'm glad to see it as well. Like, I feel like the longer you wait around, the worse. Okay, I've spoken too soon, haven't I? He's reacting to the Norths. I feel like Numidan's just dancing to Vortex's tune right now. Just peel off 10 Palace Guard and head for the economy. Like, at some stage, you've just got to tip the hat and accept this, right? Like, militarily, you should be much bigger than your opponent because your eco is smaller. Great snipe out there, getting all of the siege with no reaction. Vortex, what was he looking at? A little bit of a goldfish micro there. Does cost him dearly, but Vortex has still got these strong defenses to hide behind, and they are strong, remember. They've got the Arbalest emplacements, so diving them is difficult for Numidan. That's why he's taking this approach of getting into bombards. Unfortunately, there's bombards. Are they going to be safe? Looks like they should be. Horsemen Okay, maybe not. The Bombard's gonna die to this, right? Oh, come on, pathing. This game sometimes, most times. So villagers will be able to keep this repaired. Numidan should not end up losing this Bomber. He might end up losing the army, though. A slight overextension here. Crossbows stand their ground, and there's that machine gun. 1.37 seconds per attack. Cleans up the front side of the engagement, and now Horsemen able to reach in. Nesta Beast being targeted. Vortex, plenty of Arbitrator left over. Numidan will at least escape with the hand cannoneers, but a lot of siege lost here. Not much really gained for it. John also just continues to chase. Love the fact that he's just continuing to just hunt this down, right? You have a lot of range on this unit, so pretty easy just tickle away at your opponent. I do not know why that shows up as plus 11 in red. I just know, wait, what? That's weird, right? Like, there's no reason to... Anyway. UI bugs. Woohoo! Numidan going to be able to push this away. This is expensive, actually. This is the thing you can't afford to lose with your Vortex, is Arbitraire. On Dry Arabia, the wood's going to last a lot longer than the gold, right? So, need to be very careful about overextending with your premium unit. Hasn't really done much to drain the reserves of Numidan in this game, though. That's kind of the frustrating thing, I think. Like, for people who are watching this game and they've had bad experiences with China, it's the fact that Numidan, even though I'd say he hasn't been very efficient in his approach to the last, like, 10 minutes, right? With the way he deals with raids, the way he looks to raid himself, realistically, what he has is a lot more resource banked up than Vortex. See if that is going to remain the case in a few minutes' time, though. Horsemen need to be careful here. Hand cannoneers are on the walls, so someone asked for it. Here it is, Numidan. With the insane 7.5 tower range, he can just stand here. He can camp this all day and all night. Siege getting sniped down the backside. John has been removed from the equation. On our way back to the fight now, but that was a heavy insta-snipe down. Numu now with the switch up himself into Horseman. I love this. This is really smart, right? Like, so far, going into Spearman, you're just slow reaction to what your opponent does. You clean them up, but he does damage. Now, you have a unit that can raid yourself, and you're kind of being cost-efficient about the gold issue. Allows you to afford hand cannoneers without running out. Spin those hand cannoneers. They're going to start to dominate these engagements unless Vortex can find an answer to them quick. Arbitraire are going to hold on the backside of this. Valorous Inspiration should be coming off cooldown soon. But you have to wipe this entire army. Like, if you cannot get rid of all these hand cannoneers, Numidan can afford this for several more minutes easy peasy. If you somehow clear out this 23, that's going to be pretty much like 2/3 of his gold reserves gone. I'd actually love to see one of these players just peel a few units and go south right now. We've just got this sudden grinder on the north side, right? I think realistically, Numidan can afford to do this longer, though. Look at Vortex's gold now. This fight is burning him. It's not pretty, it's not clean, but it is killing Vortex. And if you can't keep building Arbitraire in the late game as Jeanne d'Arc, you've already lost. Like, your Civ thrives or dies upon this unit. Right now, the hand cannoneers extra range with the bombards. Although the numbers are still maintained at 50, the fact that there's barely any gold left for Vortex is what is scaring me. Okay, no, ignore that. Wait, what? All right, ignore me. I'm blabbing. He never pulled the gold out. He has almost 10,000 gold sitting there. Good God. This game is not going to end soon, is it? Meat Grinder continues. I mean, you're still up against a Civ that has 2k gold a minute. And I think if we're being totally realistic about this, try not to be too glib, but like, you're just going to die eventually, right? Like, unless you do something other than a Meat Grinder, I don't see how you ever are going to beat Numidan with this play. Vortex. Maybe more production further forward could help him here, but a lot of his units are coming from far away. Like, the archery ranges aren't as important. One other reason why I really like Arbitraire as the be-all end-all for Jeanne d'Arc is the consecrations. Like, if we check back at home, we should have a lot of archery ranges. Maybe not. I guess it's mainly the stables they prioritized. We've got a few over here, but like, there's some decent savings coming in. Are you kidding me right now? Numidan. This is very important, right? Because they've only got small clusters of trees nearby if they get pushed off this area. So really crafty of them to play north side of this tree line, just out of vision of the Horseman. Vortix starting to break through. Hand Cannoneers are now in range, but unless Vortix targets them, these A-clicks are just going on the Horseman and cross and spears, right? I'm gonna speed this up a bit. This is a non-stop meat grinder. Until I see one of them make a different move, we are just watching them go back and forth. And we're just anticipating, predicting who's going to route resources first. Vortix did finally pull the trigger on the Guildhall. He's got to spend a lot of gold soon. Arbitrary count is down under 40. Bombards are starting to move up. And it looks like Vortix is choosing to just prioritize additional horsemen here. Odd choice when you're up against this many hand cannoneers and spears, actually. Mangoes, I'd understand. Right, Mangoes hiding behind tree lines, maybe. But this feels neglectful. God, he's adding in spears. I think Vortix is losing this. Raid finally came in. There we go. That's what we're waiting for. That's why he's losing. So Horsemen are going to hit the backside again. This is what we needed to see out of Vortix the last few minutes, actually. It's the thing that has kept him looking in control of this game. So nice hit at the backside. Some Spearmen are going to react to start clearing this up, but still, is chipping away. Numenor is probably going to go from about 3.5k food income down to about 2.8, 2.7, and that would put them more aligned with each other, right? Which is what Vortix needs for this meat grinder to ever work. Crash towards the sacred site again. Spearman count is not high, but the Nestipes, oh no. It's only one, but one is really all you need to scare the living hell out of your opponent here. And this game is starting to fall apart a little for Vortix, right? That raid was nice, sure, but look what's happening now. Stonewalls are going up. His options are becoming more limited, and also he's now losing these consecrated buildings. These are not things you can rush to replace, remember. You have to wait a specific amount of time to get extra charges. So this just starts to feel like a loss, a permanent loss as your game goes on. Bombards continue the assault. Hand Cannoneers basically frontlining now, but the Arbitrary count is not exactly scary. We do see the Valorous Inspiration being used. This is the point where Numenor could consider backing up, and it is worth doing so. The Arbitrary don't have enough damage to kill Siege, right? Like, not instantly. It take a very long time. So the best thing you can do is whenever you see this glow come up, pull away. Just walk away. You've got Yuan, so it's very easy to do. And now when it runs out, just turn and burn. Dude. How is it Vortix pulled out 10,000 gold from his Guildhall a few minutes ago, and Numenor now already has more gold? This is just crazy. Man. So how does Vortix now recover this? Because this is just gradually trending towards an outright loss. I think you need to maybe consider putting some of that resource into Knights instead of Horsemen. Just individual units that hit a lot harder when they go raiding the enemy eco. Keep Horsemen for these engagements, but send Knights into the enemy base. Something that will kill the villagers quicker. Srills now trying to snipe out Jean. An ambitious idea here. Not doing great damage. Despite the fact she's a siege unit, that's not how it works, right? The damage is calculated as range, so you're still facing up against a 60% range reduction. But it does some damage, so it's not a bad idea, right? Especially with the attack speed. Gonna hit the speed up as they've reset again. And it looks like we are actually getting mass horsemen from Numenor now. A lot of them building up. This is interesting, actually, because so far, like this game, for 47 minutes, the storyline has been, why does Numenor not just attack the economy of Vortix? Well, he may have just heard us, folks. He's on the move in a game where Vortix isn't able to hold on to any reserve food here. He's putting it all into constant production. So a small hit here, unallow, say, 3 farm clusters is exactly what Numenor would need to get in. Getting in, Vortix keeps the gap open. A few horsemen are going to ride around, but underneath the Great Wall Gatehouse, and with reinforcing horsemen, this could easily be chased down. What's important is the choke point. Needs to be a flood through that never stops. Divine Restoration gets pumped. Valorous Inspiration has also been used here, but it doesn't look like it's going to be good enough. Has to back away. Half his troops were not even juiced up by that. Mainly because of the positioning of Jean here. Pulls her way too far back. And Oh man, is that a big disadvantage? So Vortex, he got tricked there. The moment he queued up the Valorous Inspiration, the target fire came in, and he had to pull back. And folks, Valorous Inspiration is only a circle around John, so if she has to run away, your army is no longer being buffed. Vortex may have just lost the game. Oh man, that's brutal. Horseman on the backside did a little bit of damage, nothing too crazy here, but really what matters now is that Vortex is stuck in a meat grinder that he cannot provide enough patty for to build burgers anymore. Clearly, I'm in a hungry mood. And Numidon, well, he basically just has the recipe for the Krabby Patty here, right? Like, the economy's got the backside here. He's hoarded up 11,000 gold. He's got good enough food income to keep pumping. There's no realistic world in which Numidon runs out of gold before Vortex runs out of wood. At least wood that he can safely access. And this is what I want from Numidon. I think like the way he played this game, I want to say it was kind of unnecessary at certain points. Like, yes, you have to be the defender, but realistically, these raids should have happened sooner. Had they happened sooner, this could have been maybe a 35-minute, 40-minute win. So although I'm expecting Numidon to now take the dub in game one, what has me worried for him in the rest of this series is what I highlighted at the beginning of the game. Where is that killing blow? Like, where is that decisive mentality that just says, it's time to go, it's time to win? He's finally seeing it now when it's obvious, when the writing's on the wall, right? But this is just one game. Game that turns into a meat grinder. In a series where Numidon, a lot of the civs he's drafted, I'm not expecting to get to this late game as easily. Now that he's here, I think this is undeniable. Another keep goes down. Vortex running out of defenses quickly. We're going to hit the 2-timer. See if he can get one more army together to try and man a defense. I'm not really expecting much here, though. Archery Rangers have been getting sniped out. Reinforcing units are just dying as they come out. And food still remains a critical issue for Vortex in this game. Villagers now running around. What? Wait, are they here for the trees? I mean, that could just be death. Numidon is about to get hit by another raid, but the reality is, with his goal being what it is, as long as he has at least half of his food workers, he shouldn't be running out here. And yeah, I think we highlighted the idea of trade earlier for Jeanne d'Arc. Vortex just didn't think he needed it. I think he relied on the Guildhall a bit too much, but he just didn't respect what these hand cannoneers have been doing the entire engagement. I mean, the way I look at these late game fights, Numidon can more or less A-click them. Vortex has to be elegant in the way that he uses his abilities on Jean, in the positioning of his troops. Like, every single detail matters. Like, Valorous Inspiration right here, this is you in desperation mode, right? Like, you don't want to have to use it for just 20 arbitrary. It's simply a case of you can't wait any longer. Jean is going to be able to back away before she gets insta-sniped. Little interesting detail, by the way, folks. Bombards are actually the best thing to take down Jean. Their damage counts as siege, so Jean's resistance does nothing. And GG, because Jean will not be able to resist this. Game one will be a win for Numidon. Something that he desperately needed in this tournament, right? Like, his group stage has been looking ugly. And what a player to take it from. Vortex, definitely one of the most challenging opponents in the group. Numidon finally comes to life when it starts to matter most. The question now is whether he can remain alive or if he's just a zombie tricking us. Let's get ready for game number 2. So let me pull up the data now. Next up, Numidon, I don't think he's going to use the Ottomans. We're probably looking at... You can't go English, right? You have to go Abbasids, game 2. And then Vortex... If you know you're up against Abbasids, I actually quite like Japanese there. I think Japanese handles Abbasids quite well. You want to save the Malians for the English, right? And then Mongols might be your better hope against the Ottomans, because I don't think like Japanese do very well against Ottomans. So let's have a look here. So we just had game 1. Oh, sorry, Holy Island's in. Yeah, it's definitely Japanese. Japanese versus English then, right? Yeah. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Interesting. I didn't realize they drafted Holy Island. I thought that would have been banned. One or two players, I think, have started to wake up and started to ban Holy Island away from the Spanish Bros because they want it. They have this very elegant approach to their draft where typically they'll lock in the Delhi and the Japanese by banning one or the other. And it's proven very successful so far. But We'll see how it does against the English. You know, I think I was saying if there's one civ that maybe stands a chance of dealing with the Japanese on Holy Island, possibly the English with a focus on land. Let's see if it works out. Let's hop into the second game of this best of 3. Numidan, a surprising match point starter for him up against Vortix, but now Vortix with a powerful civ capable of evening this up. 2 villagers immediately. Oh, sorry, 1 villager. Interesting. Sometimes they pull 2. So it's going to be 1 villager pulling out to drop the dock now. Other side of this, Numidan's going to do the same. So no rush towards Fuel Age coming out from Numu. And we haven't got a Rax opener because they've gone onto water. A little bit surprised by this. I figured if this was going to work, if there was any value in the English here, it would be off the idea of either the Dark Age Men-at-Arms or it was going to be off of the play into some sort of villager shortbow outpost rush. Maybe Lombos as a rush, but this to me feels neglectful by Numidan. I think if you went for a Rax, sent a Men-at-Arms across here, just camped 1 on each gold line, you could ruin Vortix's day. Instead, you're choosing to contest fishing with a civ that is just better than you at this, right? Like, it's actually, this matchup is like the most clear for fishing, where the Japanese get this ridiculous discount, right? It's like 40%. As the English, you get a 10% discount on your building, on your ships. Now, that's going to matter for the English as the game goes on, and feudal it just is better for you, right? The negative of what's about to happen here is that the Japanese are going to have more fishing boats and a quicker tech timing into feudal. So that's a disadvantage for you. It means the English aren't getting one of the strongest points in the game first. One thing that I'm curious about in this game, though, is whether we're going to be looking at Koka Townships, because the Koka Township up against the English, it feels like the worst matchup possible to build Shinobi into, right? Like, your opponent can get longbows quite easily. They always end up dropping the Council Hall. Maybe Vortix does it as a gamble, hoping that it's going to be an Abiv Kings build here. And I don't feel like Kura Storehouse is that much more valuable for you. So, yeah, it is going to be the Koka. Okay, we'll remain on the 5 times until we are into feudal for both. But you see the difference I'm talking about here. Like, remember, we're on 2 times speed now, and look at how long this is going. Vortix is already halfway towards Koka done. Numidan hasn't even started the landmark yet. This is the power of the Japanese. When you're this many fishing boats in, the savings they've made, 7 fishing boats, saving 30 on each, that's 210 resources less. Council Hall now on the way for Numidan. So the first Shinobi is going to be out before the Council Hall is complete, right? That is a decent advantage. That could allow you to block out the dock. Looks like Numidan already anticipated this, though. Second dock is coming in. Very smart. Might even be worth considering a 3rd dock just to guarantee that you can't be blocked out by Shinobi spam. But I'd argue like a few longbows can achieve a similar thing to what a 3rd dock would do here. And then it gives you a pivot, right? Like, you're killing the Shinobi that threaten you, and then also you have a way of raiding land. Second dock also already dropped for Vortix. A lot more fishing being added in. Interesting question, actually, about the Kura Storehouse. Isn't the Kura Storehouse good if you just clog it and get wood for water? Yes, but the issue is you're going to clog it so much, you're going to be missing out for about 5 minutes before you get passive wood. On top of that, you have this awkward issue where you've just given up one of your biggest advantages on water hybrid maps, which is sabotaging, disabling your opponent from producing. And yes, Gully is correct that you have the extra range. It used to be Admiralty, but yeah, there you go, over there. 500 resources to get the extra range. But there's multiple issues here. 1, it's 500 resources, for the love of God. 2, there's still the issue of economy. Your economy is just so much worse off in the first 10 minutes than the Japanese on water hybrid maps. Shinobi, looks like he's going to get sniped out there. So that was unfortunate. Vortix, to gain range to sabo the dock, he actually had to use Shinshin, which means the 1 longbow, 2 longbos now, 1 to kill him, was able to clear that up with the assistance of the Springald. Once we're at like 3 or 4 lombos, Vortix can't play Shinobi anymore. In fact, what's more interesting is... Oh my... Dude. He's going Castle Age. Right? No. The way he's macroing... I like it. I actually really like it here. I think it's really smart because Numidan is already shown his hand, right? He's added Lombos, he's added Brax. He built 1 or 2 military vessels here, but he's still behind you on fishing, right? He has to add in more. Like, you've got 8 versus 13 now. Make that 15 fishing boats for the Japanese. Okay, this is a wild build, and I love it. Vortex might have to drop stables to build 1-2 horsemen. Might not even care about it though, right? Like the way that his base is laid out, he has perfect room here and here for the floating gate and the building he wants to drop off into, which is gonna likely be Onibagisha here. Also love the way that Vortex has chopped the tree line. Notice that he's already shifted a few trees in. Needs to shift these people back across. Your goal is basically to just get deep so that the English Lombos can't reach in because they can see you. And double outpost here, of course, already able to get arrow slits, courtesy of the fact that when you gather gold, you get stone. Now, this is actually a sick build. Numidon has to be seething at this. Like, when he sees this replay layer, I would not be happy if I was him. Like, with what my opponent has done to me, the fact that I got baited, I thought it was going to be water. At this point, Numidon's probably, like, a little bit paranoid about what's happening on water. I'd say the mistake from Numidon in this game is the fact that he hasn't even looked to find out what the hell's going on. I just realized, sorry, I had not pressed insert, so when we switched colors, switched size, the colors were getting weird. Dude, this is crazy. And Vortex now, because it's going to show military on C again, Numidon's going to get paranoid, right? He won't attack. He'll just stay here and guard. I feel like Numidon's issue is like his own predictable style is being used against him. It's weird as well because like on land map, on the ladder rather, what I've been seeing out of Numidon, he's a very aggressive player. He understands how to gap close. He understands win condition timings. But in the tournament games we've watched so far, I'd say he's been more complacent. He's been a little bit too chill. I don't know if that's because he's showing a bit too much respect to Vortex, one of the greatest players we have on Holy Island, right? Like his approach to Navy warfare is insane. But whatever it is, it's looking like it's going to cost him game number 2. Flown get out in the way. Stables as well. I mean, it could have been Onibagisha, but like, why not Mountain Samurai here, right? Your opponent has a handful of spearmen, a little ragtag group. He's nowhere near castle himself. His eco is less impressive, right? He's got, what is this, 8? Wait, really? 8 fishing boats compared to 18. Oh my. This is going to be a quick one. I think that this is, right now, 95% favored to Vortex. He'd have to make some pretty big blunders with his ships to lose now. Also, keep in mind with the extra stone he's now gathering, he can start getting arrow slits. In fact, yeah, dude. This is another thing why Japanese, like another reason why Japanese is OP on Holy Island, is that detail there. He already has the arrow slits, courtesy of the fact he was gathering gold. Both on land and at sea, right? Has those defenses. Villagers. I'm going to start torching away at this. Not really the most necessary of things here. I think just gathering extra gold makes a lot more sense. Like, one Mountain Samurai can actually kill all this, guys. It's free spearmen. Oh, Numidon, no, not like this, dude. Anything but like this. Spearmen are basically already dead. This Mountain Samurai, with his brother now here, can clear this all up. So Numidon is about to lose land. It ain't even going to be close. Ram is at least moving in, but Mountain Samurai can now finish that off. The melee vulnerability, that's going to be quick. Quicker than it can kill a Forge. And now they're pushing on C. Vortex is going to realize that Numidon's strong there, so don't overextend, but now you just turn it into a land spam. Oh, dude, what a surgical execution by Vortex in game 2. I think what we've seen here, game 1 to game 2, is Vortex fully understanding what his opponent's going to do. Like, the importance of playstyles can never be stated enough, actually. Like, that has been the deciding factor here. I don't think Vortex would have tried this exact build against, say, Marine Lord or maybe like a B, a player that he might expect to take like a more offensive stance on water. But against a player like Numidon, who I would say is more towards the turtly end of the spectrum, this was a perfect read. And yeah, this game is basically done. It's just, you know, it's in the oven. You know when like you're cooking a pizza and like it looks done, but you're like, I'm pretty sure the pizza's cooked. I'm going to give it 2 more minutes just to be safe, though. I want to make sure it's baked. That's what's happening here. Numidon wants full confirmation that this is over. He might as well try to make a play on C and see what happens. He ain't going to like the outcome, though. King's Pass now on the way from Numidon. He would need to clear up the ships entirely. The fishing is just too big right now. Arislitz is there, and yeah, that should be enough to scare Numidan away. On land, Vortex is just waiting for the transition now. So second Yorishiro actually is going to go into the TC, so he's scaling land eco. I've got a feeling that Numidan's about to lose water. Unless he can hit a miracle shot with the double demo. His fishing is just underwhelming though, right? Like, yes, he's got King's Pass coming in, but realistically, the eco lead is just insane now for Vortex. Does need a new dock down here just to be a bit more efficient. The fishing, like, you know, was kind of weird for both players in this one, the locations at least. Now pushback continues. Dude, no Navy upgrades either, by the way. Like, he doesn't even care. Vortex sees an opportunity to go here. Archer ships going for the shots. Explosives are going to be kept away. On land, the Mountain Samurai are not making their move, but the Shindos most definitely are. 2 more relics already on the way home. And Numidan, I mean, dude, like, what's your play now? You don't have demos to get in. Archer ship count's too high. Vortex is now queuing up mass demos. This is about to be a loss on sea. And a quick follow-up of a land loss as well for Numidan. 2 demos have been queued, but with 3 Archer ships left over, I just don't see how you're able to push this back. Unfortunate game from Numidan. Looks like he's going to have to look towards the game number 3. And, you know, we've got some interesting options there, right? We highlight the fact that there is still the Ottomans, there is the Abbasids as well. We're likely looking at Ottomans. The question mark is going to be, what's Vortex's reaction? Is it going to be Malians or is it going to be Mongols? I've got a feeling it might be a Mongol pick. Did we get Mongolian Heights in their draft? Let me check, because the way they've drafted, it's Bridges. Okay, Bridges is the 3rd map that's going to be coming up. Yeah, Mongols makes a lot of sense there. Then I could actually see Mongols being pretty effective. We already saw like Magic show how you can try to trade there to really force your opponent to react, and that would screw over the Ottomans, actually, is if the trade's going on. The way you can position to protect trade and hit your opponent's base is dangerous. So, Numidan, another thing that worries me is, like, you're going to be up against one of the most aggressive civs in the game, and you're going to be playing a greedy style. How's that going to work out? Because so far in this series, it may have got you a win in Game 1. It definitely did not get you a win in Game 2. I'm a bit hesitant to what it's going to do to you in the 3rd, but we're going to find out. GG comes through. We are now drawn up 1-1 apiece. And we will be having a deciding match here on Bridges between the Mongols and the Ottomans. And I really do hope, I'm praying for him, because I really want Numidan to actually deliver some impressive performances. So far this series, like, what I've seen from him is a very turtle hesitant approach. You could argue that Ottos can do that, but I disagree. On a map like Bridges, where there's a trade post against a civ like the Mongols, with a setup that can allow them to quite easily protect half that trade route at least, I think you need to find a way of matching aggression, of being present. It might be that you're just not able to do that with a pick like Ottomans. Ottomans, in theory, if they have enough time into that feudal age, they can outdo the Mongols. But the problem is you don't have time. When trade is happening, the Mongols, they're basically winding that clock and reminding there's only 60 seconds left. So you need to move quick about shutting it down before it outscales you. Maybe Numidan's way would be to set up trade himself. Remember, you have got the Sultani trade network, which just got buffed. But the difference is you will not get full distance trade like the Mongols can. Let's find out, though. It's time for the deciding game between these two. 1-1 apiece. Game 1. Making up, what? 80% of the length for this video. Game 2, a very quick one. Game 3 will be one or the other. If it's a long game, it's a win for Numidan. If it's a short game, it's a win for Vortex. Let's get into the action. So, spawn-wise, looks like we've got gold on the forward. Gold. If Numidan wants to be greedy, he's going to have to set up outposts to defend this, which is going to mean he has less answers to the trade on the north side. His stone is at least safe. That's not too bad. And it's going to be the military school opening. So the reason why he's doing this is because, logically, most Mongol players are going to go for a Rax drop. So you need Spearman to mirror Spearman, right? But I don't feel like you want to double down on this. I've seen some players add in Raxes as well. It just doesn't really make much sense here. Not without water, right? So, like, the only reason I think you'd want Rax is if you don't want to drop an outpost to protect the gold. We'll see which way he wants to go. Vortex is going for that Rax drop. The issue, by the way, is like if you want to turn this into a meat grinder of spear versus spear, it comes down to a race of who has more sheep. So that's going to be the most important detail. In a game where your deer is also forward spawning, it's not something you can access, but Vortex can access his, right? So like the way I see this matchup going on spear spam is typically like the Mongols are just going to have the advantage and you're simply building enough spearmen to defend. It's different to when you see water maps because that's when all of a sudden you're able to get a bit of fishing in there and you have the life to this. And Numidan is going to be that Rax play. So we're going to keep a very close eye on sheep count here because this could simply decide this entire matchup. If they're neck and neck on sheep count, you favor the Mongols because the Uvu stone. If there's a lead of 3 sheep at least for Numidan, he can spam more sheep to contest his opponent. So there's a move mirrored on the north side. Numidan, this is actually a great rotation. He's getting a decent number of sheep off the map. Vortex made a mistake here. He dove past to try and go to the back of the base, and it looks like he wasn't rewarded for it. Usually you see the most sheep in this little area here. Interestingly enough, both of them missed a crap ton down here. So there's still 5 sheep to be claimed on the south side. Wow. The crazier part still, folks, is the fact that the only play that I expect to see them is Vortex. Numidan might scout too, but the 3 over here, Numidan more or less ran there already, right? Like, if you check his vision on the map and where he hasn't looked, that's a tiny area to cover. Vortex is more likely to dive back there. He would have seen that scout rotation around the back by Numidan, right? Like, he just saw him coming across. So, Vortex most likely should be looking to drop off sheep and heading towards the center. Vortex already getting the gold. Dude, what? Oh my god, he baited him. He freaking baited him. Oh, that is so smart. You smug son of a gun. Vortex, he dropped the Rax, and the scout came by and saw it complete. So Numidan built a Rax. He's built the military school already. He's spamming Spearman, and now he can't do anything with it because in this matchup, remember what we said, the Mongol player has momentum on early spear count. So you have to stay at home as the Ottoman player. Staying at home may have just killed him. Because Vortex didn't build a single damn spear. He just went onto the gold straight away and got what he needed. And now, when this hit comes in from the Spearman, it's going to be too late to actually do anything. Oh, that is so sick. And, you know, like, the important part, by the way, is he built that Rax really early on. He completely built it. He didn't, like, cancel it. Like, you know, someone's saying this is a Mr. move. Mr. does it sometimes, but sometimes what he does instead, he starts to build it and cancel it, right? That's not what this was. This was like, complete it, leave it there, boom. Because if you didn't complete it, if Numidan scouted by, he might be a bit more hesitant about doubling down. But because he saw it complete, his logical reaction was unlimited spears. He's at least going to get a villager for his troubles. Vortex very slow on the reactions there. A little bit surprised that happened. But even with 1 villager death, the tech lead now, the fact you can get into archers, the fact that you've now got all these spearmen you can clear up, and the fact that you'll then have access to trade afterwards is a grand old problem for Numidan. Oh, man. And what can you do about this? Like, you can't even dive in to kill the Rax or archery range because it's too close to TC. You could try to go for the Uvu, but you're not going to be quick enough to stop archers coming out. In fact, nice read there. Vortex sends out 3 villagers. He should be able to get at least 1 pump of double archers, if not 2. He can even try to pull a repair off here to just ruin this entirely. Numidan behind this is not going to be trying that trade we talked about. It's going to be the Twin Minaret Madrasa. Makes a lot of sense. I think the stupidity of the Sultani trade network and why it doesn't work is it's the building you're trading to, right? It just doesn't feel great because it means you're not getting full distance compared to the Mongols. Their version, not only does it make it cheaper to build their traders, but they can also move the building to the corner. All right, Spin going to go back up. Vortex has been forced to go into archers. Numidan's reaction here should be to drop stables upon tech up. The problem is his tech up is so bloody late. His horseman timing, his supply timing is going to be pretty bad here. Vortex is even spamming in spears. Dude, this is such a sick build. I love this build so much, man. The spearmen now are uncountered. Numidan, reality is you have to go towards Sipahi here. Like, logically, your brain's like, oh, Sipahi. But if you don't build archers, this is over. He has no outposts up. The Mongol outpost is now on the way. I can't... Dude, this delayed Mongol outpost rush is sick. This is such a creative build by Vortex as well. Silver Tree is now going to start pumping traders. So gold is now a problem for Numinon. It is going to be the stables drop. Unfortunately for him, it shouldn't have been the stables drop. He just doesn't know it yet. He saw the racks earlier. He never saw a spearman out of it. But Vortex is hiding these spears behind the tree line while the archers keep everything else away. Outpost. Third of the way done. Archers are going to start contesting this. Spin move in. Chase on to the villagers. Upgrades at least coming in for Numinon spears. But these archers are the real problem. He has no answer to. And he already built the stable. This is rock in a hard place. No, that doesn't do it justice. This is between a boulder and a hard place. That hard place being what feels like a spike pit right now. Numinon back fully up against the wall now. Spearman left to guard this outpost. Archer's going to keep a blocker on the wood. I mean, there's nothing that Numinon can gather here. He has no wheelbarrow. He's going wide to try and get on the tree line now, hoping that vision was dodged. But we're reaching a stage where this game could just already be over. If this outpost goes up on the west side, it's GG. And I mean truest GG. I don't mean pull 20 villagers, it'll all be okay and sing a lullaby to yourself. It's 8 archers, it's 5 spearmen. Numinon, he only has 2 Sipahi, 7 spears. Traders are at least going to be intercepted by 2 of those 7 spears. But now an archer's going to go up there to deal with it. And that means you're going to have even less military influence. It looks like Sipahi on the way as well, but I don't think the trade matters. Your base matters. Okay, this is crazy. Right now, Numinon has sent 20% of his army north side to defend. You can't do that here. Villagers are now being sniped. Army is looking pretty underwhelming, and Sipahi, yeah, move them away before they die. Every unit is critical here. Now Sipahi's at least going to get a pick, but Archer plus Spear on the way this time. Army in your base is still big enough as well. Numinon, dude, I want to vomit looking at this. 6 wood, 10 gold, 1 stone. Have you ever seen a player look so starved? Another outpost coming up. I'm sorry, what year is this? 2024 or 2021? This is literally just an old school outpost rush from the Mongols. On a delay, right? The genius of this is the way that he baited his opponent and waited until feudal age. This is the type of game where you get in it. This happens in your pub game, you don't even hang around. You've already gone back to the lobby, right? Like, to play back into this, like, you've already made a critical error that feels almost unrecoverable. Now, the army is at least going to intercept the trade defense force, but what is your economy doing? Definitely not working, that's for sure. Oh, man. 5 eco losses on both sides, but it's traders versus villagers, right? Villagers having more flexi at this stage in the game. It's going to dive towards the goal, but that's not going to work. And Sipahi's also out here with the meta, right? So the Sipahi at home do not have that attack speed aura. They do not have the ranged arrow armor upgrade. They have nothing. In fact, speaking of ranged upgrades, I'm pretty sure if Vortex just drops a blacksmiths, gets steeled arrow, this is over. Because Numinon has no gold access, right? So he has no tech upgrades. These Sipahi are very tanky, sure, but you know, you run into a line of archers peppering you down with +1 arrows, you're not going to feel so tanky anymore. Oof. Freebies being thrown around here. Sipahi are going to just try to counter the archers, but this is a bad, bad trade for Numu. Sipahi just trying to poke a prod with 6 spearmen in there. There's just no good trade to be had here. The only good trade is the traders that don't fight back. Everything else just feels like a brutal loss. Numinon now shifting north side. But the Khan knows. And that is going to be Numinon once again running for his life. Archer's shots coming in from the outpost here. Another outpost on the way. And that is it. GG called. The series will end with what feels like your classic 2021 outpost rush. Oof. why we need another stipulation. It's already over. I mean, we talked about this like yesterday. The idea of like we call it when it's over, but like we can still explain like what's happening. Oof, brutal series though, man. I don't know. Like to me, I think the issue I'm seeing there. I'm going to call that one, this player needs a killer instinct. Okay. Hillberry's needs... Oh, no. Is it the type of thing that makes his toes curl? And weird noises come out of his mouth. Okay. So what series? Let me move that series across. So we just had Vortex versus Numadon. I think we said we couldn't do Wham versus Anatand. Is this series over? Yeah, that was 3 games. And yes, the bridges can be repaired. To answer people's question, demo ships is how you would kill them in the Feudal Age. You can use Siege in later ages. So I'm thinking we could do maybe Vortex versus Cat. Or actually, let's do the B versus Avali series. Let's do B versus Avali. So let me get that ready. Maybe Rumpy. No promises for today. The goal would be to have some tomorrow, though. We'll see how it goes. It's really a case of how many people turn up, and then obviously in conjunction with that, how long we're streaming today. So we'll see how it goes, buddy. So we've got... Wait, where is it? Am I blind? We need B versus Avali. Let me quickly update this draft. Okay, so... Oh, I'm going to hit the ads. I just remembered I wasn't doing that before. Hope that you guys didn't get spammed with too many ads. Going to do 90 seconds of ads. So then we shouldn't have to worry about ads being played when we're in the B vs. Avali series. So if you guys aren't subscribed, definitely recommend subscribe if you have to worry about ads in your face now. Otherwise, enjoy the condom adverts. Yeah, I've noticed a lot of Durex adverts at the moment. I don't know what they like. Is Twitch like trying to call me out? Are they trying to say don't have a third kid? Don't have a second kid? What are they saying here? Like, I'm curious. I mean, surely, like, if Twitch has seen my adorable daughter, they're like, you should have more of these. It's in the mod for casting games. What's the mod for casting games? What's this mod? Huh? What? Rogan? So, let me get this ready then. So we got... Oh, yeah, it's the Beal account again, isn't it? We always have to remember that. Rogan? Rogan? I like how I'm an AoE forecaster. I just, like, quote AoE 2 lines. I don't know, man. You gotta give them credit where credit is due. They got some really quotable lines. I do think their Wololo is better than ours. I'll never get over Wololo. The constipated man. So, game 1 between Avali and B is going to be on Rocky Canyon. Oh no, dude. I just looked at the drafts. There's a reason why Mongols got left that late, and it's because they're actually counted. Iobids is a really good counter to Mongols. I have not seen many Mongol players beat Iobids. Avali... Wait, what is this draft, actually? Guy likes shooting stuff too much. He's got English, Shugenu, and Shugenu. This is such an Avali draft. I'm assuming Rus... Yeah, I think Rus got banned by both. B, though, dude, he's got good answers, right? Malians versus English. He's got Byzantines versus either China or Juji. And then you've got Delhi versus Chinese. Like that. Okay, if Avali can force a Delhi versus Chinese game, that's probably his best matchup here. Outside that, if you can get English versus Byzantines, maybe. I still feel like that is Byzantine favored though. I guess timings matter. So like actually realistically, you can block out his initial berries and then it's GG. Like if I look at the highest level play, Byzantines versus English, 50-50 on the previous patch. The current patch, Byzantines versus English is still 50-50. So okay, yeah. I personally favor Byzantines as the game goes on, though. I legit think, like, if you're going to win with the English there, you have to do it in the early game. The reason is if you do not beat the Byzantines before you reach Imperial, and both of you go Western Contract, which is usually what you should be doing there, I think it's the right call, unless you're trying to force a really quick Byzantine game, and instead went for the Malian Javelins. If you're Longbow versus Longbow, you just get Foreign Engineering Company. And if you have Foreign Engineering Company, like, the English just don't have an advantage. They have the network of castles, or sure, but like, you know, when you consider that you're getting all these free units and you're just getting all the olive oil effect, I rate Byzantines very highly up against the Ink. The civs in the order they have to play them? No, that's not how it works. It's simply the order they drafted them. So this Malian pick is the first pick for B. This Chinese pick is the first pick for Avali. Which is quite weird, right? To see Mongols as... Oh, sorry, no. Ignore me. I've done that wrong. It's left to right for both. So Delhi pick is first for B. Chinese pick is first for Avali. Which just, honestly just makes a lot of this so much weirder. Like, Ibid's coming here and then you going Mongols afterwards is pretty weird. Maybe Avali thought the Ibids were there to counter the English. That might be what was going through his brain. It's weird, actually, because at the moment, English are beating Ibids quite a bit. Middle out? No, it's not with this one magical cow. It's left, right, left, right. I've got the draft in front of me now. The pick order was Delhi, Byzantines, Ibids, Malians. Thank you, cow. Mwah. I'm guessing there's nothing we can do about the bans, right? I'll just keep not showing the bans. Oh, Pog. Cow's like, the longer he does this, the more it shows me up, because Cow knows I'm going to keep casting these each week. Good lad. All right, so let's get ready to go. I think we've got game one ready. And off to the races we go, one and all. Welcome back to the competitive Age of Empires for action. It's time for another best of three from the Elite Classic 2. We've got B in the orange, kicking this one off the Ibids up against Avali. As the only civ that he drafted that seems to be aggressive, the Mongols. And I'm not kidding, folks, Avali. Okay, so I'm gonna like, cover your eyes, pretend that you could not see that Avali picked the Mongols. A lot of us have seen Avali before, we know how Avali kind of drafts. If you had to name 3 civs that Avali would pick, and Rus is banned, what would they be? Maybe you'd say French might be in there, but like outside that, it's got to be like Chinese and English, right? This guy drafted Chinese, Juji, and English to go with his Mongols. On the other side, gotta say B got the better side of the draft here. Getting his hands on the Delhi, the Byzantines, Ibids, and Malians. I already love this first game, by the way, for B. This is a really smart read on the draft. Rocky Canyon is the opening map. Avali's most likely pick is going to be either, I'd say, English or Mongols here. You can play Juji, but it requires a certain specific matchup. This is a really smart read to go into Ibids. Ibids right now are dunking on the Mongols. Like, honestly, it's like watching Kobe just dunk on a 10-year-old on a basketball court. It's not even close, because what the Ibids do on this map, they just unravel you. They still get their fast castle timing very effectively. It's practically impossible to block them out. And then once they get that fast castle timing, and if you're trading, which you're probably going to be trading, because why wouldn't you be trading in Rocky Canyon, your Camel raids from the Ibids just slaps everything. So really the only way you can win this with the Mongols is early plays like this, and this early play is not going to work out as intended. Villagers are pulled to deal with the outpost. Great read here by B. Forces the cancel, even gets the shivs out for the villager. He's going to have to pull a few injured away. Khan is trying for the dive in here. Will get it. So nice little stab there. Avli, good start. But he needs this outpost up. This is step 1. You need to complete step 2. B has yet to gather enough gold to... Okay, he does have enough for his Steel Arrow upgrade if he wants to go Blacksmiths. But he's going for the Desert Raider. And this is a problem. That's a 20 HP villager. Avli needs to position perfectly to stop this Desert Raider. Here we go, B. Rallies to the left side. This is such an advantage. Oh, no. No, 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 no. Avli, not like this, not like this. Moving in, strikes him low, and now he just needs to whip out the bow for one shot. If he just touches it, just a little lick, it's going to be dead. Oh, God, this is so awkward. Avli. Surely you just send villagers in. Yeah, yeah, just go. The villagers are aggroing right now. The Desert Raider can just dive on in here. And there we go. Avli, it's a outpost. Oh, man, B, the patience there. Threaded the needle, 5 HP left on that Desert Raider, but mission accomplished. Avli now just has to go for the Silver Tree. Desert Raider is going to die off. Couldn't even take the sheep with him. So well played there by Avli. At least gets rid of that little threat, but... That was a wild opening, man. B had to be on the edge of his seat when he went for that villager pool, and it started to look messy. It started to look scrappy. But props to him for threading the needle, forcing that idle out, and then forcing the cancel the first time was critical. Also screwed Avli over a bit because he did spend wood on that, right? And then the damage done meant that he didn't get the full refund. B still contesting with villagers here. The spearmen are finally going to have to give up as the archers do come out. Now, you'd think that building archers would be a bad sign for the Irobids, but not necessarily. This is one of those civs that actually does scale into archers. Even though they don't have composite bows or military boot camp, it's just a civ that uses this well in conjunction with camel lancers. And because camel lancers are so expensive, you kind of just get a nice balance in your economy, right? Like all the food and gold going into camel lancer production, and then the remaining wood can be used on those archers. It's a nice 1-2 punch. I'd say it's like the most common 1-2 punch we've seen out of the Irobids so far. But although they were idled out, they are now getting access to that gold. And funnily enough, B is anticipating Keshix. He's going to drop the racks. That's a pretty smart read, actually. I don't think he scouted this out. Like, if we check B's vision, yeah, he's still around the mid-map, right? So that stables, I don't think it's been there that long. So it's a pretty smart read. It makes a lot of sense, though. We always say, if you're going to see Silver Tree, you're going to see Keshix. It's just a reality of Mongols. Keshix is the only unit that's gold heavy in the feudal age that you can build, and that's what you're getting from trade, right? And you could realistically sell the gold and just get food and wood and build spears and archers, but it feels like you're just not taking advantage of one of your biggest benefactors, right? Unfortunately, you're now going to be facing off against the Irobids, who, well, are one of the better civs in the game for going spears, that's for sure. I actually think, by the way, as the game goes later and later, the best unit for Irobids is spears, funnily enough. Phalanx plus the Mamluk's Bravery, giving you 25% damage increase and movement speed, is incredibly powerful on just normie spears. Silver Tree. B. Okay, he doesn't go for the block. That's surprising. Did he see that? It looks like he saw it because there was a little bit of aggro behavior there. So instead of actually blocking out the Silver Tree from deploying, he looks for a raid opportunity. Unfortunately, there's already Spearman Garrison inside here, so we'll not be able to dive in. I mean, surely you just block out the post, right? Unless, hear me out, you're B, you're about to get Lancers, your opponent is going to start building traders. Why would you block the Silver Tree so that he built more land units, when instead you could force him to build more eco units by allowing this? I'll have to see, Scout. Maybe not. Oh! No. Okay, so he doesn't want this trade to go up whatsoever. Instead, he just wanted the Lancer, he just wanted the Desert Raider, rather, to force a fight with the Keshik. A fight that a Keshik won't win, by the way. Like that, I don't even know why Avli's trying this right now. You'll never beat a Desert Raider in melee form with one Keshik. Other two Desert Raiders already being pushed away by the spears. Awkward fight. This Khan also just having an awkward time trying to fight this. Finally, the next Keshik's going to come out, so the Desert Raider's going to get cleared up. But meanwhile... So you can kind of tell how long this has been happening by the fact that, like, what? You attack every 2 seconds, right? So every 2 seconds you attack for about 10 damage, it's attacked. It's attacked what? Almost 30 times? Like 25. So this Silver Tree has been stuck like this, unable to deploy after reaching this location for well over a minute. We're about like a minute and 20 seconds now. This is so brutal. Think about what that difference is, by the way. A minute and 20 seconds? Wow, that's basically like most of your tech up as the Irobids. Growth Wing on the way. And B, Crafty. Look at this. He left most of the berry patches. He only exhausted one, so well played there. He's going to get so much extra safe food. That's a really smart call when you're up against mass Keshiks, because it now means that you don't have to play out into the deer outside your base, right? You can just play close to the TC. And you're going to benefit from an extra 500 food here. Khan should at least be able to snipe down the scout. It's always a bloody annoying thing, actually, about dealing with the Khan, is this factor. Like, once he gets you low, there's no getting away. So, Scout is going to die. But he already has stables, right? So, realistically, you can build another one. But you know what the funny part about playing the Irobids is, guys? And let me know if you knew this. Like, let me know on YouTube. Just like, I'm curious. Like, you know, let me know in the comments. Say you did or didn't know. Same on Twitch. I feel like a lot of people don't realize this. Camels have more vision than standard cav, right? Like they see a little bit more, from what I've been saying. Like usually, I think knights will see like here or whatever. So it's really nice with the camels. They have a bit more vision. Lancers are the ones that have. I haven't checked Desert Raiders. Desert Raiders look like they might not. Then again, it kind of feels like they do. But Camel Lancers have like an extra tile worth of range in their vision. Which makes sense if you think about it. It's a balanced choice because for Camel Lancers to be good, you need them to charge from a long distance. So that's why they have the extra vision. But it means that like this Civ, when playing Cav, can afford to be blind on scouting more so than other Civs. What's going up? B, this is ambitious. Yeah, so there you go. You see the vision? I mean, funnily enough, you can see villages when this is close to you. But like on the other side of this, look at that. The Desert Raider clearly sees more. Looks like going to be shut down the wall there. B, a little bit of a gluttonous mistake. Now, the Growth Wing means he has got extra villages, so he can kind of afford that. But not really the way you want to spend your tech up advantage, throwing it away to a few Keshiks. Yeah, bad start to this series would be with that move. Like, the opening was good, but that mistake there is not a good start for his castle age timing. Avali isn't going to be in castle quickly. I don't think you can rush it here. You need to get more Keshiks together. It's just awkward because the more Keshiks you build, the better Lancers are, right? In fact, as soon as I said that, it looks like Avali is just halting all production. Keshik raids not really finding enough after their initial little excursion. Lancers are now in play, so they'll be shifting across, targeting onto the trade. Trade, which, by the way, is literally now only just beginning. I don't think it's going to get much life to it. Still, really well played by Avali to have 7 worker kills at this point in the game. Like, he's definitely been punishing B, but the smart read to go into the Growth Wing and just completely offset that effect. Lancers, she better clear this up. Archers are not going to fare well against it. So Avali, right now, surely this should have just been buying time. Instead, he's decided he needs to keep playing in the Feudal Age. Oh, dude, I actually think this game, that Silver Tree not deploying may have just screwed Avali's game plan here. It took him an extra, what, almost 2 minutes, I want to say, to actually get that up. 2 minutes, think about how many traders you missed out on here. You build them every 21 seconds. That's 6 extra traders you could have had. That would have given you a scaling eco that would have reached up into a castle in the next minute and a half. Now instead, it gives you a vulnerability. It gives you a compromised economy that is going to be milked and killed before it even returns its cost. Lancers on the way. B, close to taking the military lead here. Definitely has the quality on his side, that's for sure. Double the army value. And Lancers uncounted because Avali, the problem is he saw archers, he didn't want to build in the spears. And it means B baited him because B didn't even rush in additional archers. Instead, he's now shifting into relic gathering. Oh, dude. Lancers now hitting onto the eco. Wallop on the villagers. Avali, slow with the reactions there, is going to lose 2. There's just not enough spears here. I mean, these Lancers can just camp here indefinitely. Archers at least going to be able to trade out up against the spears, but you know, you're building into Keshiks, you're building into Horsemen. This is a big part of why actually the Irobids will destroy Mongols on maps that have trade. when you go trade, we mentioned already you go Keshix. You're building Keshix against a unit comp that already counters you, right? Like Lancers can beat Keshix. On top of that, the Unease guarantees it. So this just felt like an ugly game for Avli. It's a shame that he wasn't able to get that starting outpost up. That would have changed everything about the course of this game. It would have idled B up for so long. But B's clutch reaction, his timing on that Desert Raider, I think that in conjunction with the scout in the corner and the Desert Raider pulling the Keshik away. If I had to highlight any detail that made the biggest difference in game number 1, it's that. That's what's put B in complete control of this game. So confident in that control as well, now playing out onto pocketed resources on both buried locations. So B definitely going to have the income to keep this Camel Lancer pump going. And I love the sneaky Ram behind the tree line. He could use the camels to assist with this, but right now he just wants to scout with them, right? He wants to see where his opponent's coming. Yeah, look at that vision. That's just insane. For a unit that's meant to be a risk of running into a spear at any moment, it is pretty powerful. Keshik. Oh, going to discover there's nothing they can kill here. This is where you just peel 1 or 2 Camel Lancers and chase them around now. Like, you have surplus. And the rest of the Lancers, they're going to go after the trade. So let's give you 1 trader down. Luckily for him, the other one's able to peel away. But unluckily for him, there's not really much else you can do here. If you're going to try to trade for the south side, I've got bad news. The wall's already up from B. Avli, how does he get out of this hole? It's a matter of buying time, right? Like, you have to essentially survive the next 10 minutes of Onslaught because that's what you're looking at here. You know, B has a slight eco lead already. You don't have trade. He's about to have 5 relics. You need to just weather the storm. The problem is, realistically, all B needs to do is just scale into archers now and add a Manjanikin. And everything Avli does is countered. Maybe Avli tries for a second TC, but that also requires your opponent not contesting you. It's possible that could happen here. Like, B might consider just going back, adding in his own TCs after the relics. But we talk about this critical point for Ibids, right? Like, after they reach Castle Age, after they gather the relics on the map, they have 2 choices. They either build 2 or 3 TCs and boom up because the game's going to go late, or they say this game is winnable in the next 5 minutes, and they put everything into army. And I think, correctly so, B is looking at this game and saying, they don't get much more winnable than this. Villagers pushed off the gold. Avli not going to have the ability to build more Keshiks to this pace. Probably a good thing for him right now because they are just underperforming. Lancers are at least going to get sniped down in small groups, but the main army is starting to form outside your base. And that's the thing right now that Avli cannot contest. Lancers on the north side just clobbering these spears. Oh my... Dude. These fights don't even look remotely close. Spearman will finally be able to at least take out 1 of these camels, but this has been expensive. Second raid now hitting the south side. I mean, we're reaching a point now where you just clown car in and start deleting the buildings. This is before B even uses all these troops, by the way. He literally has over 10 extra units sitting here doing nothing. Ram's at least going to be attacked. Spearman comes out to the micro. B, he's control grouped the units inside the Ram to different buttons so that he can pull them out quicker. That's really smart. Allowed him to get the Spearman out straight away on top of the Keshik. Tries to do it again. Of course, there are archers this time. Ram is going to go down, but guys, like, he finally realized. Imagine you're Avli right now. This is what you see. You're like, yeah, get out of my base and don't come back. What's that? What's that? What is that? And then he's just making this noise that kind of sounds like a cat screeching, but also someone dying. Avli is about to make that noise the last time this game. I mean, the Lancers, not the best of trades, but the Archers are now here, and this is a thing that he doesn't have an answer for. His Keshiks, even with level 1 Undermesh, do not even last long against this. Last Spearman just being sniped down. Keshiks, all gone. And Avli will be gone from this game 1. GG gets called. B strikes early, puts himself on match point. And we're already highlighted on the draft. This is looking fierce. Big shout out, by the way, to Mr. Cow. He did actually fix the draft. Look at that, guys. That looks wonderful. Thank you, Cow. I appreciate you, buddy. He even actually assigned the ones that had already been used so far in this series. So, game number 2. what are you looking towards here? You're probably anticipating that B is going to use either the Malians or the Delhi. Actually, who am I kidding? This is B. I haven't even pulled up his data yet. I'm going to predict it. I'm predicting it's Byzantines. I think it's Byzantines because I think B is going to be content with Byzantine versus any of these civs. And oh wait. All right, I'm gonna run ad time. So make sure you subscribe. You're about to miss this interesting detail because someone redeemed ad time. Guys, what, like, if you're going to Holy Island, what is legitimately the worst civ to pick here? Actually, no, like, all of B's civ picks look bad for Holy Island, right? I don't want to drone on about it, but he's about to play the Byzantines on Holy Island. Okay, so this civ, I have watched 3 Holy Island Byzantine games, and they all look like an absolute steaming pile of What's B's plan? I'm really not sure, because Avali, all of his picks make sense for Holy Island. The way he's drafted, now this makes a bit more sense, right? Like, I think it's still overkill to go Juji, Chinese, and English, but it kind of makes sense why Avali would have had 2 of these 3 at least, considering that English can flexy elsewhere. But Holy Island, you know, if you're not going to get the Japanese, which ban-wise, I believe was, yeah, indeed banned by both players, it makes sense why you go for the Juji. But B, going for this Byzantines on a water map. How to put this politely? I should probably just get the sensor beeps ready again. The unique Byzantine ship is underwhelming. Incredibly underwhelming. This here, the Droman, not worth it. You just get kited non-stop. So I'm curious as to what B's approach is going to be. He has at least set up a dock, but I'm wondering if this is just all-in feudal on land, as opposed to playing sea, right? Like, literally just build fishing boats and get arrow slits to defend. Because that's the interesting thing, is with this civ, remember, you do get stone from building structures. So realistically, you could actually get a kind of defensive format going here, just playing on the deep water fish close to the shore. We'll see. Other side of it, Avali has already gone for his dock drop. Should have been a little bit quicker than his opponent. Weirdly enough, no, they are mirrored, so it looks like Avali pulled his villager later here. A little bit surprising. I also think Avali had maybe less distance to run to drop a dock. This kind of looks like it. We're looking for a good meditation garden. I don't see like a crazy one. Actually, maybe here. I think this one, yeah. So, oh my, dude, are you kidding me? Yeah, it's insane. So he can get 75 stone, 25 gold, and then it would be 48 food. That is bonkers. That's post-nerf, 148 resource meditation garden. B. Let's speed this up a bit. I'm curious. I want to get like to the feudal age, because like there's no weird choices being made yet. Just some scouting rotations. B, if he does want to go for a full land-only eco after some initial aggression, he's only got 12 sheep, so it's not a crazy amount to work with, but villagers now moving out into the gold. This has to be Hippodrome, right? Like, that's the way. That's the one way I think Byzantines can make it work, is Hippodrome kind of makes a little bit of sense here. And, oh. Oops. He made a whoopsie. He didn't realize there was a gold right next to him, even though he walked to place a dock, so he should have known. Interesting system out here, by the way. I mean, it doesn't have crazy value, right? This villager's gathering quicker. That's nice, but it's one villager. You could eventually daisy chain it in, but that's a long build. And Presidium's kind of nice, but it's a 5% reduction. It's not exactly going to break the bank. Avali should be looking to break the bank soon, though. Food should be dropped off in a second. He sees it. He wants it. We are going to be getting the fattest of meditation gardens here. So here we go. Check us all in range. It is. Every single box is ticked. He almost clipped an additional stone down here. Unfortunately, that was just going to be out of range for him. Yeah, Holy Island is kind of egregious for the disgusting spawns you can get. And actually, yes, that's a fair point from Kamin. You can get the increased production speed. Note that increased production speed does not help for fishing, though. It only affects military production. In fairness, like, wait. I'm going to slow this down because I want to fully embrace whether I'm a genius or an idiot before I say it. What if he just spams full galley? All right, I'm going to stop now. But just hear me out. With the production speed, every 20 seconds at level 1, like the speed at which you can pump these out is better than the Chinese. So what if you just hide, build like 10 archer ships, get a blacksmith upgrade to the steeled arrow, and then rush your opponent? Okay, no, he's building the thing. Go game free. Go game free. I've witnessed this Droman multiple times on this map, and without droning on about it, it's bad. It's so bad it's worse than that pun. What can at least maybe help B is the fact that he's playing some land aggro potentially. He did go for the Hippodrome. Hippodrome was the correct call. You have to go Hippodrome here. Is there any sort of neutral trade? No, I don't think you murk Chuganyu into Chuganyu Mass. But Horsemen are going to be on the way. And just to show my disgust for this, there you go, guys. Like, I just can't. This is absurd. The interesting thing is actually now Avali, like, you could go second TC on land. I don't think you do that. You just use this to get arrow slits to defend yourself against any push. And B... Okay, wait, hear me out. What if he's building a Droman to try and force Avali to build into mass demos? And then you just reveal your true hand, your arch. No, it doesn't work. Like, if you saw Droman spam at you, you just build Spriggles. It's fine. Because you can kite them. Archship is going to dive in. So, well played there. Avali striking first. Galli's at least here to slowly kill him off, but these fishing boats have to be healed. So, well played by B to do that. Still, Galli should be going down. Droman in the meantime. I just... This ship is so bad. Yeah, get him. No, now you just run. On land, horsemen have arrived. I don't think we have Expillatores. No. Like, usually you wait to get Expillatores until you've got, like, 4 to 6 horsemen at least on water maps. The reason, like, it's lower on water maps, I usually say, like, 10 on land maps. On water maps, it's a case of your opponent won't have enough yet. And, oh boy, someone forgot to man the sails. I think this Droman, like, can he kill it? It's going to be tight. No, okay, Avali's lost the opportunity now. That was a little bit of a whoopsie. The way he tried to start a step it, so he turned slightly. That's not going to work. So Droman will get back in time to heal. There is a second Droman. Whoa, big boy. But wait. Okay, biggest of boys right now. Demo. Nice split there. Avali, he's going to lose one here. That's guaranteed. He'll at least keep the other alive. Land's a problem, though. Horseman forcing the spin reaction now. And Triumph is going to be activated. So here we go. We'll move into Sniper Village. Wait. Oh, no. He got stunned. Did get a worker kill still in the end, but should have been a little bit cleaner than what it ended up being. Okay, so we've only got level 2 on the system, but check the production rates now. These galleys can come out every 17 seconds. A little bit of surprise it is actually going to be Master. I can't say it without laughing. That's so bad. Alright, I'm going to just say it though. B is outplaying on land right now. The fact that the horsemen keep finding those kind of little kills is really important here. Still needs to find a lot more, mind you, but realistically, remember what he's doing here. The Triumph charges, the tickets are recharging. That's going to give him heal over time. It's kind of like when you play Knights and you cycle in the Knights to kill, and then you get Chivalry to heal them afterwards. It's a similar effect you're looking for. All right, Droman's on the move. I love how we've got the wedge formation. Demo ship almost goes down instantly. Dromans are in. They maybe, like, I'm trying to figure out whether they're better at scale. I'm just not sure they are. The problem is that hitboxes are so big that not many of them can be in range, right? That's one of the biggest issues, and then you can just get kited from there. Still, I think what B is looking for is a timing here, where he distracts with a fight that requires Avali's full attention, and then these horsemen go. And Avali right now, he's seeing them circle like sharks. He's got to be aware of this, but even when you are aware that this threat is looming, that is there, it's so difficult to always keep track of it. Especially when you keep seeing them go in and out of vision like this. Avali getting ready for an all-in maneuver here. Spiral count is pretty good. There's 4 demos, though, and he only brought 2 archer ships. Funnily enough, it's Dromans, so those archer ships should be fine, unless they walk up like that. Demos round the back here. Avali gets caught out of position. Only 1 junk left over. B pushing in with the demos, and he will get the connect in deep. Springles are able to retreat away from this, but Avali should be counting his lucky stripes. He did not lose more there. That was almost a catastrophe. Last second clutch up, but now we're about to see a castle up. Shaolin Monastery on the way. You notice B has the same option, just needs to gather the last of the gold. For the time being, he's going to take this opportunity to keep pushing into Avali's side of the map. Large ship being sniped down, though. B, going fully idle on land is not a good sign here. He's setting horsemen in 1 by 1. I think he did get a glimpse of the landmark there. Should have seen the villagers building something. So now it should just be a gather of gold and a rush up himself. In the meantime, there's going to be a counter-offensive. Spearman now moving in. You can activate the Akratoy, though, and keep these guys away pretty easily. B. B. Or you could just run. I guess that's an option, too. Horseman now going to go in. Oh, man. Dude, could you imagine if B just spotted this? I can't believe that. Imperial Official is still going to go down. Triumph is still there, right? So we could see it die. Big shout out to Always Cursing coming in with the sub. Welcome back to the Swarm, my friend. And the villagers... Oh, well, he did activate the Akratoy, but he also got baited. Is it me, or should B be going deeper than this? Like, this is wild. He's got Lombos, he's got Horsemen. Like, why be here when you could be here? I feel like there's so much more damage to be done, but instead he's focused on the housing situation of Avali. Might be the correct read. Meanwhile, in the water, a dive comes in range of the Dromans. What? Out of all the ways you can fight this, Avali may have just chosen the one way that Dromans can win. Demo is gap closing as well. B could go even deeper. Instead, Avali just stops moving. 2 boats go down. Dromans, another demo comes in. Avali, no! Oh my god. And just like that, B is now in control of the game. Triumph still activated, rushing into the base. Avali with a greedy 2 TC Castle Age timing somehow has both collectively lost land and water. I am at a loss here. Out of all the ways this could turn, out of all the civs you could lose on water to, this cannot be how Avali's series ends. It might be. Lombos, Horsemen now on the back line. 15 worker losses in total for Avali. Imperial Official count is down to none. Soon, his fishing boat count will be down to none. It's all looking thumbs up for B. This could be a quick closer. Demo ships rotating around, but B just mirroring it. And the tech up is complete, and I cannot believe I am about to utter the words. The Byzantines have won the Holy Island. But they have. It's undeniable. They've done it. Avali, he's got nothing. He's got a little bit of food left on land. He's got a berry patch, and that's about it. Docks are now going down. Oh my god. Avali, he's not even moving anymore. I think at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if we had a camera on him. His hands would probably be over his face at the humility of losing to the worst boat on water. Even galleasses have more of a relevance than this thing. But that's where we find ourselves. B now with a 17 eco lead, double the military. Avali, 0 fishing left over. Food income is not looking impressive, and although he may have pushed the Horsemen temporarily out of his base, they're just waiting for their upgrades before they come again. Dude, what a crazy game. I think Avali just was outplayed on water. It's that simple. I don't feel like this matchup should be a loss for Zhu Ji. They have some very big advantages, but you know, part of it is to B's credit, the way he played into the Lombo Horseman timing and found the entrances on land. The other part of it is just Avali getting disoriented by the multiple assaults. He just didn't seem able to react to both what was happening on sea and what was happening on land efficiently. We even saw moments where, for example, the Springwalls were just sticking in range of the Dromans. They were basically dove into at the point that Dromans were able to hit the back line with the torch damage. So you know, these details are substantial. Like Dromans, if there's one way they're going to win a fight, it's when someone else is just A-clicking and not paying attention. And that looks like what happened. I'm going to hit the fast forward. We've got a third TC coming in. I do not have high hopes for Avali's recovery here unless he can somehow get 20+ spears together. And right now, he doesn't have the food to even get 5. So, Doc's gone for good. Beat has got the entire seaside for himself. Meditation Garden is now being torched down. That is going to be a permanent loss. They have fixed the bug. You no longer get double resources when you repair. All on the flank here. Looks like the Shaolin Monk will be able to get this one back. Those two guys too heavily injured. But B, he's got Cataphracts on the way. And Cataphracts right now are uncontested. 4 crossbows, 2 spearmen. I mean, I would back the Cata to win that. Oh, dude, what a brutal one. B also now going for relics himself. 4th Monk on the way. Lombos will be able to tickle his pass guard. No undermesh. In fact, Avali is only now getting the level 1 range damage increase. Remember, he also went Shaolin Monastery, and he's going to get 1 relic off the map. Like, there's not really much to be positive about here for Avali at this stage. Maybe if he could get some Nestor Bees together. I mean, wood and gold is the 2 things he can access right now. But there's a lot of horsemen. You still need to somehow find the food for spears. Not just horsemen, folks. It's now Cataphracts, 3 of them on the way. They come out so bloody quickly when you get level 5 system. Just check the timing on this. Hippodrome pumps them out every 20 seconds. For any other Civ, that's the speed it takes to get horsemen out. And Cataphracts, just such a smart read. I think B has surgically found a way to close this game out. Cataphracts, if you guys aren't aware, is the perfect answer to Nestor B spam. You just charge over and on top of them. But they're not even going to be here in time. They're not even going to be here for the final shot of the game. Triumph gets activated. Horsemen and Cataphracts are riding in, and this is going to be it. Avali over 30 eco behind. No way back from here. B is going to make it an absolute dismantling of Avali. And no, I don't want to hear KP's wrong. Byzantines are good on this map. Don't even think about it. I'm looking at you. Oh my god. I mean, the way Byzantines win that isn't on water, I don't think. I don't think B expected that to be a sea win. That was meant to be a land win. But that, I mean, he just got torn apart, right? He got distracted. Goodness gracious. One second. I just need to send a message quickly and then we can get to the next one. Did you cover the B Zertan series? The Mongol game was hilarious. Yes, we did. That will eventually be uploaded on the YouTube side. I can tell you B wasn't the only one to do that. We also have a Louis CSO series. And we have done B Kiljadi already. Actually, I need to add the other one. I need to add that one to the list, don't I? That we just done. So we just done B versus Avali has been done. Yes, we've done, so far today, we've done B versus Kiljadi, Vortex versus Numidan, and B versus Avali. So yeah. You can check the VODs for those later, or wait for them to eventually end up on YouTube. So next up, I think we go for... maybe Vortex versus Cat? Or do we do Anatan versus Zertan? Kind of feel like a Vortex versus Cat. Let's do Vortex versus Cat. Let me get the data for that. Let me update the title as well. I I will also run ads now, so we don't have to worry about them in the game. So let me just hit that now. Subscribe if you haven't. We can keep on talking. Wink. So 90 seconds of ads, and then afterwards we should be ready to get into the game. So let me pull up Vortix's data. We can hop into another one. Devs hate Fire. I mean, it's probably a good thing, you know. I'd be a bit worried if they were really big fans of like Fire. Send a message, then we'll hop in. Okay. Drongo's doing split screen. Is he? Let's have a look. Where's the split screen? I don't see split screen. Oh. Interesting. Has he been hiring you for something, Cal? I'm curious, Cal. Did he pay you to develop a tool or something? Oh, yeah, he must. Ah, yeah, because he's got the Vizier point thing as well. Interesting. Well, I don't know when I'm going to do it. I can tell you, like, the comparison is, like, the issue is, like, for him... How to put this? The extra viewership aside, so, like, each individual game where he puts that extra reduction in being worthwhile, that element aside, the other awkward thing is, like, compared to Drongo, I don't fish for games that are bangers as much. Like, from my understanding, like, his approach is to kind of get a glimpse of what's going to be a good game and then go for it, whereas I just basically, like, for example, these tournament series, I literally just aim to cast the series and recap as many as possible. So it's a very different approach. There's the Vortex Cat series. It's like, yeah, so the idea of me, like, setting that up for literally every series... I don't know, maybe it's doable. I'd have to go back to doing the 2 PC setup to do it, though. Which isn't too much of an arse ache. It's definitely more money on my power bill per month. Whoop, whoop. Yeah, power bill do go brewer. I have some other ideas on how to add additional value on the YouTube side that I'm probably going to be looking to execute in the next 2 weeks. It'll be a very, I think it'll be, my goal will be a very different approach to that, I think. I mean, I don't know. I guess it's not too much work once you instinctually get used to doing it, but it is still kind of a pain in the bloody ass. Yeah. I could maybe figure it out. I'm trying to think. Well, some of the ideas I have is more related to, like, the content process on how things get up, like the state they get uploaded. But, like, there's definitely some things we could maybe aim to do on live. Like, I think, namely, one of the things that comes to mind. I actually might look to implement an action replay system. Which is pretty doable. I'd have to find it. There was a mod for OBS that we had a long time ago over at Beyond the Summit. That just like it didn't get used because the remote casters like couldn't be asked to do it. But literally, you just hit a button and it would capture X seconds before, and then you could hit another button and it would then play that. Yeah, I mean, like it's a different approach. Like Drongo, I think the thing that is really nice for him with like the way things work for him right now is he basically with the way that it's all cooked up, he can wait, did I call that one Vortex versus Avli? Whoopsie, on the towel. He basically can just cast a few games. Like he can literally just open up Age of Empires 4 for an hour or two and have his content, and then gets to spend time with the family, which is really nice. You know, there's not necessarily much value in going beyond that right now. I imagine he's got other projects that he's trying to work on. Check the screenshot. Ooh. So I don't know. Like, basically, there's a way that you can essentially link a Stream Deck into two PCs at once, right? That's the thing I'd have to do. And then you just quickly use certain buttons. BitFocus Companion. Is that something you download for Stream Deck? Haven't heard of that. Let me quickly look at that, and then we'll get ready for this series. BitFocus Companion. To control two PCs. Ah, got you. Interesting. That's cool. I don't know. I'll have to think about it. Supercharged with Stream Deck so it can control light mixes, graphic mixes. Nice. One of the biggest strengths is that you give smaller players just the same hype and spotlight as top players. I love that. Oh, thank you, Cameo, man. Yeah, it's like it is tough sometimes. Like, the reality is a lot of people are more interested in clicking on a stream if they see, like, Beastie versus something than if they see, like, Faye versus G-Way or whatever, right? Like, I try to make it about interesting games and finding them wherever they may be. But I understand why it's more desirable, like, you know, to cast a BC game, a BC loss or whatever, right? That definitely, it's something that a lot more people are going to resonate with. It totally makes sense. I don't know. My brain is now trying to think, like, how feasible it is to implement a lot of these things and how much extra overhead it's going to be when doing a stream. That's my only concern, is, like, the amount of extra work that might be required. I need to figure out. Anyway, should we get ready for... Wait, that's the wrong draft. Oops. I'm a dum-dum. Before I update the draft link, let me do that now. So we're doing Cat versus Vortex. All right, there we go. It's a bit more mental load. Yeah. It's like it's also just like the extra mental load effort, right? Oh, dude. It reminded me of something that is very interesting that's happening in these different gaming spaces where people compete for like the same thing, right? So basically, like what happens is a cow will come and he'll develop a tool to give like an action replay or whatever. And the action replay then increases the production expectations on a show, which means everyone has to do it. So that's then potentially like extra cost because, for example, like on a show, if you didn't have an observer before, you then have to have an observer. But like basically the thing that I was thinking about, like when this came up in my mind the other day when I was kind of like jotting it down, is what you end up with is it's like a quality race, but to keep that quality, the cost expectations attached go up, right? And they keep going up. And you can see this happen on YouTube in many different categories. So like a perfect example that comes to mind is if you look at Mr. Who's the Boss, right? Mr. Who's the Boss is like the go-to guy for like tech reviews, especially on phone-related things, right? But the level of production that goes into his shows means that if any Tom, Dick, or Harry come in and then they try to like upset the scene, they can't chase a similar process. They essentially would have to have an entirely new angle, if that makes sense, right? So, for example, in the casting game, now we're like Drongo doing that. If we're both casting the same type of content, you then have to do that. But then, if you want to get viewers past Drongo, you have to do something above, right? So, like for example, actually, I can give you a perfect example that like someone I done that like I mean I think Crackety started doing it. I don't know if anyone else has started as well. That right there, right, this thing right down here, the whole chat box thing. Very, very good for like it's so clean, it's so clear, it's so like obvious, right? If you're a community-based like focused person, then this is like almost a no-brainer because it doesn't realistically take anything else away. It's just like a smart usage of space. So like Crackety's copied it. I wouldn't be surprised if a few other streamers copy it. But then, like, what you do is you set this as the norm, and then all the casters have to do it. Like, all the people have to do it, right? And then you get where I'm going. Like, you add in extra detail, extra detail, extra detail, right? The most clear, like, obvious example was, like, it's low maintenance example, so it doesn't really hit the same. But if someone used the non-capture age version, you wouldn't watch their stream, right? If I started using normal instead of capture age, you guys wouldn't want to watch, right? It was just an interesting thought. Is like, you reach a stage where what ends up happening is the amount of investment required from like a time or money perspective gets so high that you're competing at a loss in a way, if that makes sense. And it reminds me of like someone said about casting. That casting is kind of like this. How to describe it? It's a marathon. It's basically like, well, it's more than a marathon. I think the way I described my response is it's a survival. Like you're playing like DayZ, right? Your goal is, like, you can be better, but the goal isn't to be better. The goal is to out-survive the people that have to give up. And it's like, the interesting thought that I came to the conclusion of is, like, once you start escalating all those things, so you have, like, the replay come in, it becomes standard, all the different details added in, the 2T PC setup, it culls the field. But let's say, for example, you got to a stage where I stopped doing casts and everyone else stopped doing casts, and it was just Drongo. They then couldn't stop doing all these features. They're then stuck with that burden, if that makes sense. It's very weird. Can the norm be KP broadcasting every tourney? I feel like it is, right? I mean, I think at this stage I work more like AoE 4 events than anyone, maybe? It's close. I think the only one who works as many as me is Lidcore. Need to innovate? Yes. But the way you like what I'm saying, so what I'm saying there, Cal, is like when you start to innovate, if it becomes about cost association, one tricky thing is getting to a point where like whatever you're doing is affordable. So like for example, me, I actually already have a second PC, so it's not too bad. But let's say you're another starting caster, you don't have a second PC, you can't copy these features, right? So now you have a very big difficulty matching, let alone exceeding the norm. It's capitalism, baby. But it's like it's something like the reason why I was thinking about it recently is because it's very true on YouTube at the moment, where YouTube started off as an ecosystem that was designed to basically like allow anyone to be able to do anything. But that's become a lot harder with the amount of money in it. And what I mean by that is a lot of the established industry areas, it's a money burn to try and get to the top. You have to find an entirely new market or niche. If Dev's marketing focused on team events, would AoE blow up significantly? No, because the state of team events would be bad because multiple technical issues in conjunction with the design not being focused on team games. I want them to focus on team games. I want them to balance maps so that they're good for team games, but they aren't doing that. Okay. Just respond to a message and then we'll get ready for this. So, like, wait, I didn't even show the draft, did I? Did I show the draft? Yeah. So, dude, they let Ottomans in again. They just keep letting Ottomans in. It's insane. Like, every time. That's crazy. All right, one sec. Let me hop in. All right. Sorry, just had to send a message. Ugh, Mr. KP needs to line up work. People didn't read the fine print that says any games casted using stuff developed by account entitles them to 5% of the earnings made during the cast. Oof. Sorry, me no earn money. That's how I stay off of Cal's radar. I just continue to be poor. All right, let's go. All right, one and all, welcome back to the Elite Classic 2 recap. We've got a Vortix versus Cat series here. We haven't caught too much of Cat so far. One of the 3D clan members, one of the lesser-known ones. Really impressive performance to get through the qualifiers, actually. This guy, for those that don't know, Cat began his Sultan's Ascend experience, the expansion of AoE4. He began his experience with it as a gold-level player. He literally lost 10 ranked games, his seeding games, and ended up gold, and kind of disappeared from the tournaments for a bit. But he's back. Fierce as ever in the first major tournament of 2024. But he's up against Vortix, and their draft was wild. So on one side, the Ottomans were allowed through, but on the other, the Rus were allowed through. Here's the thing, guys. That's a win for Vortix. Vortix always lets through the Ottomans anyway. The fact that Cat allowed the Rus through in response is crazy. Especially considering that we opened this series on EGC Lipany for a Rus-Delhi matchup. Now that's interesting. I feel like we don't actually see many Rus-Delhi matchups, actually. Like one or the other always ends up banned in a series. Depending on the map, I could see the Delhi having an edge. I'm just not sure if this is the map for that. I think Rus on Lipany performs very well. The deer tends to be quite retracted towards your base. The split of the map typically is going to be wider than Dry Arabia, where sometimes you get a little bit more of a punt spawn. Maybe Cat can get an edge by walling these sacred sites in, though, because I am noticing, like, at least this one, very wallable, right, between the gold and the cliff sides. So you could actually have a way of splitting the map. The way that I usually like the look of Delhi is when they cut the map in two like that. They just put a wall down the center that prevents their opponent from rotating. We'll have to see if he goes for that. And yes, I'm gonna highlight that. The goal is always to retire once you have 100% win rate. So like, for example, you know, I've beaten, who was it I beat? I think I beat, like, Supreme, who was a very high-ranking pro in Dota 2, in a pub game. And then I was like, I didn't retire from playing Dota, but I was like, I will never queue into him again. I'm going to change my time zone entirely to avoid him. Because now I am better than one of the top mids in the world. Or carries in the world. Anyway, let's focus on what's happening in the game. Because we have got Wheelbarrow and a tech up on the way. Vortex got a phenomenal start to this game. That's crazy. There's still one or two wolves left over, I believe, as well. He got 12 sheep. This is a really big thumbs up for him, actually. Cat, a little bit of a whoopsie here. He went for a one scout opener, which is why Vortex got so much. This is a big part of why people tend to go second scout, is to deprive your opponent of either the sheep or the deer. Unfortunately, Cat didn't do a grand job of either here. He did at least get a decent amount of the deer due to the double spawn being so tight, but The reason why a lot of people go double scout against Roos is what would have happened in this game if Cat's Deer spawned like this? The game would already be over, right? Like, you would be talking about Vortex having enough gold for 1.5 nights by the time he techs up. It's a big lead. So, definitely a little bit rough for Cat, but luckily, Fortune smiled upon him when he got the double deer stack next to each other. The question mark is, what's the next move going to be? Because we've been seeing a lot of Roost games where they go for 2 TC. I can't imagine this is one of those games, though, right? Like, typically the 2 TC works because you're so efficient about it, your opponent is forced to react by going for a TC themselves. I don't expect to see a Delhi player reacting by saying, I need to build a TC 2. So, I have to see which way he's going to go. You know, I was actually just thinking another thing that would be kind of weird, because we're talking about like implementing a replay system and implementing like a camera. I just realized another thing that would be really awkward for me to do it is that I tend to speed up the game a lot, and speeding up the game would not work with camera. I don't think it would anyway. All right, tech up complete though. Let's see what the opening's going to be. Typically, anytime you're up against heavy knights, you don't open with Ghazi. You tend to open with the Rax. Maybe Cat feels differently because he wants to see if his opponent is on stone. But now that he has confirmation there's no stone gathering, this should be a Rax drop coming out from Cat. You can't open Ghazi. It's like the quickest way to die because if your opponent's not going for second TC, they should be going for stables. What? That is absurdly ambitious from Cat. Opening Ghazi is quite bold here. Very risky, actually, when you know your opponent's going Knights on the opener. They are going to queue those up about the same time. Kind of a dangerous game he's playing here. Realistically, I guess if you get enough Ghazi, it's not too bad. You have to remember he's got double stables here. And also, the difference between Roost Knights and French Knights is French Knights will 2-hit your villagers, so you need that reaction. Roost Knights take 3 hits. And that's not true cursing. They don't always go Ghazi. There are actually a few matchups that are really good at forcing Delhi off of their opening Ghazi play. The top 2 are French and Abbasids, actually. 8 villagers now moving out for the ball, though. Dangerous considering you don't even have your first night out yet. Luckily, it looks like actually Cat hasn't seen this. This is always a nice thing, actually. It's why Roos are, in my opinion, like the true top tier pick, because although Almonds seem OP, you need to get them, and people usually aren't going to allow you to draft it. It's the scouts. Look at the vision right now. Vortex sees everything his opponent's doing. He knows exactly what Cat's going to be sending out. He knows exactly when Cat's going to run out of berries. Any detail favors him. Meanwhile, Cat can't even look to play out of his base because of the risk of getting pinched by those scouts. Not until he's at least got real military units. And it means enough time is going to be bought for Vortex to get that wooden fortress up on the flank. Spearmen are going to be added in afterwards. Yeah, this is like really good for the Roost, right? Because your traditional opening is stables into archery range, so it means you already counter your units on the other side. Yes, Delhi, they can get into their own archery range. They can get the 20% increased attack speed. But I would really point out to people that in that situation, you're talking about one Civ getting 20% more wood. So they can actually afford additional archery ranges, right? It's also another thing that makes Roost compete in the different departments a bit better than other Civs in the game is the fact that because you get 20% more wood, you can realistically, over a few minutes, afford extra production buildings, which kind of offsets that big advantage that Delhi have of additional production in one building. They still get the initial advantage of their surge points, but as you get deeper and deeper into Feudal Age, that's where the Roost can fare a bit better. So it's really important that Cat, with this Delhi pick, is looking to utilize his early momentum to take elements of the map away. Scout. Ooh, just about gets through. Ghazi will be able to chase this down. But right now, what we're not seeing out of Cat is a prep to move out to a Sacred Site. He's got a lot of Ghazi, but you know, if he runs into the Knights, it's going to be a farewell little princess moment. Archery range is now also being added in. Blacksmith's on the way. Double archery range, in fact. Yeah, I'm liking this a lot, actually, because Cat only just got the blacksmiths added in. And I think if I had to highlight one element of the early play that they might come to regret, it's this detail. Not having the blacksmiths much earlier, like considering the spearmen were not really needed yet, the knights haven't come in. This is also why, by the way, you go for Rax first. If he went Rax first, he could afford the blacksmiths very early on. He'd already be halfway towards Undermesh by now. Instead, your opponent is now scaling double archery range, and he's going to be going for Steeled Arrow probably in the next 30 seconds. Boom, there it is. It means this first fight is going to get ugly. Cat, it's going to take him quite a while. 3 minutes to wait for Undermesh means that getting more than one Sacred Site might prove difficult here. Cat begins the cap. Vortex being very restricted, very smart about this. You can't take the engagement yet. You need to wait until you've got probably about 8 to 9 archers, 6 to 7 knights, and that's where you should be strong enough. Is going to give an opportunity for Cat to do this, though. Love to see the walls coming in. Very expensive what he's doing, though, especially considering he's already added in the extra layers to this cake. You know, looking at this game right now, if I done this and you didn't see the blacksmith text, you would actually favor Delhi pretty heavily, right? One Sacred Site locked in, bigger army, ticking the boxes. One thing that they do have going for them, a lot of berries contained in the safety of the inner sanctum, shall we call it. Downside is because Vortex did make that play very early on for the ball, he's getting the risky resource now. He can fall back to the safer deer afterwards. Ghazi can be annoying to raid with, but because of Cat's comp, he can't afford to split his army. He needs everything to fight this. You have to remember, at the end of the day, Knights are a premium feudal age unit. Now getting ready to hunt. Steeled Arrow already in. Love the addition of fit lever work. You're up against mass melee. It's so smart. There's no reason to rush Undermesh. Your opponent doesn't even have a single archer out. You basically would go for Undermesh the moment you see the first 4 or 5 archers. That's when you need to consider it. But the read by Vortex to just anticipate this is a 1-1 build and not a 1-1-1 from Cat is so on point. And now Cat adding that second blacksmith on such a delay, though. Undermesh is still a minute and a half away. I don't feel like you can take this fight. In fact, Vortex hasn't revealed the archers yet. Cat will try to engage, but that shouldn't work out. Knights trying to body block here in the retreat. Archer's going to start sniping down the spearmen. Vortex needs to be careful the way he pills this fight. Ghazi are getting in. Knights are going to research into the engagement. Archer count kept healthy enough, and the militia pool comes in. This chase away is important. This chase away could kill off all the spears. Wall is about to break. Cat has to buy more time. Spearman count not looking good, though. Just one left over. Skulls at the back of the formation as well means the Knights could chase that down. Instead, they're going to look onto the wall and look for the snipe in. Wall does not get complete. Cat has a problem. His numbers aren't there yet. And although these militia were temporary, they've done what they needed to. Knight count is decent. Archer count is scary. And Undermesh is still not there. You see the difference it makes in a fight like this. Now the charge in, just cutting down a few troops as Cat has to retreat to the inner sanctum. We mentioned that berry spot on the north side that's going to be exposed. Cat can't afford to just completely shy away from the engagement. Archers, enough of them to insta-snipe down a spear. Nice with the body block here. Ghazi just trying to get on that soft underbelly. But the stone outcropping makes this so much more difficult. Vortex. It's going to lose a few Knights. They were the heavily injured ones, right? But more are coming in. Cat, meanwhile, spearman count is not looking great. He's down to just 2 remaining. Ghazi are not going to be able to hold this. Undermesh still is not in. It only just came through. And it might be a little bit too late now. Ghazi count down to just 5. Knight count evening it up means there's no way that Cat can fight this. We might be close to a GG. I mean, the push is going to come in. It's going to shove this hard, right? Archer count is still looking healthy, up at over 15. And the Ghazis, not many left. There isn't going to be a shift out by Cat to try and get somewhere safe, but a lot of his food that he now needs to move on to is where this attack has been coming. Nice little intercept on the reinforcements, at least, is good from Cat. Needs every small victory he can get. Knights are going to wrap around the... Oh, no. So right now, Cat has 15 idle villagers, and on top of that, he thought he was safe, but he may have been dead wrong. Wait, are you really getting Benny Hills? He's getting Benny Hills right now. Well, Vortex can't split too much, right? He still needs the army together to get the win. Archers tonguing out the remaining spears. Nice up against the cliffside. It looks like an awkward fight for Vortex, right? Archers are mostly going to be thrown away, but there's still a few Knights remaining and not many spears to contest that. We also do have additional troops on the way. And the food issue is still the one that's kind of rippling in my brain. It's the only thing I can think about here. It's good for Cat to take this fight, but what he now needs to do is re-wall this and secure the deer. A draw here is not good enough, because a draw will lead to you running out of food. Yeah, a little bit weird on the skirmish there from Vortex. I think he got overly ambitious sending the entire battalion. I expected like 2 knights to head up, not all the knights and the archers. I think that gave the split, that gave a recovery arc for Cat. Still, this game is far from fully recovered. Knights always just trying for those body blocks. Looks like he's going to hold here. Actually, the Ghazi kind of getting in the way, so Spearman not able to break through. And looks like we are going to get a few troops peeling and wrapping around the other side, whether intentional or not. Like, that's what I kind of want for Vortex. He's not going to bait this back towards his base. He has got gremlins on the way. Knight's health bars are not looking great in this engagement. Cat. The problem right now is still in the food. Last of the berries now being dealt with. You've got enough for, like, what? 3 more Ghazi, and then you have to move for food. So this next fight is critical. If Cat can win this engagement, he's ahead. If he has to retreat away from the deer for even half a minute, this will snowball. 3 walls at least coming in, so well played there by Cat. Important he gets that back up. That's going to buy the critical time. Militia have already been pulled. They're not going to find their value. A wall is now being burnt. Cat needs to get every hand on deck. Bloomery is coming through in 15 seconds. He's not going to have the leatherworks in time for this fight, though. Vortex somehow still has an archer and a knight in here. He just hasn't used them yet. Like, wait, how did you survive? Let's go for the decap. Break from the wall. Knights are not looking healthy. Vortex, like, it's one of those situations where maybe over micro is better, where if you just control group the injured ones, get them to be last to engage, it could be better. Instead, Pates Ghazi out for the decap. Worthwhile. Keeps the archer alive. Remember, Cat has been playing this entire game on just one sacred site. His economy lead isn't really something that exists here. And now, like, it sounds always weird to say, but playing on deer instead of berries just feels worse. Well, behind this Vortex is still no deer. Has to go for the boar soon, but he has the map control for this. And now we have got Spearman coming in. Okay. I wondered who was going to blink first. Was it going to be archers from Delhi? Or was it going to be spears from Rus? I'm shocked that Cat has not gone archers, considering he's got the archery ranges. And it is very cost efficient for you, right? Like, you haven't got great food access. You have a lot of wood. I guess he thought that would be a losing battle because you're playing wood into wood, right? So Rus win that. But that does mean these engagements are about to get a bit ugly. Spearmen are finally in there. They're able to deal with the spears and the Ghazi to hold them back. Knights peeling the fight back a little here. And archers able to start sniping down the pokey sticks which remain. This is about to be a rout. Cat has to turn and burn. But now he has a conundrum, a critical issue here. Now he's about to be pushed off the deer. Cat, he's like, take the 1 deer home. If the party's over, I'm at least keeping something here. Outpost is going to be garrisoned, but against this many knights, you have to fight. You can't just let him burn it down because he will be able to. So up against Vortex. About to get a 5 eco lead here. Oh, 6, right? He already sniped one out. Villagers are going to come out to repair. Archers start to snipe them down, though. Ghazi able to body block to protect the archers. Spearmen engaging with each other, but once again, notice what Vortex is doing. He's just throwing away the spears to waste everything else's time. Cat losing the outpost, now has to pull away. Food becoming a problem. Has still got the north side gathering going on. Vortex will once again just start a step away. But these choke points, the Cat's undoing, man. At this stage, it's what's stopping him from fighting, right? Like, those small gaps. Who's the person who has archers here? Who's the one who has that momentum? It's Vortex. It's why this is now looking pretty definitive. Like, Cat, gaps in his food, killing him. This is a game where Vortex has been outscaling you and has still somehow found the way to head towards Castle Edge. High Trade House on the way. Vortex, he plays this logically, right? You back up. For those that are wondering, why would Vortex leave when he's got a military advantage? You show respect because in the event that your opponent actually is able to reboom an army, think about the economics of what's happened here. You've spent 1,800 resources on not an army. If your opponent has spent that on the army, they could actually get a comeback opportunity. And these are all units right now that Vortex actively wants to upgrade. Knights is a no-brainer. The archers are worth it as well. Meanwhile, Cat, what are his options here? He can reboom a feudal army. So if you try to dive his base here, while teching up, the only thing you do is give a potential win condition. If you back up like this, and then get your upgrades before going in, you guarantee that Cat is going to be stuck in Feudal Age with no recovery. Cat getting those outposts up again. So back on the deer. Is this knight going to actually pounce now? I think he is. Are there at least textiles? There are at least textiles, so should reduce the damage. That knight upgrade's coming in, though. I can't believe this. Vortex has actually waited until the veterancy comes in. Okay, that's so smart. Knight a little bit more chunky, although he may still have bitten off more than he could chew. He came a little bit too early, so he didn't actually get the upgrade before the lance charge out. Still, the main army is juiced up now. They're ready to roll. Vortex just waiting for the veterancy on archers, and that should be his go point. You've got Cat playing a very dangerous game on the south side. One knight finds this, and it could all be over. In fact, the scout has already sniffed it out. Skull's also got spotted trying to move out. So right now, Cat, he's starved. He's trying to go for anything, everything. It's going to lead to mistakes. Knights lead in. Spin reveal themselves. Archer Mass has at least grown for Cat, but now it's Veteran Archer versus Feudal. This game is done. Cat is cooked. He cannot get the win in game one. Throws away the powerful Delhi. At least gets the Rus off the board in return. But the question now in my mind is it going to be the Ottomans to try and recover in game number 2 for them? Pretty surgical execution by Vortex, actually. Really nice out micro and good carving up of the map. I think the boars made the difference there. If it wasn't for the boars that he had access to, he would have likely had similar food issues that Cat was starting to run into. But great read on the map to understand that when your opponent opens Ghazi like this, it's weird. He can't defend himself, so he has to stay at home a little bit longer and wait for the racks follow-up. If I had to highlight one thing I would have done different for Cat there, Spearman Beginner. I think you just go Spearman Beginner and maybe even consider just Spear Archer and you wall yourself in. Like, if you're going to wall yourself in, you shouldn't need Cav as much. If you're going to go for Cav, the big value in Ghazi is to raid. We never saw him raid. He was always reacting. So if I want to see a different result in game number 2 coming out from Cat, what I need to see is an aggressive player. What better civ to be aggressive with than the Mongols? Game 2 is going to be on Golden Heights. Vortex is going to go for the English. There were 2 options here, realistically, right? Jeanne d'Arc or English. English makes a lot of sense. This blocks an early dock play. So key detail in the opening is what does Cat want to begin with? Is it going to be racks? Is it going to be stables? Or is it going to be a quick feudal timing? Because if you try to go for just a blind dock drop, the English short bows will be pulled and your game will essentially end before it can begin. Let's find out if this one is going to get past that beginning, though. We hop into game number 2 between Cat and Vortex. Vortex getting on the board early. Cat still an opportunity to strike back, and well, there it is. Vortex, the triple villager pull across onto the right side. Cat cannot contest this yet. He's already chopping the tree, but remember, because you have to build the Uvu first, you don't get the Spearman right away. I think it's fair to say that English might be the hardest civ to deal with on this map right now. I'm trying to think if there's anyone that matches it. Like, Ottomans can kind of be decent, I guess. We've seen that before. HRE has some relevance. You do a proxy racks and you spam. That can work. But English is definitely just a very clean, easy play on this map. And look at the position here. This is really smart from Vortex. Looks like he wants to short wall around this location so that he can't be reached by the racks. That's smart. It means he doesn't actually have to engage with the Dark Age. He can just look to get up to feudal quickly. So we'll see if he's going to go for it. Fishing already happening on the shoreline. Fishing boats being added in. And it is going to be the stable opening. So horsemen will be rushing across. But there you go. Full wall in. Vortex protected against the coming raid. This is now really unfortunate for Cat. It was obviously going to be horsemen. You don't want to be building spearmen against the Lombo Civ, right? But the fact it's horsemen makes it even worse because now per torture, you're less optimal, right? With spearmen, 600 resources in, you'd have more torches to throw than you have with horsemen. It means you're not going to be able to break through this quickly. Cat gets the bad news. I just hope he doesn't build more here. You just have to accept this for what it is and try to go feudal. If you try to play Dark Age longer, you're just going to lose the game. So, looks like they are just going to halt all aggro. They might be able to raid the gold a little. That might be a nice little cheeky maneuver for them, right? Send the 2 horsemen onto the gold. Be annoying in the face of Vortex. But Vortex, really smart player. He read this coming. The moment he saw the horsemen there, he pulled additional villagers over to the gold. So he will get what he needs and be able to get away before any damage is done. Yeah, really clean opening by Vortex. Some people might think that it was a gamble to play like this, expecting there to be something you could wall against. But what I'd point out to those people is in the event that he didn't have anything to wall against tree line-wise, he could wall against the edge of the map, right? You might not be able to guarantee that there's always going to be a forest here, but you can always guarantee there's going to be an edge of the map here. Or here. So if you think about the wood investment, it would have been the same to do it around in a square on the corner. So either way, he was pretty cozy in this one. Council now coming up. I'm going to stick on the 2-time speed for the moment, just until we see the opening plays at the beginning of the age for them both. Deerstone coming out from Cat. Interesting that he didn't even try for the Silver Tree, but makes a lot of sense at this matchup. Going Silver Tree just feels really rough against Lombos on Golden Height because it's such a short distance for them to block you out. This is kind of going to make you weaker, though. In a game like this, Keshix might be your one recovery arc. You can't really match Lombo spear production when you're talking about docks. It looks like instead, though, Cat is going to go for the dock drop himself. Wow. Okay, we looked at the gold for so long, we missed this. He went double dock drop on the pond. And already has the arrow slits out. Well played. Okay, so Cat's actually giving us a real game here. That was a little bit of a whoopsie by Vortex, right? The moment the horsemen pull across your side of the map is where the villagers should look to come out and just try to stop these docks going up. But he didn't have the scout nearby because of the threat of the horsemen. So great utilization of Cat's strongest tool in the early game. These horsemen allowed this all to be possible. Means we're going to get at least a little bit deeper in this one. So Vortex is just going to have to wait on the side here. Both of them are going to be looking towards fishing. Right now, the issue is Cat needs to get into his ships, right? He's got double dock. He should be able to outscale. Vortex is going to have a difficult time holding this. So what's his play? Maybe 5 or 6 longbows. You go on land. I can see that working. You've got a short route to your opponent's base. You know he needs a lot of wood. If you move in on land, you can block out the wood he needs to operate double dock. The question is whether Cat's going to read this, because like right now, going 2 docks is a very strong play. It's a very, very flex play, but at the same time, it also locks you into the play, right? I don't think it's been fully scouted. I think one of them got seen. I'm not sure about the second for Vortex. But if he anticipates it's double dock and now plays on land, Cat doesn't really have the bandwidth to immediately get a defense together. Well, it's going to need it ASAP. Vortex already on the way. He spotted the fact that these horsemen never got upgraded out of Dark Age, and his one spearman is actually good enough. Vortex being super optimal about what he spends right now. Demo not able to dodge. Bit of a mistake made there. And on land, it's about to get bloody. Cat. 2 villagers down. Could even easily be a third here. Even with the Yam not able to easily escape. Wait. Miracle there. Gets away with 2 HP. But now you don't have gold access. In a game where you were trying to go into demo ships, that could prove to be a problem. Vortex is going to end up losing the fishing, though. Looks like the on-sea expedition was at least good for Cat. Vortex will just have to cut the wall and run here. Dark Horseman could clear him up, though. Does he know? He's about to find out. Okay, so 3 villages are about to be lost here. Vortex needs to punish Cat a lot more on land. Release. No, getting away from that. Short bow isn't going to help them either. There's just too much health left over. So great little stab there. Cat now has full control of water. It is coming at a price, though. Vortex adding in a lot more land. TC positioned just well enough to protect this wood line for now. Outpost should guarantee it as well with arrow slits in the way. Lombos are going to start reaching in, so Cat will have to start pulling the villagers out. Vortex needs to get into a blacksmith quick. If he wants to do what he's doing here, he needs siege engineering right now. You can block gold, sure, but you can't block wood and food, right? And that's exactly what Cat will need to contest you here. He gets wood here, he gets food here. He has everything he needs. And right now, Vortex is quite discombobulated. He's got all these small groups splintered around. That's dangerous because it means that your opponent can just target one and take it out. Outpost on the forward. All options being handcuffed here for Vortex. I'm not liking the fact that he's floating so much wood and gold, right? So like his blacksmith intent should be clear. It's just it was heavily delayed. So finally on the way. You have to go siege engineering first. And yeah, there's the confirmation. Steeled arrow is nice, but if you wait for steeled arrow, you're just going to be dead. You won't be able to break in quick enough against the pond eco that's going for Cat. This is looking good, though, man. I'm happy that Cat's able to find a way to make this work. I was a little bit worried when I saw that English pick, the way that we've typically seen this played on Golden Heights. This was going to be a quick 2-0 GG. Instead, we're going to get some length to this game. For Cat, the goal is simple. Just scale archers. Non-stop archers. Just go. Don't even think about horsemen here. You just go archers. When you have this type of extra economy flex, you should just be able to out-spam your opponent. It is going to leave you weak to the ram, though. And I'm wondering if Cat is anticipating that ram play. It does make a lot of sense. But if you can clear the way with archers, you can then just clear it up with villagers with torches, right? So, like, it's not as if this ram is impenetrable. Could be problematic, though. And the mesh coming in from Cat. Great read. But Steel Arrow is already on the way. We'll match the timing. Khan going down. That's not ideal. Oh my god, he doesn't have the attack speed. Lombos. I'm going to be sniping this down. Ram is going to be chased away by the double horseman. And Cat, I mean, this is the fight that he should end up losing. Spearman have to pull further away. Lombo count. Feel like it's slightly accelerating here. Cat just needs to start bugging out of this. The problem right now is like you're just not able to just outdo these guys. Remember, they have more damage output. Even with the undermesh coming through. The problem is also that he went for undermesh, but he jumped that fight before it came in. So really good trade there for Vortex. Cat can afford negative trades. That's the reality of having fishing, but he can't afford to keep doing it with what's coming. That ram did survive. A second one's being added in. And now Cat is looking towards those Keshiks, but credit to him, Vortex done a good job of keeping the Spearmen alive. And I wouldn't be surprised if on the next dive in, he sits 2 or 3 of them inside a ram, just so that when the horsemen try to counter you, they get stabbed out. Vortex also prepping for a men-at-arm switch up. Ooh, that's ambitious for a guy who only has 5 sheep, but here's a bold thought. If he plays onto the deer, right now Cat is kind of boxed in his base, is contained, right? He can't play out on the map. Even with Keshiks, these Keshiks are a tool to react to the assault from Vortex. Assault's coming again. Spearman, a little bit overzealous there. Does give the archer lead over to Vortex, though. Cat, mistakes made again. Undermesh is coming through. He does at least have the Steeled Arrow, so realistically, these archers are the same for the moment. But with Undermesh now complete, this is about to be a rough fight for Cat. Spearman count is still good. Keshik is going to be blocked off. And archer count down to 8. 15 Lombos. Double ram moving in now for the outpost. If this breaks, everything is going to fall apart for Cat. Everything already is. Villagers have to shift away. So outpost down. Just pack up time to start moving some of the buildings out. Rams could easily delete the Uvu and just sweep through here. Cat has a problem. And a big one at that. Dude, this is impressive out of Vortex. I mean, he's A, showing you just how strong Lombos are. He's B, just showing you the potency of English on a map like Golden Heights. And hello, State, my good friend. It's been too long. Good to see you, buddy. We're into game number 2 here. Vortex, dominant opening with Roos versus Delhi. It might look like a 2-0 from what I'm seeing here. I mean, Cat, he's scrambling to try and get together whatever he can, but it's not looking great. Lombos can easily dent these Keshiks. There's just not enough of them. Archer range is also going down, does not bode well. This is a wraparound, right? Just hit the gold. Send the rams in. Blacksmiths is pointless. Like, all the techs that Cat realistically wants are already taken. But gold is going to force a fight. Vortex turns for it. Keshiks moving in. Spearmen are going to chase them away, though. Archer with the dive, the Yam to get in range, but numbers are not looking great. At this pacing, Lombos will just clear up the remaining Keshiks. I don't think he can do this anymore. Like, this is pretty much over. Lombo count now 18. Your army is irrelevant in the face of this. Your eco is desperate. You're moving on to berries. This game is over. I mean, the trickle continues, right? Like, Vortex would have to run out of resources. We already highlighted when he does that, he can go on deer. He's gone on berries to be safe. But now, with food access gone, Cat, barely any income, 14 idle villagers. How do you ever get back in this? He's going to make an ambitious play on the deer, but here's the scary part. When an English player's army lead gets so big that they can rally reinforcements and then still have a second army to fight you, you're in a bad position. These villagers are at least wasting a lot of Longbow's time. I'd love to see Vortex just send 5 or 6 after this, bring the rest home, but In fairness to him, he's also getting a range, so worthwhile for him. All of a sudden, that fishing eco is the only thing you have to fall back on. And the deep water fish can only do so much here. Yeah, rough game. Vortex, he recovered very well after throwing away the water the way it happened. Cat, that was a great move, but I think like the mistake was maybe just, it seemed a little bit greedy not getting into Keshic sooner. Right, it's like when you have static defenses as well, you just need efficient units to hit rams that come in. I think the biggest detail to me is probably like the blacksmith timing. Like when you see Vortex circling the base, you've got to understand he's going towards blacksmiths. Unfortunately, until you remove him from the edge of your base, you can't follow that tech up. Just a great timing by Vortex. In a game that like usually is defined by who has the pond, you do, I lose. This was a great pivot, a perfect time to show you just how quickly the English can recover in Feudal. Cat. Not one to just immediately call GG, but you can't help but feel the writings on the wall here. His main archer battalion is being outmassed by the secondary group. The other group is camped on his north side. Rams are clearing out the buildings, and although he has got a little bit of mid-map gathering, it's just not looking great. Spearmen have also chased all the way over to this gold. Pretty surgical game from Vortex. And now from this position, because of the map control you have, you can move off of berries onto deer. Instead, Vortex chose to add in farms. I mean, guys, this is going to be castle age in the next 2 minutes with an army inside Cat's base. That's how far ahead he is. It's not even delusional to try and like call this. Like, it's not calling it prematurely to say that this is pretty much closed. Because right now, Cat doesn't have anything to raid with. Like, he's barely holding on by a thread due to the archers he's got in his base. And I'm sure he's got all this fishing, but like, you know, double farm cluster with castle in the way, it's going to be King's Palace. At that stage, it doesn't matter that you've got fishing anymore. Tough one for Cat. I'm wondering if there was like an alternative option. He should have anticipated English. It makes a lot of sense here. But like Cat's only other choice would have been like, what, Marlians? I don't know if Marlians can solve for the English issue when it's a water hybrid map like this. It might have been a decent way. Ottomans could have also potentially worked, right? You go for a proxy racks, and then you build your dock afterwards, and you spam spears near the fishing, but at the same time, you're building spears, which never feels great. So I don't necessarily blame Cat for the Mongol pick. I think it probably was his best option available here. I just think Vortex's execution was pitch perfect. He done everything he needed to in the order he needed to. Like, the only thing I'd criticize is the fact that he didn't scout the dock being placed to the south side of him. Because if he had done that with 3 villagers out here, the whole goal is that you kill the Mongol villager before he builds. That was the only mistake in the game from Vortex. But what does he do? He makes a mistake, and then he finds a recovery arc very swiftly. Now, with 5 racks worth of production, oh, sorry, 4 racks worth of production, and Castle Age in, this should be the point where it sinks in for Cat. He's not immediately going to call GG. He's going to pull workers across on the gold. He's hoping that Vortex behind this was playing men-at-arms. He doesn't have farms, and thus he doesn't have to worry about unlimited men-at-arms spam. We can see it's a triple farm cluster. Vortex is very kushki in this game. Cat, if he was going to recover this, step 1 would be making sure these archers hit a lot. So, begin the dive. You need 8 eco kills at least here. If you can't get that, it's 2 TC. It's going to outscale you. Unfortunately, if he just checked the southern wood line, he might have found something juicy and plump. Instead, he's going to be pushed back. Cat, still not ready for that age up. I mean, realistically, Vortex now just heads down the short route, right? Still got 2 rams alive, didn't repair them admittedly, but he should have the first men-at-arms being queued up now. Upgrades are coming through. Could even look towards the range level 2 upgrade if he wants to. This is 29. Make that 30 longbows. You'd need 45 archers as Cat to beat this. Kurultai might be the one way that he could take a fight, but it is going to require an outplay, a raw outplay. We're talking micro of the gods. Let's see if he can pull it off. Kurultai on the way. Position should mean he shouldn't just immediately get dove. What Cat really needs to do right now is add in more archers. The fact that he's holding resources is a bad sign. This tech up, like, I don't care how strong Kurultai is. Kurultai is only strong if you have units to use it, right? Like, a Kurultai with an army of 0 doesn't do anything. I know, a shocker, big revelation. We never knew it until I said it. Sometimes you got to say the obvious. Dive into the base. Infrastructure starts to get torched. Villagers, wait. What? Okay, he pulls for the garrison while he can, but that's now 11 idle workers at the beginning of your tech up. Ram's going to keep knocking as well. Men-at-Arms going to hang around. Lombo's moving even deeper, looking for targets. The Kurultai just does nothing now. Archers still aren't home yet. You're going to be forced to fight, though. Crossbows on the way from Cat. I don't know what they're meant to do against this many Lombos, though. Primary TC is already down to half HP. You have to go in the next 20 seconds. In fact, I think if you wait for Archer upgrade, it's already going to be too late. Because this Ram, they'll be done with the TC, they'll be moving on to the Archer ranges, right? Khan comes out in his death. TC now on fire, and that's going to be the villagers needing to react to this. Melee units are there to match them, though. Lombo stand their ground against the Archers. Even with the Kurultai, you just do not match up against this raw firepower. And this looks to be the end of the road for Cat in this series. Respect him for trying to find a way back, but there's no recovery arc from here. Vortix will make it a dominant 2-0. Interestingly enough, I think Vortix and Lucifron have been the players prioritizing either Holy Island or Golden Heights the most. I think people are going to have a very big issue when we go later on into this tournament, because remember, this is best of threes right now. You know, kind of getting it banned out, making sure it doesn't get picked, easier. When we're talking about best of five, best of sevens, you need to be ready to answer these guys. And so far, I feel like Vortix and Lucifron have had some of the most impressive drafting mentalities on how to secure strong points, such as the Japanese, such as the English. We have to see if it holds up, though, as we get deeper into the tournament. Tough one. But yes, hello, State. Always good to see you, my friend. Hopefully you've been keeping well. One second, just checking something. Okay. So, will this be on YouTube? I'm not sure if this one will make it to YouTube. We'll have to see. The ones that I'm definitely aiming to put on YouTube are going to be the Vortix Numidan series, I think is worth it. And there's a B... Was it B. Avali? I think it's B. Avali. Okay, so... For now, though, let me update my list, because we just cast the Vortix versus Cat. Who do we do next? Just having a look at the options now. Did we do Baltoon versus Kiljardi? I don't think we did. No, we didn't. We could do Baltoon versus Kiljardi. Cursing. I curse you for putting the words of Roos Mirror. Everyone in chat right now is vomiting at your statements. Shame on you. So, let's get the draft up. Let me update it. And I'm going to quickly grab a snack before we resume with another series. So bear with me a second, guys. So what I'll do is I'll put on the music. I'll play ads. You guys can theorycraft about the draft while I'm getting snack. And then when I come back, we should be ready for another series. Going to be doing, let me update it actually, it's going to be, we're doing Baltoon versus Kiljardi. So let me get that updated. Alright, there we go. So, get that smashed in. Alright, gonna hit the music. Gonna quickly go grab a breakfast bar and enjoy the ads. Let me know what you think of these drafts, who won the draft, and I'll be back in a sec. I love that. My daughter didn't like that my partner was ignoring her. So she literally picks up all 3 of the remotes. The one that's like for the Fire Stick, the one that's for the TV, and the one that's for the surround sound, and just runs off of them pressing all the buttons. All right. So, we're going to be doing Baltoon versus Killjadi. Let me get the game up. I'm going to munch on one of these quickly. Is Baltoon being a good boy? Data is open. Big bog. All right. Actually, I'll need to check Killjadi's winner because Baltoon plays an absurd number of team games. All right. Yeah, I literally am just walking out the house to hearing "Oi!" and then just chasing after her around the living room. So, Baltoon versus Killjadi. Let's find that one. I hope we can do that one. Please. There it is. Okay, so game 1 is Dry Arabia. I'm going to quickly snack on a biscuit here. Let me know what you guys think. What is going to be the picks for Dry Arabia to open the series? In fact, I'm going to pick 2 of these biscuits so I don't get hungry in this series. So I can reveal it's going to be Delhi versus Mongols. Mongols is pretty weird on this map. Like, well, not... It's okay on Dry Arabia, but it's the fact that you're up against Delhi is a bit funky. I don't know, man. I'm not the greatest fan of it. Did he think his opponent was going to go HRE? Because, like, you had China, right? Let me check the map draft. I'm curious on this as to why you done this. There you go. That explains that. There's Holy Island. Wait, no, but you have Japanese. I don't know. I'm kind of, like, shocked at the choice there by Baltoon. I'm curious what the thought process was. Did he expect Delhi, or did he expect... Did he think maybe Delhi was going to be bridges? Like, what's the win rate right now between Delhi and Mongols? Yeah, Delhi... Dude, Delhi is, like, 60%. Which makes sense. I just don't think Mongols hits. Huh. All right. Let me just get some water and maybe we can get ready to go. All right, all the way to kick off a best of 3. One and all, welcome back to the Elite Classic 2 recap. The one-stop shop, the place to go when you want to catch up on all the games that did not get cast on the weekends in tournament play. And we're going to be kicking off with Baltoon versus Killjadi on Dry Arabia, a Mongol Delhi showdown. This is interesting to me because I'm quite shocked by Baltoon's choice to open Mongols considering the options he had. So Baltoon, he drafted Japanese, Malians, Chinese, Mongols. You have got Holy Island to consider, so you want to save Japanese there. You still had Chinese, and your opponent has Delhi, Jeon, HRE, and English. I'm wondering if Baltoon thought this was going to be maybe a Jeon Dark or HRE pick, and that's why they went for Mongols. Feels like it makes less sense against the Delhi. The reason is that if you try to outpost rush the Delhi, they can just pull villages and shiv you down, and the Scholar can heal off any damage as you fight. So it ends up being a net loss for the Mongols. And I gotta say, this spawn isn't much better for any of it either. This is ugly. Trade post right next to you means that Silver Tree is not going to be an ideal option, unfortunately, for the Mongols. So curious to see what Baltoon wants to do. We're going to hit the cheap time speed here on the opening. Looks like he did go for an interesting wrap here to try and spot where the resources were for that outpost rush. Luckily for him, it looks like Killjadi went right side of the map, so actually Baltoon is going to get a heavy haul of sheep for himself. A big shout out to Super Silky Soy Boy. Thank you very much, my friend. Mwah. Shout out to all the soy boys. So, Baltoon actually going to get, what, the exact same number of sheep? Maybe even more at this pace. There were a few maybe missing in the corner. Looks like he actually caught everything, so marvelously well done by him. And Spearman now on the way. Now, I'm curious to see what Killjadi's reaction is going to be to this, because if you notice an outpost rush, you can go Spearman yourself. That just doesn't feel great, though. Realistically, you should just pull the villagers and stab down. This is going to idle you out and slow down your timing, but you need to contest this outpost. You can't allow it to go up. Wait, he... Oh, no. He doesn't know. Okay, so this isn't the end of the world, but it's pretty bad, right? You have to go on the second wood line further away. On top of that, you won't be able to access these additional berries. Oh, my God. In fact, could he... He might be able to snipe the builders on the landmark. Is this in range for the... Oh, no. No way. Is that in range? Oh my god, I think it is. No way. I can't believe this. He's going to get it quick enough as well. Baltoon has to have a creeping smile on his face. This might be the freest game of his entire tournament experience. 5 spearmen in, and the villagers have to pull. Oh my god. He had to deny it. Baltoon, all of a sudden, a matchup... Wait, calm down. All of a sudden, a matchup that's been heavily favoring the Delhi is fully and firmly in his grips. I don't think he's done. I think he might go for another. Baltoon, he's gathering 75 wood a minute. I think he most definitely is going to go for another. There it is. Outpost between the 2 wood lines. I mean, this is it. Go for one right here. Yeah, right in the center. Slap bang in the middle. The absolute slobber knocker on the edge of vision again. Unfortunately, he did get seen that time. But here's the issue. This spearman can just scare you off here. On top of that, sure, your tech up's going to be complete before the outpost, but what about your archery range? Archery range is going to take 30 seconds. Getting the archers out afterwards is going to take 15. That's too long. So both wood lines are now being denied. And sadly for him, Baltoon was smart about this. He built additional spears and left 2 in the other outpost, so you can't even gather in this area. This is brutal. Silver Tree is on the way. The only bright side for Killjadi right now is that this is a terrible Silver Tree map, right? The central neutral trade post means you don't have a great option to trade there. I mean, hell, let's be honest though, with Baltoon's level of control on Killjadi's base, maybe you just trade with his trade post. Wouldn't put it past him. Second outpost about to go up. I think he glimpsed that. I think he just about saw the villager building that up. Killjadi needs archers and he can't even afford them right now. God damn. So the spearman cannot reach this spot right here, but the moment Arrowslits gets queued up, you're wood starved. So it's critical that you rush the wood as quickly as possible. The danger, you're seeing Killjadi just struggling with this, right? Is like he needs to be careful not to pull additional villagers so that they flood and then overstack and end up in range of these outposts. This is such a harsh game. Yo, we've got like the first S-tier tournament of the year. Who expected to open it up and basically watch the equivalent of 2021's cheesy outpost rushes? Not me. Not me. Thank you, Witscat.
Enjoying the
Appreciate the sub, buddy. Welcome
always.
to Swarm.
KPIGUWU.
Villagers on the run button. Good thing you got textiles. Guys, there's really bad news right now. Killjadi opened archers. Do you want to know why that's bad? Keshiks are being queued. Killjadi doesn't like he needs to get Iraqs right now. You can't even wait because I'm imagining we're looking at double production, right? Okay, luckily for him, there's not quite enough stone for double production. There will be to get him from 2 to 4 though. Oh my god. This is brutal. Now the outpost rush has at least stopped at 2, but 2 is good enough, right? Your opponent now needs to rush into additional spears. He's going to have to basically ungarrison the archer range, go into the racks here, make sure he gets enough spears out. This is vicious. Where's the first Keshik? He's about to arrive, right? Yep. No Spearman out yet. Remember, they haven't also been upgraded. They're still Dark Age. Oh my god. Killjadi again! What is it with watching this guy in this tournament and watching his villagers do laps around their own base? I'm sorry, but I have just realized that it's always Killjadi I'm watching do this. Now, one Keshik is not going to kill you, right? You've got textiles. Two Keshiks have. No, it's pretty grim. Like, I'm not going to delude people on this one. This game is Killjadi, critical detail, critical blunder. Now he's in full recovery arc, and that does rely on some mistakes being made by Baltin. Love the wall up at least coming out from Killjadi. It's making for a longer wraparound for these Keshiks. However, with archers now being added in by Baltin, Killjadi, this wood, every time it gets idled up, his game begins to die, right? Every time he gets idled off this wood, it's like your life force is depleting. It's like you're in an area where there's just like toxic gas, so you're an RPG character and your health bar is always going down. In this case, that toxic gas is like these guys show up and you run. It's almost like, wait, that's true like game and doesn't do exercise fashion, isn't it? It's almost like every time you have to run, you get a step closer to death as Killjadi here. Long walls being attempted. I mean, there's no way you get this up, right? Archer's now here. Killjadi. This is so uncomfortable. Archer's going to shoot you over the tree line now. And Silvertree has packed up, moved out, so we should be seeing traders added in soon if this game is even going to go that long. Dude, what a harsh way to kick this one off for him. I mean, Baltoon's going to be damn well happy, right? Like, they both need points. They're both at risk of elimination. They haven't had dominant performances. Baltoon's at least been able to take some extra series, but we know Killjadi has been struggling. We watched him earlier today with that struggle. The day has not gone easier as it's gone on. Baltoon just so on point in the timings as well. Like, Blacksmiths could probably be on the way in the next minute. That'll get you the Steeled Arrow, or at least actually Undermesh is the biggest priority here. That just allows you to trade out. Wall's going up from Killjadi. He's at least going to get that breathing room, but my god, is this game uncomfortable right now. I want you guys to realize that, like, even though this is like, oh, Delhi's not dead, they're doing okay. This is a game where Delhi are probably never ever going to get out into the sacred sites unless they can kill the entire army, right? If you think about where he's walled, what he's been denied, the delays. You know how we always say Delhi's about timing? I feel like having to cancel your Tower of Victory and rebuild it on the other side of your base sounds like you missed your timing. I mean, we are 10 minutes in, and they're now only dropping the Blacksmith. Steeled Arrow is still going to be 3 minutes away. Baltoon could easily be rushing it right now. Instead, what he's doing is adding in the traders. Tough one as well, because I feel like with the way that these two could draft, like Baltoon may have just... Like, the Mongols don't really have much use in the rest of this series in my eyes. I think there's better choices. So, like, it's pretty good for him to get rid of it here. Delhi felt like it had Flexi, because Bridges, I still think there's a way that the Civ can work there. But they are not working here. Oh, man, this Spearman count, abysmal. None of them left over. Keshik now riding through. Killjadi. This is going to be him losing it all. The Archer mass is just too big. It doesn't matter, you've got this extra 20% attack speed. You're just not able to flex it. The Keshiks are forcing idle time again, and Killjadi is off to the locker room. Needs a breather after that one. Game 1 will be a dominant opening by Baltoon. That is how you execute Mongols in a tournament series. The question is, what's he going to be executing on next? We've got the Chinese, the Malians, or the Japanese. Killjadi, meanwhile, has still got the English, the HRE, and Jeanne d'Arc. I'm trying to remember which maps they drafted. We're probably looking at the series. I wouldn't be surprised. Did they do Cliffside? If they done Cliffside, we might be looking at like a Chinese versus English game. That could be really good for Killjadi. That would be a good opportunity to recover. Let me have a look. So they done. Oh, they're doing Bridges. Okay, Bridges for game number 2. Jeanne d'Arc versus Malians. Now, this is a tricky matchup, because I actually think that if you XP starve Jeanne and rush Castle Age, or even if you just add in Donzo plus Sofas, you have a really good answer to Jean in the early game and as you scale in. Interestingly enough, when you look at these two civs matching up, from a statistics perspective, Jeanne d'Arc's fairly favored, 61% win rate. If you look at the previous patch, I believe it was like comparative as well. Jeanne d'Arc versus Marlians. Actually, no, that was 45.2. So something's changed. People figured things out. I think part of it is going to be the fact that we're seeing a little bit more range Jeanne. The question is whether we're going to see it here. Let's hop in to the second game of this series. Baltoon now already up on match point. In fact, you know me, guys. I like to do my predictions. We done it last time for Jean, Hunter, or Melee. It was Hunter last time. Let's put the prediction up again. And what form will Killjadi use? I'll give you guys 1 minute to predict. Because you know me, I'm going to go 2x speed here on the opening. Let's get into it. Bridges. Marlians versus Jeanne d'Arc. Can Killjadi turn it around here? It's interesting. Marlians, very good defensive civ. Jeanne d'Arc can play quite aggressively, and I think that's actually where Killjadi looks best. This first game, he didn't have a chance to, right? There was literally no way that he could be an aggro player. This is a much better opportunity. No outpost rush shenanigans likely to come out here. So I have to see if he can get us all the way to a game 3. Looking at the spawn as well. Wow, that's a very... What the... I love how the bridges just spawn very wild sometimes. That's a crazy skewed bridge. For those who are wondering what the hell's going on, what's this bridge all about? This is Bridges. It's a map that Avli created. Really fun map, actually. I love the design, the concept of it. A lot of value on this north side, but you have to fight for it. And you can also deny your opponent away. Demo ships from Feudal Age or Siege Beyond can take out these wooden bridges. And for anyone who's played Command & Conquer, they'll know this experience. If a bridge gets destroyed, you can repair it. So pretty crafty little design there. Makes for a very unique map. I'm hoping we see more of these type of bridges being used on other map designs in the future, because I think there's a lot of potential for it. Part of me actually likes the idea of like a Mongolian Heights where it's bridges instead of crossings, right? Like 2 bridges, maybe 3. So that you can kind of destroy the crossings early on, and then you can just kind of like go for like sea invasions only sort of thing. Could be interesting. Looking at spawn. Oh, what? Is Baltoon secretly the lead map designer? Wait, is Baltoon secretly Bidolin? What the f... Okay, that is a Marlian jackpot right there. You know, worried about getting aggroed and feudal? Don't have to be. You can get beyond it. And it's not like Killjadi went for one of those spearman openings we've seen sometimes against the Marlians for Jeanne d'Arc. They're just going for greed. They're onto the TC play. So Baltoon is going to get to have his very greedy opening. Funnily enough, he's adding in a Rax. Makes sense, right? You're going to be up against the Knights, but this should be a very quick double pit mine. And then I'm expecting a very quick double mill pump for the ranchers. Just get enough spearmen to keep this away. Nice thing about going Donzos, you have that hybrid attack to poke and prod at Jean. Another really nice detail about playing Donzos here is Donzos have better stats than other units comparatively, right? Like spearmen would be a bit weaker here. 10 extra health as well as an extra armor means you're a lot more tanky against Jean melee form. And it is indeed going to be melee form. So there you go. We'll choose the outcome. Someone just hit the easiest jackpot of their life. I don't even know why I done it for that one. I feel like that's a pretty predictable one. Like, you don't really want to get ranged form when you're up against potentially javelins. There are a lot of matchups coming out right now where you can go ranged form Jean, though. One negative of going melee form here is if this goes late game, actually Marlians have an edge because they can play into better anti-siege. And they tend to have more gold to keep pumping that siege. So, like, having Jean ranged form in level 3-4 is much better than melee form, in my opinion. It gives you a lot more longevity. But Feudal Age, completely different matter. So walls up. TC drop on the backside. We're going to keep hitting the speed up when we have these kind of like docile moments. We can talk a little bit about the game plan now. Killjadi is going to delay his own aggro timing entirely. This means that Baltoon is going to get double pip at mine up. It means he's also going to start scaling into the ranches. To me, this is Killjadi kind of accepting the state of the game and the likelihood that we are going to be moving in towards Castle Age on both sides. What they need to do is get as much value off the map in the meantime. I'd love to see them move over to the east side here and wall this off. I don't like that they've left this open. I hope that's not going to be the case. Your goal should be to have safe eco on the north side so that you're able to keep up with the Villani spam, because this food is eternal. Your food on the other side is temporary. And yeah, it is just going to be the full boom. So Killjadi, I think you just rush a Guildhall here and you go for the Sacred Site control. Remember, if you do that, Jean's going to get 50 XP each time. Jean is already taking out the board, so that's already going to accelerate her. If you get all 3 Sacred Sites, you can be up in level 3 form by like 13 minutes, 14 minutes. It's very aggressive. And because you're up against a Civ that is not going to play aggressive, right? A Civ that literally has only built Donzos and sat in their base, you should have the window of op to do this. You'll always be quicker than the Marlians to pull the trigger because they need to get the Fulani. Like, the counter to Marlians, depending on your Civ, is sometimes to just blind rush castle. Because if you act as if you're going to aggro them and they start investing in defensive units, they don't have the same spam to get the ranches online. And they aren't going to tech up until those ranches are complete, right? Like, without having full ranches, Fulani has 0 value. Cheeky little wrap around the backside here. Not sure if Baltoon knows about that. I think it's going to be Guildhall. We've seen some Royal Institute play. I just don't feel like this is the type of game for that. Nah. Smart place. Smart choice by Killjadi. Guildhall doesn't make any sense if you... Guildhall only makes sense, rather, compared to Royal Institute. If you're not going to build any like military units, you don't want to be going for the Royal Institute. On top of that, you're also in a situation where you're up against a Civ that has infinite gold in the late game. You're going to need Guildhall to compete with that. This Civ is very gold heavy. Interestingly enough, actually, Arbitrary aren't bad against Javelins, by the way, when you deploy Pavis, because you get the same range as Javs, and your base damage is pretty high. So, you know, the idea of playing late game, playing into Arbitrary and Mass Horsemen is pretty good, especially considering most of the time on the other side, you might be looking at, say, Javelins or Gunners with Sofas to assist. Wall not going up, ever. Like, dude, this is way too late. I think that's the biggest criticism I have on this north side from Killjadi. This wall, we talked about it being up 3 minutes ago, and now it's too late. Donzos are moving in. He now knows you're trying to play for the wall, because why else would the villager be walking over there? You'd need to pull another villager ASAP to get this wall up, and even that would be too risky, right? Like, your opponent could have extra Donzos coming. So, tech up complete for Killjadi. Baltoon, not far behind them, man. This is what I mean. The moment they see you tech up, that's when they cancel the production, right? That's when they just accelerate like this. That's going to be a damn good acceleration. 800 gold still in reserve. All upgrades are going to be accessible. Oof, terrible entry with the knight there. He's at least going to go for a charge, but, I mean, losing a knight to get a villager kill is... I don't want to say less than ideal. I want to say just terrible. Only upside is I don't know what the hell that rally was. But the spear throw should be coming in soon. Sacred sites are being captured, though, right? One's already been taken, second one on the way. We're looking at probably a 15-minute level 3 timing. It's pretty decent. Men-at-Arms spam also coming in from Killjadi. That's been scouted, though, right? So there are some civs where you can do this Men-at-Arms spam. It's pretty good. I think this is one of the civs you should not be doing it against, because it's going to be Marley and Musafadis that can counter you, right? Men-at-Arms are just going to get slapped. In fact, yeah, we saw archers for a second there. The immediate cancel. Good read there by Baltoon. Just needs to be into Mass Musafadi. And that then, after you win the fight, gives you an ability to hit the pocket ecos that you know a French player is going to be playing. I'm wondering what Killjadi's thought was with the Men-at-Arms as well. Probably thought that he had a bigger tech window here. And that he was trying to exploit that advantage, right? Before Musafadi are actually a golden solution. Because, like, Feudal Age Musafadi up against Men-at-Arms, it's not going to be that great. The reason why Killjadi wants to lean into this, by the way, is you always want to be going for Knights, Horsemen, or Men-at-Arms as a big part of your comp with Jeanne d'Arc. Because the idea is that Divine Restoration is better value, right? So you also are able to stand your ground for longer, you're able to snipe down, you're able to basically get more XP as you go, while giving over less value in those engagements. So 2 seconds, that's locked in. Killjadi's still not been a part of the fight. Let's hit the speed up again. Get a little bit deeper on this one. Whose position do I favor? Killjadi's built a decent eco lead. It's not enough to overcome Fulani, but at this pacing, it'll be pretty solid. What he needs to do now is get into relics. That would be what would give me a thumbs up moment for Killjadi. I do think that Jean late game fares a lot better than French late game, by the way. The whole logic is that because you don't have the TC escalation, you reach your peaks like slower, but your peak is higher. Or rather, it's slower to burn out because you have so many extra eco effects if you think about it. You've got the Consecrations, which can save you an insane amount of resources. Jeanne d'Arc is a unit you can just keep getting for free every 2 minutes. She can trade quite well. She also produces free units for you. She also makes your other units heal, last longer, makes them attack faster. There's a lot of things that she does that just makes you a bit more optimal of your economy later in the game. Baltine not looking to allow that late game for free. Moves in the Musafadi. There is textiles here, but I don't know why these two are not working. Apparently, Baltine is a bit distracted. Jean getting some XP over here, though. Okay, so this is really unnecessary. If Baltine had just attacked Jean right now, she'd be dead. Yeah, like, this is 2 Musafadi, and look how close it is. If those 4 Musafadi had turned, level 2 Jean would be gone. So, a little bit of a mistake there. Baltine was paying attention to other things. It looks like he's prepping for a transition. Archer upgrades are on the way. Musafadi, in the meantime, getting a few eco kills and just forcing a lot of attention down here. So we'll get cleared up, but Arbitrate, oh my god, dude, he got baited. He actually got baited. Everything that Malians are building here don't care about Arbitrate. Killjadi, he done the most logical thing that makes sense for Jeanne d'Arc, and it's made him weaker because of it. Man, what a read by Baltine. It makes sense, right? Like, when you're playing up against Malians, they're in Castle Age. Where are the Sofa? If you're 5 minutes into the Castle Age, there's still no Sofa, what the hell happened? What happened is he read you perfectly. The funny part is also, like, this Men-at-Arms, Baltine could have still went for Sofa. Men-at-Arms versus Sofa. Sofa's pretty good for that. Imported armors, plus the bonus damage against infantry. But this Ridigo no Musafadi just gave him a lot more bandwidth here. Allowed him to get into the jabs, get into the archers, and now Killjadi has quite the conundrum. Villagers are going to get trapped, so 5 going down. Oh, 1 might be able to get away. It's only wave number 1, so Baltine is going to start to back up a little bit. Happy with the fact that he's denying gold, happy with the fact that he's delaying his opponent, and he most definitely is delaying the gold here, folks. Both of the golds are in this area. The only other gold is on the Northern Island. Wolves have at least gone up from Killjadi, so that is good news for the Finn. The bad news is in the center of the map. Poison arrows on the way soon. Musafadi stealthing to go in. Level 3 Jean has arrived. This could be big with the cleaves on the backside of it. Oh my! What is that range? Staggered formation now from Baltine. But this is going to force him back. What a strike in there. Killjadi caught Baltine not looking. And my god, was that a heavy hit. That was essentially, what, 25% of his ranged army's life gone in one press. And his ranged army is over 30 units big. Oh my god. Well, didn't get enough to finish, unfortunately. So Killjadi is going to have to back up, but you see how lethal that cleave can be. If you find an opportunity, if you find a moment where your opponent is lagging, not paying attention. Oh my god, can it be the difference maker? Baltine. Now with mangoes as well. I'm a little bit worried for Killjadi. Did he save consecration points? It's a really big deal to have consecration on the siege workshops. No. It's such a big saving. If this turns into a siege warfare, when you're up against a civ like the Malians, who also have the additional gold trickle, you need those savings. Unfortunately, now these springles are going to be worthless because Baltine is going Imperial Age. And this is where the game's going to begin to unravel for Killjadi. Guildhall is not ready yet. They've only got 220 food saved up in there. They're already transitioning into farms. This does give you late game potential. Problem is your opponent has arrived in that late game so much quicker. This is crazy. I think we saw a similar build from, was it B or Anatan? I believe it was Anatan. It was a 15-minute Imperial Age Malians. This is 18 minutes, but it's the same concept. It was the same matchup, actually, Jeanne d'Arc versus Malians. It's a very smart read in the game because you're just stopping Jeanne from scaling to a point where she takes over the game. You're staying one step ahead. What makes this extra scary now for Killjadi is typically when we see this build from the Malians, it's a follow-up into Gunners. Gunners might lose half their damage to Jeanne, but with the For the Huntress, the first strike buff, the amount of damage that you do when you break stealth is catastrophic. We're talking like 90 damage. So even with the 50%, 45% actually, reduction in damage that Jeanne applies, you're still hitting her for over 40 damage per unit. she will not survive the opening skirmish. And there's the first gunner being queued up. Love to see precision training on the way already for Baltine. Double Mango is a problem here for Killjardy, even with all his men at arms. He doesn't see all the Mustafadi yet. A lot of them are stealthed up. They're going to go for the clash. Mango shots coming in. Springall trying to trade out with it. But it's only one Springall, so not quick here. Divine Restoration is going to be pumped, but that is a wipe at the front line. And a wipe from Emily Smile that would have been on Killjardy's face. Mango is going to at least whiff. But Jeanne d'Arc, the poison does add up, remember. She can't actually offset that damage, so she's going to go down. And folks, this was the best moment for a trade, right? Like, your opponent just threw away 3,600 resources on a tech up, and yet still, you come away bruised in that fight. Decent XP haul, but now up against elite archers. And with the precision training coming in, which adds in a lofty amount of damage to these bad boys, you've got a problem. They now hit for 12 damage. These jabs just got boosted up to 15. Even going to find the Springall on the retreat, and Killjardy now has to find a way to catch up in age. Because the longer he lags behind, the worse this is going to get. We're already seeing gunners now being added in. Another kind of scary thought is if you start to lose map control, Marlians can trade on this map. So one look at it up here. Right now, the only thing in their way is a very cheap wall and a very tacky looking outpost. He's actually just doing a full ranged army. This is crazy. Up against Arbitrator that have Pavise as well. But it's pretty effective, right? Like, jabs have bonus damage against Arbitrator to offset Pavise. Archers also have the poison arrow, which Pavise doesn't affect at all. It's not the worst of ideas. Mango's at least going to scare him away. Culverin is now being produced. I'd love to see a forward siege workshop from Baltine here, just to give him a bit more momentum on this push. The play for Killjardy has to be wrapping the flanks. He needs to find a way into this back eco. Like, right now, we can see Baltine struggling with wood. He's producing a lot of archers. This info should be really obvious to Killjardy. Whenever your opponent's spamming archers, they can't rely on Fulani to achieve that goal, right? And you're the only one who has access from the north side right now. Okay, maybe I was lying. You're not the only one with access because it looks like Baltine is broken through the walls. Oh, man, this is tricky. All of his gold gatherings on the north side. Keep is on the way up from Killjardy, so that should stabilize him. Center fight looks like it should be good. These poison arrows are problematic, though. Jeanne d'Arc taking a lot of damage. Does at least have the Divine Restoration. Baltine peeling all those Mustafadi may have been a mistake unless he can find the eco kills. Raid on the tree line. It's going to force some idle time. It's going to be shut down on the deer stacks on the north side. Gold has not been hunted yet, so Baltine splits the raid wide, but doesn't really find insane value for it. Still, it's idle time, right? You're not outright killing, but you're at least forcing your opponent to not use their entire economy. Divine Restoration has just been used. Unfortunately, Jeanne is looking pretty bruised and battered after that, though. Gunners have now arrived. Culverin is also sniping in onto Jeanne. She might be going down here. Poison guarantees it. So Jeanne goes down. Mecha Jeanne's going to take a while anyway. That's not the key detail. The key detail now is the Arbitrator and how threatened they're going to be. They are not upgraded yet. Pavise is finally going to be dropped. But this is a Castle Age army versus an Imperial Age army. These are not great trades for Killjardy. Despite the Pavise factor, Poison Arrow plus the bonus damage means these archers are A-okay with the trade. Oh, dude, losing 20 plus Arbitrator here. I mean, he's got enough gold to replace it. The issue is going to be the food. That's going to keep Killjardy locked in this Imperial. Locked away from Imperial, rather. Baltine, meanwhile, is pretty content with the state of the game, right? He's got his 4 pit mines on, I'd imagine, by now. Wait, is it still only 3? That's kind of interesting. Wait, was that... Oh, that's very interesting. There was only a single gold spawn in the center of the map. Typically, this, like, from what I've been seeing, I swear there's usually 2, like 1 for each player. That didn't happen here, so he has to go all the way south. There we go. That's where it was. It was very far out. So he has actually secured that. On top of that, he has got 3 relics and 2 sacred sites. It's pretty cozy in this game. Killjardy is finally going to catch up, though. He's going to bite the bullet. The proverbial one before he ends up biting the Mustafadi gunner bullets. Red pass should be built. Jeanne is going to be able to farm up some more here as the archers get a little bit too frisky with the dive. Mustafadi are, however, arriving, and that's going to be Jeanne going down again. Wow, that's adding up. You don't want to buy back either, right? You've got 1,800 gold. Your long-term access to gold doesn't feel really secure here. And you need to spend all that gold on your initial tech upgrades, right? So Good news is Killjadi is still in this, right? This is an opportunity to strike back. We have seen this matchup a few times. Marlians can win if they have access to trade gold, but if they don't, they can get grinded down. Jeanne d'Arc is able to be very efficient with the Guildhall on gold. It just allows you to guarantee your late game arbitrary spam. We haven't, however, seen the switch over onto gold yet. This Arbalest placement is now a bloody big problem for Baltin. It's now going to be a play into the Trebs to deal with it. Remember, you can't go cannons here. If you go cannons, you'll be in range. The default defenses, they have 10 tar range for some baffling reason. Cover in the meantime. Hey, every little eco drawback counts, right? Right towards the farms. Castle coming up. This... If Baltin just dives straight away, if he has any inkling, he could stop this. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like he's fully aware yet. But he's about to be. There we go. Keep seen. Unfortunately, it looks like it's been seen too late. So Killjadi should be able to get the castle up. And there should be enough to now push Baltin back. Nice defense of the men-at-arms time as well. So Baltin is going to dive in. Because at this stage, right, like he's almost at pop cap. Throwing away his army to trade out his opponent's army is worth it because Killjadi has yet to get the upgrade for the Arbalest, so heavy losses in this engagement. Golden Hat upgrade finally comes through, but still, these archers can trade this out fine. Oh, man, even find the Springolds. Pavises are going to get deployed, so guess what? We're just going to run north because what Baltin's trying to do with this raid, he's not trying to kill the army. He's trying to kill what supplies it. It's all these farms, right? Like, Killjadi in this game right now has less than 1,000 food income at 25 minutes. He has 500 food income. And he's barely holding that. And part of that was like Deer before, right? Like, now it's just him trying to set up farms, but these farms are all located in one location. It's a great read by Baltin to just camp here as long as possible. You know, usually you're worried about feeding a bit of XP to Jeanne, but I just don't feel like Mecha Jeanne at this point is a big enough concern for Baltin. Especially when he's walloping the eco in return like this. Heavy hit onto the woodworkers and the gold line. So chips him back a bit, and now we're talking about only a 10 eco lead for Killjadi, despite the fact that he opened this game with a TC, despite the fact that at the beginning of Castle Age he had a 13 economy lead. And we are over 10 minutes into that Castle Age timing. We're in Imp now. The army tactics on the way. Baltin playing for North side. Makes sense, right? Like, this is all about gold now. How do you starve Killjadi out? How do you kill him off? You take away the veins. Still 8k up here for you. There's nothing left anywhere else for Killjadi to easily get, right? Like, this doesn't even feel safe in his own base. He needs to start taking some wins in these engagements. So it feels like even when he finds these little kind of, you know, pick-offs on the raid groups, he's essentially cauterizing a wound. He's not finding a solution. Archer's now on the north side. Castle should be going up. It's textiles. There's no way this is going to be stopped, but it comes at a price. Killjadi has lost his eco lead. In fact, he is now behind. Oh, man, it's going to be worse than that. He's going to be further behind. These archers can keep on diving. The castle isn't enough to just scare them away, right? Like, you want these archers gone because it's going to be a conversion into mass Musafadi out of Baltin. And I do believe we are seeing signs of trade setting up. A castle like this is a blocker, but also a securer. Trebs now also arriving. Oh, man. Killjadi just can't get a break here. What's his recovery arc? Like, if he had 2k plus food, I'd say Horseman. Horseman works quite well here. You can just ride in, you can shut your opponent down, he doesn't have stone walls. But you don't have that type of economy. You do at least have Jeanne de Blast. So Mecha Jeanne's coming in, but you know, we've seen Mecha Jeanne can struggle up against Musafadi, she will struggle up against Poison Archers, and I know, sure as hell, she will struggle up against Gunners. Good little snipe on the Trebs, at least. Totally reasonable this unit is able to keep diving the keep on their own. So well played there. Will be a decap on the north side. But this is just wave number 1. Wave 2's on the way. And wave 2 includes a lot more villagers to gather resources, as well as a lot more Musafadi. Everything's moved north side now. So how does this change the dynamics? This is now a territorial war for the north end of the map, because Baltin has been exhausting a lot of wood. He needs it, right? And the gold is critical for both players. I'd argue more for Killjadi right now. Everything is going to be decided by this northern island. Whoever gets it has dominion overall. In fact, it's even worse than that for Giljardi. He's decided to set up his farms on the north. This could not be happening at a worse time for him. Oh, man. Siege Workshop now being set up here. Stone walls to follow, so it's going to be a slow siege of Trebs onto the keep again. And Sacred Sites have not been addressed. They are still fully captured. Finally, there's going to be a decap on the south side. What's the winning blow for Baltun here? Because I don't think Musafadi is your end goal. This is just a raider. He doesn't want to build in the sofas because he's up against Arbitrary, but realistically, with how little gold access your opponent has, Sofa can become a very desirable comp once you start bulking up 4, 5, 6k food in reserve, right? So don't be surprised if, say, another 5 minutes in, Baltun switches over to Sofa. It's pretty strong here. You know, your opponent is spreading himself quite thin between north and south, between where he gets gold and where he gets wood. And that leaves gaps. Gaps that cavalry can very easily exploit. The time being, though, is just going to continue to be Musafadi into a gradual gunner crawl. And this is the killing blow that will win eventually, right? Like, it's not quick, but this is the way I like to see gunners done. Have you guys ever watched a Roost player go to Imperial Age and then with no army queue up 30 Streltsy? And you just facepalm, right? Like, I'm the same. I feel that every time. It's the worst thing you can do. This is just much, much better. Just allows them to basically guarantee that they are getting that meat shield while they scale into their premium unit. Now we look at the north side. Trebs haven't come out yet, right? No, it's a pop block issue, so Baltun needs to start throwing away some troops. Oh my god, these guys. I mean, if he stealths, right, and just runs on in. The crazy part is there's not much left here for Giljardi, but he's made sure he has to stay here due to the farms. Cannon's at least going to deny the keep in the center. Wow, okay, that was a snipe. Well played, Giljardi. Just stripped away 900 stone from Baltun. Musafadi readying in though. Giljardi has at least built up reserves. He's got 4,000 food in the bank. This is where we're going to see the Horseman transition. This is exactly what we're waiting for if you want a chance to take this game back. Unfortunately, as soon as you build up food reserves, you're about to lose them. Oh no, the farms again. I mean, Musafadi just split up to look for clues like the Scooby-Doo gang, right? Like, easy peasy. North side, castle's going up. Well played. That is actually going to deny some of the gold. But a lot of it is being tapped quickly. Baltun, by the time you break in here, this could easily be him with 2k gold left over on this. Instead, he's going to pull away. Makes sense, right? He's got 6,000 gold in reserve. He's not the one who needs to worry about it right now. It's Giljardi, who is officially out of gold. Guildhall, please tell me you put it on gold. Oh my god, he already pulled it out. I mean, this is it, right? This right here is do or die. Giljardi cannot afford bad trades now. He's out of gold. Even with this access point up here, it's 4,000. That's not going to last very long when you're spamming Arbitrary. It's critical that he keeps trading Horsemen and not losing Arbitrary. And for those Horsemen to be good at trades, they need to be bloody well upgraded. They are still only veterans. He's going to get caught out temporarily, but Giljardi doesn't have the melee units to take them down. Musafadi still haven't been cleared up. Either farms being burnt. Giljardi, his food. Okay, am I imagining this, or has it not been above 1,000 for like the last 15 minutes? He keeps getting close, and then he gets shut down again. That's at least secured north side, but I'm more worried about the center now. We're up to 13 gunners. Baltun has admittedly been kind of meat grinding in an underwhelming way, but we're reaching the stage now where like the gunners, the premium army is going to be able to take the main fight. That's what he's been looking for here. Trebs take out the castle quickly here. Giljardi, unlikely to try and defend this. When you're up against this many trebuchets, it's just not feasible. 5 trebs will break any sort of repair group. Because if you have enough people to repair against 5 trebs, you're burning stone at an inefficient rate. So it should just be a drop off and a back away. Killjadi now on the move on the north side. So someone I've been waiting for is that moment where he strikes. I think he just has to accept that this is going to have to come from north side with a slow-moving army. It is dangerous, however. We mentioned the Arbitrator are not very replaceable for Killjadi. He has now got access to gold, which gives him a bit more breathing room, though. Arbitrator, who still don't have... Oh, wait, they don't have Incendiary Arrows? Oh, Jesus. He's so starved right now. If I don't see Incendiary Arrows queued up next, I'm worried for him, because that's got to be the #1. That's such a critical tech. Please tell me at least has no crossbow stirrups, no gambesons. Okay, so he's basically just playing Arbitrator in name, right? Like, everything else about this is atrocious. Wow. Wolves are at least going to be kept down here, so an opening still. But Palutena, he's got his own food issues. He never made a farm transition, right? So he's playing on very limited supply. He's at... Wait... He didn't even get precision crossbreeding. What? Okay, this is wild. The amount of players who I keep seeing forget the ecotechs for food in pro games is baffling. It's crazy. Like, these are the best players in the game. Yeah, I've seen it. I've lost count. I've even seen some games where certain players forget to get even level 1 ecotech at 40 minutes plus. But with 35 minutes in... Okay, there we go. Palutena is going to solve that now. It should have probably been in there a lot sooner. It would have allowed him to pump a lot more Mustafadi for raiding. And would have shrunken the opportunity for Killjadi to get some space. But now that Killjadi has, he needs to find a killing blow. Arbalists are moving in, but this is not a unit that can burn down. Like, realistically, you've got all this food. You need to get into Horsemen. The problem right now is Killjadi needs wood. His wood is pretty pitiful. If he can get into, say, 30 Horsemen, he needs to just ignore this army and go into the base. Target the pit mines. Target the ranches. Shut down Palutena's food eco. Because once that's gone... He's gone. He doesn't have a backup plan if these ranches ever get destroyed. Instead, we spawn a cannon in the back and we go for the boss. What am I watching here? Killjadi with Jean's very own Fisher-Price, my first bombard in the back of the base. Just a little bit of damage done. Nothing too permanent here. Gold really wasn't the problem for Palutena. Food is. One scary part for me is, like, there's two very different approaches right now. Killjadi's is like, hey, economy, win game, longer it goes. Palutena's is, hey, if I lose this army, I'm going to die. But the way that I lose this army is so difficult. The amount that you'd have to commit. Like, Killjadi to take this fight would need 60 horsemen. And also remember, there's no guaranteeing he's not being body blocked by Mustafadi as he tries to run in, right, with the stealth. It's pretty scary. Another kind of worrisome detail here is, like, if you run in with horsemen against gunners, I'm wondering if Palutena's going to do this. He doesn't have to use stealth to initiate. He can use stealth to disengage. It's pretty underrated, but, like, when your opponent isn't building into outpost spam, they're not building the scouts, it's the freest get out of jail free card you can ask for. Stonewall's now getting up, so Killjadi has permanently now claimed control the north side, but... Wait. He does know, right? Right? The Sacred Site timer is down to 4 minutes. Don't kapoch me. I'm sorry, kapoch. It's the most high-profile Sacred Site whoopsie we've ever seen. Like, I please don't let it be one of those games. Out of all the ways that you could find yourself with practically no chance of making the playoffs, this would be the most depressing way for it to occur. We are 3.5 minutes away from a Sacred Site victory, and there's yet to be a decap initiated. Mustafadi back in on the farms again. This tiny little incomplete cluster has drawn so much attention, it's absurd. Main army able to clear this up, though. Gunners are going to just push the horsemen back. Oh my god, it's actually happening. Like, there's no way. There's absolutely categorically no way he wins with Sacred Sites. I'm getting a bit worried. I don't know. I've seen some things in my time in AoE4. This is going to be one of them. He walls it off. He walks away. We're 3 minutes out. He just heard the bell ring. Or you'd hope he did, but right now he might be a bit too distracted. Horseman. Okay, he's going to decap the south side. Why are you doing this to me, man? My heart right now. Sacred Site decap coming in. I'm so confused about this north side Sacred Site. Jeanne d'Arc. Look how quickly she dies. Nice Divine Restoration, bro. You're going to need another one then quickly. Horseman are at least going for the pit mines. About soon. We'll be able to clear this up. No! 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 Not like this. Anything but this. Have his PC disconnect. You know, have someone DDoS him. Anything but the Sacred Site victory. Oh my god, no, no, no. Select all army may have just killed him. Horsemen are at least going to raid deeper. They're going to find some farms. But remember what we said about Baltsun. His goal is just to make sure his one big army can never be killed. And he's ticked that box. He's got 33 gunners. 45 arbitrier. And now only Incineroar coming in. I mean, this is it. I can't believe it's going to end like this. 2 minutes away. Killjoy, what? Okay, thank God. He's going to get the decap. He's going to outpost around it to guarantee it doesn't happen again. So it is not going to be a Sacred Site victory. It could still be a main victory, though. Gunners moving in. Horsemen trying to flock through, but just dying and not hitting in return. They're not going to be able to reach the siege quick enough. Red Palace being kept alive. Killjoy is running out of wood. Gunner line is also untouched. 31 of them. Arbitrary on the other side of this. Where's Jeanne? She's dead. Like, there's no buff. I mean, this is going to be a rout. Like, you can't even fight this right now. Killjoy. How many villages are we talking about here as well? 12 villagers are just working to repair this. Baltsun is now down to 39 economy. Oh my god, he's getting wiped. And he doesn't even care. Baltsun, he's looking for a victory down the center here. Even with all those villagers missing, remember, he's still got the pit mines. He's still got the relics. He's still got his hands on the Fulani. If there was ever a game that is going to get the Marlins nerfed, if he wins this now, this will be the one. Mango shots coming in still. Springald's not able to contest this. Corvin's is just a problem. And the Red Palace is at least going to maintain itself here. There's a lot of wood gathering now going on. Killjoy, 52 villages on wood. Killjoy, wait, that's ambitious. Chemistry is... sure? I don't think that's going to work. And why does he hate his villagers so much? Oh my god. Flash comes in again. Arbitrier. Where's the Valorous Inspiration? Killjoy hasn't activated it yet. Mango Shot's now connecting. Oh my god, and it might be too late. He buffs them up finally, but Mango Shots have been big here. 27 Arbitrier left over, but the hand cannoneer count is untouched. And I mean, this is starting to just turn into a meat grinder. Both of them have now exhausted themselves. Food and gold is pitiful on both sides. Red Palace is down, and that should signal the beginning of the end. Baltsun, with 3 times the economy, simply cannot find something to economy. While he went eco flight, Baltsun has been riding business class. Mango Shots walloping down more remains. Red Palace is never going back up. And Baltsun will only head back to the main menu one more time today, because this is going to be a 2-0 sweep for him. Brutal end to this game as well. Baltsun, I mean, Killjoy, you know, in a way he played it right. These Horseman raids seem to be on point. They just came so late in this game. You know, imagine if he found a way in with some Knights or some Horsemen much earlier. Baltun's unorthodox Mustafadi spam drained him time and time again, but this critical goal of getting the Mustafadi gunners together is what mattered, and he ticked that box. He maintained a 30+, which is all you need to break this type of comp. Killjoy can't really match you. He doesn't have enough gold long-term. it just gets you to this ugly phase where if you can't play Arbitrator in the late game, your game is already over. This one most definitely is. Red Pass, never to be repaired. Landmarks next on the chopper block. Killjadi, I mean, it looks like he's getting ready for a landmark snipe. Good luck, buddy. I love how he never actually stonewalled himself in on the north side either. He's going to turn into a landmark race, but this many torches with the Trebs as well, there's no way you win this. Villagers going to find their way in. But there's new troops coming. Like, just send a few Donzos over here. Slow it down. I mean, you don't even need to slow it down, right? Just go for the dive. Alba's TC being dove. Jeanne d'Arc has respawned. Unfortunately, she is a little bit shy of an army to wield here, considering that most of the army has decided to go on their own little solve-yourself adventures. Just in Killjadi. Gotta respect it, right? The muxy of it is like, well, if I'm gonna go down on this ship, I'm taking someone with me. Unfortunately, you are already 2 landmarks behind. Red Pass down. TC down. Soon, Guildhall will also be down. The only thing... Wait, sorry. School of Carry is already gone. Okay, yeah, that's it. It's not even going to be remotely close. I wonder where the sock was. But the sock is off. And Baltan's foot is heading directly for your ass here. Final stand next to the Guildhall, but Killjadi, nothing left. Sick game by Baltan, man. Like, what a way to do this. It's such a weird approach in a game that is usually dominated by the idea of macro, macro, and macro. Felt more about like the micro details within that, the composition to get him to the end, and I think a very creative way to play a map with limited gold, where Jean never went for trade. He understood that there was a lifeline to this, and well, now there's no Rafter left to save Killjadi. Villagers have been finished off. They only managed to get through 2 of the landmarks. The remaining is going to be too strong. Fort the Huntress isn't going to go down, and Baltan will make it a convincing 2-0 victory. An important victory, by the way, for a guy who is floating around the mid-pack in his groups, going into weekend number 2 of the main event. If he wants any chance of making playoffs, clean 2-0 sweeps like this will be the definitive moment in his tournament experience. Killjadi, are we going to do one of those back to your starting villager count games again? I don't need that. I still remember the Ibids English game. I still wake up in cold sweats in the middle of the night, just seeing those stats. Let's not return to that. Let's just return to the lobby, accept what it is. At this point, Killjadi, I think he's not guaranteed elimination, but it's looking really bad, folks. He's 9th out of 10 people in his group. He has at least claimed a series, unlike Alyona. But considering we've got a bunch of people with 4-1 performances after the first weekend, yeah, there's a lot of people who aren't going to be able to hold on. Baltan is at least going to be one of them. He is sitting at 2-2 before the series. It's about to be 3-2 win-loss overall. Guildhall finally going down. And a farewell to Killjadi. Let me know what you thought of this game. Let me know if you like it. Be sure to subscribe if you haven't already. And be sure to comment down below. And I'll see you all in the next chapter. Oof. Yeah, that was something of a slight beatdown, I think is the correct term. Food is ready. Oh, that is perfect. All right, wonderful. Guys, so here's the plan now. I'm going to put up a replay. Do you guys want like a qualifier series from the Elite Classic? Or do you just want like a pub game, a 1v1 between high-level players? I'm going to put up a replay while I go and eat. When I come back, we'll probably we'll either do 1 or 2 community games if we have enough people, or we will cast another set to round out. So let me check, because I need to actually update the list. Baltan and Killjadi needs to move up. So we could do maybe like Recon versus Numidan, or like Anatan versus Zertan, something like that. Avali versus Zertan, we'll figure it out. But let me get a video ready for you guys to watch. All right, no one's given their opinion on what they want to watch, so I guess I'll choose. I'm going to play one of the recent uploads that went public. That's what I'll do. So it'll be so I'll do one from a few days ago. So it might be likely that people didn't see it. Let's do CSO versus Crackety. I'm gonna go eat. When I come back, I'll probably I don't think I'll let this video go all the way through because usually I let it go all the way through because it's not public. But if you guys want to see the rest of this one, you can watch it yourself. What I'll do now though. Okay, dude, can we just talk about how stupid it is that the guy that literally owns the channel, knows the video, has to watch ads on his own videos? That is beyond stupid. 1 second, let me turn ad block on, and that should fix the issue. All right, there we go. All right, guys. So, enjoy the game. I'm gonna go eat. When I come back, we're gonna have more series to watch. So. Crackety versus CSO. Yeah, hang around, especially if you want to do community games. We're going to need enough people to do that. If not, we'll probably come back and do either Wham vs Anatan if I can find it, or Avli versus Zertan. But for now, enjoy the CSO versus Crackety series, where Crackety boldly didn't ban the Ottomans.
All right, 1-0.
Interesting.
Welcome
choice.
back to the Elite Classic 2 qualifiers.
Yeah. We have got some intense action ahead of us as we're checking in on CSO of Team Elephant. This is Louis MT's teammate, who surprised a lot of people recently when he was able to outperform his comrade in the Energy Slapfest. Opening the series of Marlians and Crackety. Oh boy. Well, this is not a good way to begin for our German boy, our fellow caster. He's playing the English on Gorge. This is a tough one. So this is a very interesting map for this matchup. I think if there was a map where you had to pick English into Marlians, the two that you might stand a chance on would be that you'd have the best chance on, maybe Cliffside. Actually, I feel like I like Coastal Cliffs a bit more, but probably Cliffside and Gorge. The reason is Gorge, the second gold is very difficult to reach, so you get sniped quite easily. But realistically, this spawn looks pretty decent for it, with a nice little defensive tree line in the way as well. And fundamentally, at the end of the day, how are you really going to block these gold veins? It's always the same, right? You have to move longbows, and jabs naturally counters that. I'm wondering, I'm racking my brain, is there a way where Crackety can finesse this? We're going to hit the 2x speed, by the way, for the early game. Maybe, maybe Abbey of Kings? The problem is, this is why this matchup's so bad for English, is, if you build longbows with Council Hall, you get countered by the javelins. If you build men at arms, you get countered by Musafadi. If you build Abbey of Kings and go knight, you get countered by Donzos. It's very frustrating, actually. We'll see which way he wants to go. It's just going to be standard. So yeah, Council Hall coming out from Crackety. I wonder if he tries to play multi-TC here. Even multi-TC feels a bit weird because you're allowing the Fulani spam to happen. And the problem is on a map like Gorge, you can't hide that information. Gorge really exposes your opening moves with good scouting. And it means that if CSO sees that you're going for 3TC, 2TC, whatever it may be, he's just going to double drop the mill and then spam out the ranches quicker. Wonder how viable a Divine build would be here. I mean, dude, Divine couldn't win with that build you're highlighting, Johan. He couldn't win with that build on Dry Arabia. If you can't win with that build on Dry Arabia, you're not winning with it on Gorge. Gorge is harder. The gold spawns forward, so you will struggle to get a tech up eventually. The TC won't protect you. The stone isn't hidden in a way that you can subtly do the play. You can't sneak TCs off easily because you get caught easily walking out. It's just it's a rough map for it, man. And even that build, like I said, Divine, probably one of the best people executing that type of build, as he's a filthy English turtle boy. Even he couldn't figure out a way of making it work against Marlians. So, not high hopes there. Instead, Crackety is just going to try to apply pressure. Moves out with the longbows. This is going to force a reaction into the archery range that's already been prepped. Because of the passive gold coming in, CSO will definitely have the necessary jabs to hold this back. The problem as well is, this is another reason why I hate the English here, is, if you're, and I am English, lol. If your opening play is to go into longbows, what are you doing with them? Because you're not burning buildings. He's going to set up an outpost, but, even then, it's javelins, right? The javelins, with this passive gold trickle, he's going to enable himself to get a good count to counter you. He'll be able to dive you. And even with outpost fire hitting back, javelins are very tanky. It's such a frustrating game. And one interesting follow-up here. CSO actually goes in for the Cav as well. It's weird as well, because Crackety hasn't added in racks at all. Wow. This might be a very quick game. Like, if he immediately just queues up a sofa, which he can afford, he can... Oh my god, dude, he's going to do it. No way, dude. One sofa might just decide this game. Like, this is really important. Crackney's all in on a longbow push with an outpost rush. If he can't get this up, and I don't think he will be able to, he's dead. He won't be able to deploy palings in time, and already he's choosing to trade with the javelins. Nice idea here with the micro back. But Sofa's out, and yeah, here we go. He just rushes across. He knows about it. He sees it. You need to set up palings ASAP. Crackney instead is choosing to start a step, and that means the Sofa will have enough time to take this villager out. Oh my god, dude. That's tragic. Sick pullback, but the charge comes through. Was that intentional? Oh my god, dude. I think that was intentional. CSO, he saved the charge because otherwise a longbow would have blocked it. And then when you run away, he got enough time because of it. What an absolute god. And Crackney now, he's just kind of in limbo, right? Just add more longbows, pull another villager. But the problem is now there's another Sofa, a freshie. He can cut reinforcements. Remember, these Sofas aren't just tanky. They get bonus damage versus infantry. 3 jabs and a Sofa is enough to actually kill off all these longbows right now. Already one going down. Oh, he misclicked the house. I mean, Crackney's panicking a bit, right? And I don't blame him. I'd be panicking too. This is looking really bad. Like, this game is about to snowball poorly. Getting into this one, Crackney was already of a mindset of, okay, how do I really play this? It doesn't look good. But now it looks all but secure. 4 javelins versus 5 longbows. Villager came all this way for nothing without wheelbarrow. An incomplete outpost that will never be complete. Oh my god, man. What a harsh one. Yeah, this is, like, genuinely, this has to be English's hardest matchup to this day. It's so difficult. I said that, like, if there's one map that can maybe work, it's this one. Unfortunately, like, I think for it to even stand a chance, you needed the gold to be on the forward side, but it wasn't. It was retracted, and you had to wrap around a tree line as well. So those small details, I think, are actually what helped CSO a lot to thread the needle and get the jabs and the Sofas in time before the outpost went up. Big shout out to Boy Come Through for the resub. Now that you are subscribed again, we can't ban you. That's how it works, guys. So Crackney hasn't called GG yet, but I honestly don't see a way. Like, you know, he's going stables now. This is crazy. CSO is legit just committing without Spinman at all, but it's such a smart read because he's up against English, right? And by going Sofas, this whole play by Crackney doesn't work now. Like, weirdly enough, actually, Crackney going Spear plus Longbow would have worked better. Another thing that's crazy is, like, Crackney just stripped one of his strongest Civ choices for the rest of the series, actually, right? Because he picked, so he has English, Japanese, Chinese Ibids, and you're on a map pool that includes the likes of Coastal Cliffs and Cliffside, where English are really good. All of a sudden, like, if one of those has been picked, I didn't double-check that detail, CSO still has HRE, Mongols, and Ottomans. Mongols can kind of be interesting Cliffside. I just haven't seen them, like, fully lock in. But on Coastal Cliffs, I think, like, with the remaining Civs, HRE works really well there. Even Mongols can actually find some decent success. It's like, it's kind of a tough one now. Like, I don't think Crackney... How to put this? He was so close that he couldn't see what was right in front of him, right? He was so busy, like, looking at the trees in the far distance, he didn't notice the giant guy with a shotgun standing in front of him that was the Malians. Ay, ay, ay. Crackney, now these horsemen, I think they have been revealed as well. Yep, CSO sees it. Behind this, CSO is now adding in the ranches. So this is where the scaling begins. Love the fact he delayed that, even though he was going into the Sofas. Yeah, that's fair from Crackney. Like, Crackney just highlighted in the chat what we're down here, because we're recapping this later. He thought CSO was going to open Ottomans. Crackney, remind me, what were the other map picks for this series? Because I think that would tell you a lot about whether he feels like Ottomans is a rush. I think I talked about this with the Rus earlier. Like, if you got Rus, would you pick them on Gorge straight away? And I said, like, sometimes it's better to hold your opponent hostage, depending on the map pool. Mongolian Heights, Dry Arabia. Okay, so I assume he's going to save Ottomans for Dry Arabia then. Which, yeah, like, you could pick Malians there. Like, it is kind of a weird one, because I already highlighted, like, this is one of the worst maps for Malians. It's not the worst one, but it's definitely on the lower end of the spectrum. Just because the secondary gold isn't usually accessible against aggro Civ, so you have to play condensed. But it was a great read to see that like the English was coming here. Like in fairness, with Mongols being in the pool and the fact that Mongolian Heights was there, I guess maybe what CSO was doing was this kind of like the big brain like strategy of thinking, oh, Crackety is going to assume like Crackety is going to save. I'm trying to think like actually how the brain thought went there. Like Crackety would save English for Mongolian Heights because I picked Mongols there, and then he'd have a win. So like now the thing that kind of scares me is that kind of puts a smile on CSO's face, right? Is that he read this right with the Malian English opening. It means now later on in the series, Crackety's at a disadvantage. Like what were the other picks for CSO? Chinese Ibis, like I wouldn't have rated Chinese Ibis here. Like maybe Japanese could have worked. I actually kind of like Japanese on this map. I think the fast castle was pretty effective. But now like CSGO has flexibility. He has agency, right? Oh, sorry, no, I'm looking at the wrong side of it. CSO had Ottomans, HRE, Mongols. Yeah, this kind of makes sense now. Now that my brain has stopped trying and looked at the right side of the bracket. HRE, I don't think are that great on this map. I think they're overrated. Like, I've seen a few players spam them. Mongols only works if you're against, like, a greedy Civ. So, like, for example, if Crackety had Malians, you might try a Mongol opener to rush the starting gold and then outpost camp it, right? That sort of play. But yeah, I can see why the Ottomans is kind of a bait. I think that's another thing that's really frustrating with the map pool. It's not just the Ottomans are strong, it's that the existence of the Civ in a draft handcuffs you. It's the same logic as why Rus are so good. Rus can be applied to like any map and still function. And I think Ottomans, although I wouldn't give them the same breadth of map, I give them a bigger power spike on certain ones while remaining relevant on others. Alright. Let's speed this up because I think we are at the final clash now. Comes in, Sofa count, big enough to hold him back, and the Javelins are just cutting around this. They attempt to go around the back. A quick mirrored move there. And oh my god, the 3 horsemen on the front are attacking the Sofa. You know, the crazy part here is like CSO doesn't need his Javelins to live, he just needs his Sofas to survive. If the Sofas live, they kill everything here, and I think they've done enough. Javs still picking apart that back line. Sofa count at 10. And this is the GG fight. Crackety, there's no running away from this. It's going to be a win in game 1 for CSO. Strong start and a spooky one for Crackety, considering his opponent now has actually got the Ottomans to fall back on if he wants to look for a quick 2-0. Oh, tough game. I'm trying to think how else Crackety could have played this. Like maybe, we talked about the idea of going into like an Abbey of Kings. I think that would have given you maybe an ability to come back and heal and kind of retract this, but it's just, like I said, the problem, why this is like the hardest matchup for the English is if it isn't Council Hall, if it is Abbey of Kings, then it's just going to be Donzo. And Donzo can easily just like have this value play as a hybridized unit. But Crackety making his last stand, even villagers joining in. It may not be imported armors, but it is needed here. Game is done, but match is not decided. How do you come back now? Like, what was it? Chinese, Ibis, Japanese. If you think it's Ottomans in game 2 there, your best option might be like a fast castle Ibid build in game 2, right? And then you save Japanese for Mongolian Heights. I will have to see. We're going to find out in a second. I'm just going to hit the super speed here. Like, there's literally no comeback. You're 13 eco behind, 14 minutes in, and Grand Fulani's on the way. So that's going to be the detail that Crackety's waiting for. Actually, won't even wait around for that. GG comes out. Game 1 will be going to CSO. But, oh, well, you look at that. We've got plenty more still to come. So, we're theory crafting what's going to happen. I'm going to guess map 2 is going to be Dry Arabia. I think it just makes sense. It gives you probably... I think, like, if you're cracked in this situation, you probably just want to, like, force the definite pick Ottomans. Because, like... Or do you? Like, maybe... I don't know. I'm trying to, like, think the correct approach here. Because, like, I don't think I've seen Mongolian Heights Ottomans much. Like, in theory, they work quite well on hybrid maps, right? Let's have a look. So we've got, let's go to Crackety's data. Keep going to CSOs by mistake. Whereas I was looking at Crackety's because I knew where it was in the match history. So, yeah, he chooses Mongolians. Yeah, so this is, you know, Ottomans has to be saved, right? Like I said, they can play water maps, but like realistically, do you want to be playing Ottomans on a water map with either Chinese or Japanese? And I think the answer is no, because I think Japan and China both just rush Feudal Age. and then go docks afterwards, and you're in trouble as the Ottomans. So looks like we are going to be getting a Mongol-Chinese matchup in game number 2. Sophism Feudal is so rare. Yeah, dude, that was a sick play by CSO. Like that, like the timing on that, we were watching, it was just critical. It was so cool. I love that we're seeing this from CSO, by the way. Like everyone, including me, was just looking at China and saying, yeah, it's all Louis MT. Funnily enough, both players on the same team, CSO and Louis MT, are quickly becoming the hot topic of Asia in Age of Empires 4. So let's see if they can show us why in game number 2. Match point already for CSO. We hop into Mongolian Heights for a showdown between the Chinese and the Mongols. Now, this one's interesting, actually. I think it's a little bit dependent on where the resources are. But looking at this spawn, I kind of favor the Chinese, actually. Gold is pretty secure, and I imagine if you just go for a quick Barbican down the center, it means that you can get fishing your opponent can't. And if you're playing Mongols and not opening racks, you're already behind, right? So like, this is a very tough game. A CSO instead, oh man, dude, he's actually going to go fishing, isn't he? Wait, is this fishing? Dude, is this... Okay, it is fishing. Okay, I don't like this now. I thought that this was an early pull for the outpost, and then he was going to get it earlier while going racks afterwards. Still all bracket? Dude, where are my mods? I'll update the bracket after this. Remind me at the end of the series, not in the middle of one. Old man shakes fist. Also, like, why would you want to see the bracket in a recap? You're just ruining the games for yourself, sir. So Doc going up on the enemy side, but like, I'm not the biggest fan of this. Like, Krakeny realistically should be rushing towards H2 and then go for a Barbican. It feels like CSO, in some ways, is being smart here, right? Because his opponent should be expecting an outpost rush, but like, I still think outpost rush has value here to block out plays. And the Spearman presence means that the Barbican isn't free. But now, Krakeny realistically could just go for a Barbican rush down the center. And he's going to scout that out quite quickly, right? Yeah, boom. Goes in, sees the Uvu is right next to the TC. He knows there's no racks. Yeah, I don't like this at all. I think if you're going to go fishing, and I think it just got highlighted in chat, you can't go Uvu. This was something that was decided a very, very long time ago with Mongols, is that it just puts you behind, because if you go Uvu and then go fishing, your opponent could have been fishing ahead of you. If you go Uvu and then like go racks, you can prevent fishing. If you rush fishing, your opponent rushes fishing as well. But like the scout out now, and oh my god, dude, he's just going to do it to him. Krakeny is now playing the Mongols. Oh my god. Oh, this is so much better. Yeah, I think he could have still went for a Barbican drop on the center and been fine, right? Because like there's nothing CSGO can do. Like you can legit drop a Barbican right next to his dock and secure this whole area. Instead, he's just going to look to torch out the enemy dock before a tech up because CSO is greedy. And you want to know why this is like discount Mongols, by the way? Supervision. He was able to pump those out really quickly. He didn't get the stone instead of food would cost, but what he did is he got enough Spearmen out that now CSO on a delay has to go back for Spearmen himself, and he's going to be very late. In fact, probably too late here. Oh, dude, what a sick read. CSO is trying to move in, but the problem is Krakeny, like this is where it turns into a bit of a death spiral where you just keep pumping spears, but the difference is like you idled yourself, and your opponent can now just keep toggling to supervise if he ever falls behind on count, right? Meanwhile, you're kind of limited in the spam you can get with the stone. And because it is a mill play, it means he's got the extra food to make up for the difference of stone versus food. Spearman now going to have to reform soon. Just bring the scout over as well. I'm not a bit surprised. Krakeny could make this quicker if he just uses the scout. He has still got time for this. Like, the spear count is not good enough. Oh, man. Dude, what a cool play. Dock now on fire. CSO about to lose this heavy investment, and the spear count, although he almost takes one away from Krakeny, even then, it's still good enough that Krakeny can fight back. And guess what, folks? Now he's going to tech up because all that extra food. And this should be Imperial Academy. Yeah, because it's not time for Barbican now. The funny thing is because your opponent has to keep redocking, you buy more time to go for a Barbican later. And I think Krakeny has to know this, right? Yeah, he just scouted it. He actually knows. Dude, he's immediately moving north. Oh my god, and here's the worst part still, folks. The moment that that tech up completes, CSO has to retract and rush his own because his Spearman can't win against Harden. And that can be supervised, right? So you don't even get a small 10-second window for a fight. And that means with 10 Spearmen here, you'll end up losing the dock. Even the outpost could get killed. Scout sees it. He's on the move. We should have known, really, shouldn't we? Game number 2 had to be Mongolian Heights, where he could play China. After all, I forgot for a second here, we're talking about Crackety. He plays so much Byzantines these days, we forgot about his humble beginning as a filthy Barbican rusher. No Barbican on site here, just a Spearman rush. Spearman upgraded to Hardened, and now this is a fight CSO can never win. Backs away quick enough. Outpost needs to be cancelled, though. Wait, CSO. Okay, he loses some of the wood invested there. Another Doc's going to be going down, and now Crackety has to have a smile on his face. Game 1 had to be very jarring, very tilting. It felt like you were playing a 5% chance. But in game number 2, the way he formulated this, the reaction, the moment he saw the Doc, or rather saw the lack of racks, was pristine out of our German friend here. Just trying to force the charge in. Stabs come out on his side. Oh, the torch throw! That was a big deal. He just focus fired one down even with his back line, and now the mosh pit begins. Crackety wrapping around the back. That was... I get what he's trying to do. He's trying to pull away from the new healthy Spearman, but that actually hurt him. Oh, Crackety. Wow. That felt like a really big mistake. He's at least going to take the Khan out, but what the hell just happened? Oh, no. That should not happen. Archers are in the way, so this Spearman count will eventually get cleared up, but that means CSO keeps the Doc alive. What? Oh my god. Wait, did Crackety... Did he click and low Spearman when they pulled back? I don't think so, because it didn't look like they were charging to a new target. It looked like he was trying to shift the left side away from the fresh Spearman. But what happened is that basically he had to run all left and then just kept rubbing up against the spears as he ran past. Yeah, that felt like a critical blunder. He could have traded that out quite well, and then the archers would have cleared up. He'll still go back for another Doc over here, though. Wait, was this the same one? I think, yeah, CSO must have repaired it then. So that Doc is guaranteed gone this time. No way Villager gets back. He can now move for the northern one. There is an archer ship on the way, but I think actually with a handful of spears, you just commit, right? Like, one archer ship will not kill you quick enough here. Now we're seeing the Doc coming out. Fishing boat will actually reveal that there's no extra investment on the south side. Needs to be careful. Love this. Just trying to buy enough time. Remember, the double build speed means the Doc is always going up. Yeah. Okay, Crackety. Crackety. I thought he was going to go for the Doc here. It makes a lot more sense. Instead, he's just going to rush up his own Doc. Archship is now on the way. So we are getting trades set up in the corner for CSO, but right now, man, it's hard to not favor Crackety's position here. Sure, he hasn't got fishing eco on his side, but remember, he's inflated his eco in other ways. Imperial Academy got buffed big time. I think a lot of people slept on how big this buff was. By discounting the cost of the IA, you now pay 45 resources less, right? So that's actually a huge discount. Means that also losing these taxmen is less painful than it used to be. Right, it used to be 150 down the drain, now it's only 105. And it just means you get an extra taxman for the same cost as 4 previously. Oh, sorry, you get 4 for the same cost as 3. My brain today. Pretty phenomenal. And I think also the other interesting thing is like things like this, where because you're now spending a little bit less on those taxmen, it's more easy to reach in for examinations tech. It's crazy as well. I think I talked about this in another series. Like, that landmark was already the go-to choice. You only went Barbican when you were kind of forced to for some reason or another. But now it's just, like, even better. So it's like Imperial Academy was already built, I'd say, in about 65, 70% of games. Now it's, like, got to be 80+% before Barbican. Crackety putting all that good extra gold to use here. He's going to mass demo ships. Okay, so this is smart. I still think the Spearman could have done this, but this just guarantees that if it turns into a melee mosh pit, he also has enough troops for that. So it's going to be double demo, which will dive in. We'll clear the Doc instantly. And another Doc is behind this, but the whole idea is you can't rely on the strong defenses now, right? The forward Doc has naval arrow slits, and I think a critical mistake in this game from CSO is not repairing that. Marches in. Demos. Just hit the Doc, man. Like, just don't even hesitate. Boom. Once. Sets on fire. Dives past. Doesn't even care about the emplacement here. Love the fact that he's baiting in. Oh, Demo's going to try to go deeper and force the fire. Sprill's slowly winning out. The return fire there. Okay, Crackety, he could have committed in, but instead, he likes this because right now it's wasting the ship. Oh, sick micro. Crackety goes in for the detonation! And that is all he needed. Archer ships will chase this down. Full idle eco. CSO has no fishing anymore. And Crackety now has a ram play coming. Dude, this is crazy. Shuts down the water. Doesn't even look for his own fishing. He's all about this timing. He realizes this is a time where you can end the game. He'll have fishing as a backup plan if need be, yes. But now he can just look for a fight on land. External ships are at least going to come out. Wait, was there a demo ship recovery or a pullback? Oh, there was a demo ship recovery. Oh, damn, I must have missed that. Apologies. Still, fishing does survive, but I'm just thinking about how much wood has now been spent on docks alone for CSO. More ships are coming. I can't believe we missed that, man. Apologies. Need to get my caffeine today. Well played by CSO to recover that then. A little bit ambitious, maybe grouping up the Archer ship or the Sprung ship there. And I think, yeah, he did get arrow slits in, right? So that assisted as well. Demo ship trades coming in, though. Spearmen need to deal with this faster. This is just a rush right now. What does it quicker, Spearmen or demos? I think it is going to be the Spearmen right now. The Archer's left unguarded! Oh, no. And the Rams on the way. Rams have 50 armor, by the way. That means these Hulks that used to do a little bit of damage do none. And now the demo! Goodbye. Ooh. Well, looks like the dock is going to go down. But right now, I think CSO, this is a mistake right here. The way he played this fight. So many extra Spearmen just dying. Or just allowing the Archer to go down and return means Crackety is able to bite back. Ram is also still going to clear up the dock in the meantime. And after that, it's no more docks for you and one for your opponent. Looks like there's going to be a raid on land, but it's just a Khan, so no significant damage there. It's like the dock. It's not going to be quick enough, is it? No, dock is going to go down, so well played by Crackety. A scrappy engagement by both sides. I love the fact that each time this game looks like it's over, there's this definitive move. There's a quick knee-jerk reaction by the other player. Fishing was operational, but now it's fully shut down. Just 4 fishing boats, no dock, and the Archer ship catches the villager. Oh, that's going to be dead, right? Like, 2 more taps. Going to get the final. Wait, what? Sometimes I just can't with this game. How? Completely whiffed that shot. Yeah, again with it. Archer ships really are a meme at this stage. I can't. So does Crackety now go for fishing? Or does he go castle? Oh my god, he's going castle. He's playing on deer, right? Because like CSO lost all the spearmen. And yeah, I don't know what this outpost from CS... Like to me, I'm looking at this as -1 villager. That's all I see. In a game where you're already a few villages behind, right? Yeah, Crackety's rushing castle age. Archer ship also just guarding against this. That's heavy hits into CSO. Nice micro there. Crackety just min-maxing the damage. And also baiting the Keshiks back in, dude. Oh no, CSO! So we've got castle and castle rush, but the difference here is that one side has gold, the other has food. And that scares me because, like, if you're thinking about what both sides are going to rush, for Crackety, he only needs food. For CSO, what do you rush with gold? You want to go Keshiks? You need food. Oh my god, he's going 2 TC as well. What the f... Alright, hear me out. 9 out of 10 times, this is actually a cool play by CSO. It's very greedy, but like you're playing against China, right? Against most Chinese players, they're probably like, oh man, now I just go back for TC and we boom up. Crackety isn't going to do that. This is going to be a Palace Guard spam. Palace Guard and Lancer, right? Okay, just Lancers. Dude. Makes sense, right? He's up against trade. Just chase that down. And now, all of a sudden, you're booming more eco, spending more food into villages instead of protection against something that can dive your base. Oh my god. This game might be over fast. Trade at least has some insulation, right? Outposts are up, so you get early warnings. You have garrison spots. But the supervision could be coming in here. And yeah, it is. Lance is coming out every 13 seconds. This is big. Remember, like, a big part of why the Japanese fast castle build works is this whole idea of you just getting your mounted samurai out every 13 seconds. Or every 12. Supervision does the same thing. And yeah, we didn't get Song in the end, which I agree with. I think if you went Song, you're playing an eco game, you're playing macro. And that's exactly what CSO was anticipating, I think. He wanted this to be a macro game, which is why he went trade plus second TC. But now this timing by Crackety, I mean, if he fluffs it, GG, right? But how do you fluff it here? CSO has one Spearman, 3 Keshix. He has no answer. Lance is now moving in for the villagers. As soon as you start building a lead, you're about to start losing it. Double villager TC fire is like pretty effective, but you know, the undermesh is already in. I imagine we're going to be a supervision into a fast second range upgrade soon as well. Don't like that he's fighting the Keshik. He needs to find something else, and he's found it! Oh, no. He'll be able to move away. But now you just run Lancers into the trade line. Right? Dude, he's going for the base. This is a crazy game, actually. Crackety. He's going to start finding the trade. This is what I want him to target in the first place. You can't kill the Keshiks in small numbers, because if it's 2 versus 1, they'll just heal off of you, and like with good micro, CSO can just peel back. So this is much better. Just take out the traders, preferably before they drop off. In fact, he could even still kill a second. The second wave now coming in. Just dive underneath the main Nico again. At any given point, CSO has like half of his economy idle right now. So it's making him pretty ineffective, and oh my god, he hasn't noticed. Dude, not like this. So right now, CSO actually isn't ahead on Eco at all. And he's losing more. He finally realized that the fishing was not working, but that was able to fish for a good, I want to say, almost 2 minutes at this stage. Girltech has to pack up again. Behind this, is Crackety prepping for a farm transition? He's gathering a lot of wood, but not spending it right now. It's either that or we're going to see Nest of Bees, but I don't think he has the gold for that. I would love to see him drop a Monastery just to prep more gold. Like, you've got the wood for it, right? Then you just need to find 150 gold to get a return. For now, though, I love the fact that he's essentially playing China as an aggro Civ, right? Pocket resources, deer, boar. We just don't really see this with this Civ anymore. There's going to be another trader going down. Archer's just super effective at taking them. I think that's why Crackety was leaving them far away from the main fight. CSO, right now, only has a handful of Rabble to fight against this. A few Lancers, all's going to take to break it. Spear's chasing in. Lance is targeted first, though. That's not good right there. CSO missed micro. Crossbows can easily quickly take down these Lancers, though. I think Lance is going to clear this up. CSO, I just don't see a way, man. Like, this is my worry, is that you've got trade, you've got 2 TC, you've got too much gold and not enough food. New wave of Lancers arrives, and this is just getting out of control. Even with Kurultai, the thing about Kurultai is it's really strong, guys. But it kind of requires units. And an army of 5 is not really going to cut it, folks. Oh my god, man. I think Castle and 2 TC was his undoing. One or the other, right? Like, you know, usually you want to look left and right before crossing the road. You choose one of these as the equivalent of looking left or right. CSO just blind walked across the road and he got hit by 2 trucks. This is done. Crackety, he hasn't got the level 2 under mesh, but he doesn't need it at this stage. It's 230 HP. The damage mitigation is huge because there was no steeled arrow this entire time for CSO. And all of a sudden, this game is completely CS. Oh no. GG gets called. Even the water's being shut down again. Great game from Crackety to even us up and guarantee that we get a deciding game here. But it's not going to be a fun one for Crackety, I think, because, folks, we've got to remember what CSO has still left over. HRE or Ottomans to try and round out this series. He would have to be huffing quite a lot of Crackety to pick anything but the Ottomans. Meanwhile, Crackety himself has 2 options. Iobids or Japanese. And I'm pretty sure both of those are not faring well up against the Ottomans. Let's have a look. So Ottomans, 52. Oh yeah, let's hit the ads for 60 seconds while I break this down. So Ottomans, 52% against Iobids in the January patch. Well, wait, what? Dude, okay, those stats are broken. 1 second. It hasn't loaded Conk Plus. Let's load Conk Plus. So Conk Plus, Ottomans are at a 52% against Iobids, so it's still the same. And then the other one he has the Japanese. That is at least a 50-50, but if we go a patch before, which I think is more representative of this, Ottomans versus Japanese is a 64% win rate for the Ottomans. Meanwhile, up against the Iobids, and this was pre-patch where they were better, that's where Iobids could win, 35.6%. So I think Crackety is still going to be leaning into the Iobids for game number 3 here, but it's fair to say that this Civ isn't as powerful as it once was, right? The nerfs to its fast castle build have definitely been hard felt. So I think it's still going to be a bit of an uphill battle against what right now feels like an S tier Civ. I think Ottomans actually in this matchup, they play all in. They can clash, but well, I just looked at the game. We're loading up now. He didn't go Ibids. He went Japanese. In theory, Mass Onabagisha can beat Great Bombards in the late game, right? You just have to staggered, run behind the enemy line, and then clap them. But my question mark is, do you even get to that stage? Like, are you able to thread the needle into the late game? Let's find out. It's time for the deciding game between CSO and Crackety. We take to Dry Arabia to figure it all out. Japanese in the hands of Crackety. CSO, the other Chinese prodigy, could not have it stronger right now. Ottomans as the final pick in this series. This is going to be a crazy one. Teal versus blue because they want to confuse anyone who has any kind of colorblind issues. Looking at the spawn, not a bad one for Crackety. Nice amount of food on the right side here with the double berry, the triple berry, even which you can kind of wall into. And I think this is the type of game where you might want to wall in on that mid game, but I imagine we're going to be looking at a fast castle build here, right? Like, there actually are a lot of builds on the rise for the Japanese that play well in Feudal Age. I think that was discovered mainly up against Delhi recently. A lot of them revolve around the idea of like Onabagisha and Horsemen are quite effective. We've even seen some effective builds of Yumi. But if you just want to go for a fast castle build here, it's pretty easy against the Ottomans. They don't ramp up quick enough. So if you just drop an outpost on the gold, there's not really much your opponent can do. And with a backspawn in gold like this, it already makes it hard enough. Like, if you legit just drop an outpost right here, your opponent has to rotate all the way to the left and all the way around the back wood line to try and do anything. Even then, arrow slits will shut it down. So tech up should be on the way soon. I'm expecting a Kura storehouse. Would love to see it dropped on the wood line by Crackety. It's very important here. And corner market's being highlighted, but like it doesn't matter. Like, you can't do it at all. If you're a Mongol's great, but if you go trade here, it has to happen at home, right next to your base. It just doesn't work. And then, of course, on the other side, no one cares. But Kura storehouse is on the way. Position is quite nice. Like, I think the goal here for Crackety is going to be leaning to the right side, where maybe he just even sets some outpost like here to block the entire crossing, get set up a small wall, and all of a sudden you secure food as well as gold. But the initial spears might put a downer on that mood. Still, I love the idea of just literally an outpost here because it would protect the berries also. The first spear arrives. Nice thing is that the farmhouse always gets set up in a way that you can kind of hit onto it. But it's going to take you so long to kill and not much to repair. Twin Minute of Dressrounds on the way on the other side. We did, of course, get that military school opening to get in these spearmen. Probably just going to see a second military school ASAP from CSO. In fact, he's already got one person out in the stone. After that, do you fast castle here? Like, your castle age is always going to be slower. I feel like if you try to turn this into a fast castle build on each side, Japanese are better. So I would like to see CSO probably just start adding in Sipahi. Onabagisha aren't bad at dealing with Sipahi, but it's a harder fight than compared to Horsemen. And also, it gives you that raid potential still to hit hard. We have also got Tawara already taking Takasaiku. Probably going to be queued up very soon. Very valuable if you think you can reach the second berry line. If you can only do the first, it's not as big of a deal. But considering Crackety's a very wise lad, he'll understand that CSO has to form some pressure. I imagine he'll just stick on the level 1 wheelbarrow to get a faster castle timing here. In fact, we're going to hit the speed up. Like, this game legit is not going to be defined in Feudal Age. When CSO queues up a meta this early, I think we're just seeing fast castle. Second military school coming in. Yeah, he's got 6 on gold. This is fast castle for both. I kind of don't like that for the Ottomans. Like, if we talk Imperial, that's where they bounce back, right? Like, Imperial Age, I would favor Ottomans here. Especially considering, like, you just get all this free unit production, and Japanese are really gold heavy, and they have a limited amount of gold they can access as the game goes on, right? But in Castle, that should be a really good point in the game for the Japanese. Early, mid, and even late. Spearman just trying to be a little bit nuisance. The farm star's now starting to spawn on the right side here. And I imagine we're going to be looking at a stables opening. It feels pretty standard here. Like, Crackety has more than enough sheep. He got 15 sheep compared to how many on the other side? Probably like 6. Okay, 6 club down, 7 still existing. So actually a pretty even exchange. Yeah, because the deceptive thing, right, is he start with berries. So Flown Gate's on the way. It is going to be the stable play as is standard here. I love this though, man. This is how you find value. I was wondering if he's going to do it with the Spearman. You just sit them here and continue to do this. The interesting part is only one spear is here, so did he push the deer? What? Where are the... Oh, he went around the back. Oh, he's guarding for relics. I think this was kind of a mistiming. What you could have done, and I'm expecting to see more Ominous players do this because it's just so strong. He could have pushed these deer towards his base for gathering to keep everything condensed. And then still ran out for this timing when Castle Age comes out. Because, like, it's 8 minutes, right? You know when this is going to happen. So, like, earlier than this, either all those spears should be burning the farms down, or they should be helping you push eco in. So, a little bit surprised he done that. A little bit of poke back here. And what? I love that very long jump. You guys see that where he skipped the leg animation? So it's going to come out. These are Dark Age, though, right? Yeah, dude, I actually think you died to a Wololo. Wololo? Wololo? No? Okay. Crackley's not going to try. He's just going to go run faster. So that's going to be a dead Shinto. Not great for Crackley. Like, great read by CSO. It does shut down the opening play. Funnily enough, he gets the relic quite close to base. Closer than he probably should have here. Funnily enough, the first Mount Samurai actually could have blocked that, but obviously he was heading to the enemy base. He didn't anticipate this. Other side of it, CSO almost complete with his own tech up. Doesn't have additional spears to defend with yet. And I think we've got next coming out for the Floating Gate soon. Honestly, I'd love to see Crackley just go 2TC now. I think it's a pretty strong play. Like, you've got the breathing room, secure the deer on the left side of the ball, and you're pretty thumbs up here. You can bridge the gap over time. Like, because right now, you're at a very dangerous point in the game. This is where your opponent gets very strong, right? Castle Age is where the passive reduction in the Ottomans really ramps up. It's not just an extra military school. Like, a lot of people see an extra military school, but they forget that you've essentially doubled your passive reduction and then some, right? You've ramped up the speed via the blacksmith, but on top of that, this is a military school as well for all intents and purposes, right? So there's an extra building pumping 3 units. It's just a better building pumping 3 units. All right, so Mount Samurai have to walk away. Love that little bait and switch there. Crackley just drags them away. It's very hard for Sapai to get that killing blow with 1.75 movement speed. They will get it. It just takes a very long time. Looks like one of them is going to go down there. So Crackley, we should be seeing a conversion coming in to a new unit type. It looks like for now it's going to be the Forge Drop. I'm expecting maybe a Rax after this. He hasn't moved on the wood, so it looks like we are just going to be staring at a Daimyo upgrade coming through. Wait, so Uma Bannerman Daimyo? In the way it works, because like CSO probably doesn't expect it, we don't see many people doing Uma Bannerman Knight upgrade anymore. Like typically the only time you see Uma Bannerman is in Feudal Age for horseman buffs or for the bait and switch. For example, like players like Anatan came up with a really creative build where you'd open with the stables, you would get your Uma Bannerman and you bait your opponent to build spears and then you transition into Onobugisha. Instead, considering that CSO is literally just spamming Cav, I think we're just going to have a giant horse showdown. Crackley is moving out on stone now, so it will be a rush to upgrade those. Wololo on the flank. Looks like the Imam's trying to pull it back, but the Mount Samurai are going to intercept. So far, one relic has been banked on one side, one has not on the other. Instead, Crackley, he did prioritize moving out to grab a second relic with the Shinto over waiting for the shrine to complete. Now Mount Samurai keep moving in. Yo, if he could actually get that Mangonel, unfortunately the Knights are going to be there, able to block that one out. And the thing that's a little bit worrisome is when you take this strategy as Crackley, like what's happening is over time you're losing Knights, right? Like you're trading Knights for raiding eco, idling out. Meanwhile, CSO is just escalating an army together. And this army's kind of scary because typically Mounted Samurai are just better than Lancers, but there's a few details that matter a lot here. For a start, that meta. The meta's an interesting one. You still have the deflective armor advantage, but the melee tech advantage that you can eventually get doesn't exist because of the melee armor. Funnily enough, that's just 2 levels, right? Like, this is no insulated helms, no fit level work. It's legit just that meta effect. I love this because essentially these Mounted Samurai hit for 1 less damage in the exchanges. And over time, that kind of offsets a big advantage the deflective armor gives you. Still, these raids in are effective. CSO losing a lot of economy now. Up to 8 worker kills. Crackley probably feeling like he's done enough damage here. Draws the army back home as well. I love that detail where essentially CSO had to rally back towards his base. It means there was no trade. If Crackety had chosen this exchange over here and had to draw it back a bit, CSO would have leaked in and killed Eco. Instead, Crackety is able to move out into the berries, and this is going to keep the War Machine grinding. I think we have a very competitive game on our side here, folks. I mean, game 1 was not going to be competitive. Game 2, the way that Crackety played it made it look very trivial. But this one really, like, I'd say they're neck and neck. Like, yes, it sounds delusional because it's a 10 eco advantage, but it's a 10 eco advantage versus 4 passive production buildings, right? It closes the gap. And we haven't actually got the level 2 Daimyo yet, right? That's coming in soon. Once we get to Shogunate, we get more farms added in. That's where the Japanese's true perks start to come through. I actually love that we're seeing the melee armor used as well in the meta. I feel like it's been a while since I've seen someone whip that out, but you see how powerful it is. Like, it's very easy to forget because we see the ranged armor a lot, and that's only a +1, but the melee armor being +2 is just bonkers in this type of game. Actually makes me kind of favor the Ottomans in a late game skirmish as well, not just because of the great bombards, because, like, let's say your opponent builds mass samurai, and you have to build, like, Sipahi to defend with Janissaries. All of a sudden, you've got +2 armor there. Offsets a lot of the power that comes from the Japanese because a lot of their punch is in melee units. Flash coming in. 3 more Mountain Samurai going down by the looks of that. Eco is being hit again though, right? We've gone up to a 13 economy lead. Honestly, I would just love to see Crackety go with the second TC. I think the second TC just breaks this game wide open. He's hesitant because of the Lancers though, right? Like if he goes too wide, he might get shut down. If he keeps it too congested, he's not going to actually get enough value out of the town center. He'll have too many villages in one location. But, like, 1 TC to me makes this game very easy peasy for him. Instead, he's putting all of his resources into an Ona Begisha spam. What an interesting game. CSO at 3 relics now. The problem I'm now seeing is, like, these Ona Begisha can clap Janissaries so they can reach them. But right now, Crackety, the problem with his comp is he now has no answer to the frontline knights, right? Like, running past those actually hurts a lot. And we always said the melee armor disables your ability to do a lot of damage. It's huge here, actually. The melee armor, this might be the single best matchup for melee armor meta. Because how many games do the Japanese devolve into mass Ona Begisha? Or evolve, I guess people want to say. That means that melee aura is taking away, at this stage of the game, with all your upgrades in, right? It's going to take away 20% of your damage. It's basically Camelonese. Like, it's an inventory version of Camelonese, and we've seen how big of an advantage that can be up against Cav, right? So just think about how impactful it's going to be here against Ona Begisha. Little bait and switch here. Mango's moving in. Gonna try and go around the backside. Looks like it'll be attack speed aura. Should be switching over the melee armor, and that actually does bulk up the Mango as well. Doesn't survive, though. Still goes down. However, Crackety has lost a lot of army here. Oh my goodness, and he doesn't have the Shogunate, so this could be a dive underneath the primary. CSO, I'd love to see him just start to siege this all down. Like, actually, if he has siege engineering, build a ram and just blunt this, but looks like he doesn't. However, if he moves these Jannies a bit deeper, what he can do is he can shoot anything coming out of the Raxes. I think that's a bit of a missed trick here. CSO, like right now, it feels like he's on the cusp of victory, but the mistake he's made here is keeping these ranged units so far back. Answers peel off. Love the raid. Goes in. Able to find a few more villager picks. And rotates around. Unfortunately, the berries are further out. He knows about this, though. Sipahi does scout this out, and that's 5 extra villagers than you have safety for. Now, main army has been bailed on, but realistically, the Ona Begisha count's too low, and the meta defense is too strong, right? That extra 2 armor means that when you dive in, the Jannies will beat you. And a few knights are able to just block you in these choke points as well. It's a sick game so far. CSO. Crackety, like, how does he survive this now? He's playing out to pocket resources on both flanks, so at least the Lancers aren't going to butcher him completely. But his production's being shut down. Crackety. This is crazy. Despite the eco lead, despite the situation he finds himself in, right now his army is a problem. Sticking detail, right? He needs 600 more stone. If you can get that together, this becomes undivable, and you always have food, right? But right now, he's not gathering extra stone. It's just the trickle of gold from tapping the veins. so many buildings being lost as well. Forge goes down, that's less gold to work with. Only 3 racks is remaining. It's going to be a soft reset coming out from CSO. He just doesn't want to dive the TC right now. But all 3 Sacred Sites now locked in. Ay, ay, ay. And these pocket resources are not going to last long. Like, you can see how quickly they're being exhausted. The deer are almost gone. The berries. You're not a Basses. You're not Ayabiz. You're not Deli. You don't add 100 extra in here, right? Yes, you gather it much quicker, but you don't get more of it. And the problem with that is when you go on to Bagisha spam and you lose a fight, funnily enough, like this early on in the game, when you go on to Bagisha spam, you lose a fight, you're 1 fight away from losing the game. So that's why right now Crackney's giving it all over. He can't afford to take this fight until he's convinced he has a better army, a bigger army. So he's going to go for the backstab now, though. Round the backside. Are you big enough is the question mark. On a Bagisha move in, and they look for the Janissaries. Mangonel is protected, though. CSO, the perfect step back here. Crackney has got more troops now, though. He split the line pretty thin. But I don't know if he's got enough to break through all this. The Janissaries are massacring everything in their way. Ona Bagisha running out, and it looks like Crackney might be out of time here. Army is depleted. Nothing left. Only 2 Ona Bagisha and 6 Samurai. CSO with 19 Janissary looks to get the Rams to end this game. Oh my goodness, what a harsh fight. Crackney, I mean, he knew he couldn't let CSO walk away from that for free. He tries to surround, but you're just seeing the power that's been built up over those previous fights from CSO. Aura wasn't there throughout at all, right? He got sniped in the end, but it just didn't matter at that stage. Now Crackney, he has got more farms added in. Sure, he is moving on the board to keep him alive. But that's poor. It's only 2,000 food. That, to put it in kind of perspective, is not that many on a Bagisha, right? Like, it seems like it. You're going to be able to get your hands on an extra, what, 35? But while you're doing that, CSO is getting them for free. Janissary is just pumping out on the regular. And we've now got a situation where more of your Urushiras have to go into production builds, right? No Siege Workshops coming. Makes sense, right? Your wood line doesn't feel that practical, that safe right now. And realistically, you're going to need all that wood to build more farms. Like, how Crackney gets back in this game is farm booming. He needs to build more than behind the TC, so he gets to a scalar point where he's able to afford all these under Bagisha. Sacred Site time is still ticking down. Looks like Crackney is sneaking out on the flank, though. Is this about stone? No, dude, this is about food. Oh my god. He's full Oliver Twisting it right now. What a brutal game. Rams. Oh my god, dude, shutting down the farms is so painful here. I mean, this is Crackney's lifeline right now. I love what CSO's doing, because it's essentially saying you have to fight me now. And if you don't, you won't have food. And my army's just going to get bigger, right? It kind of just puts the feeling of panicking to Crackney. Looks like we have got a Siege Workshop, though. Sick. Against the Mass Janissaries, this is what we were waiting for, right? Mangonels could maybe save him. And funnily enough, like, you do have good units to block, right? Like, CSO right now would have to choose between blocking your charge into the Janissary mass or chasing after the Mango. He can't have both. However, if he just moves Rams onto the workshop, it should break. Oh my good dude, that Mango. Okay, CSO, like, this should not be this low. You just repair it. Instead, you're going to lose it. Oh, no. CSO. Mass Janis now. Body blocks coming in. Crackney moves across just in time. You know what? I think he might be able to push him out here. Now he's trying to wrap around, but there's just not enough of him. Great body blocks here. Crackney holding on, but the Mangonel has been reached. Are you kidding me right now? Second wave is going to go in, though. Samurai moving in without Odachi means that the Janissaries actually trade reasonably well, but the Ona Bagisha, say no, Crackney, at a critical point, is able to push this back. Oh, and now we are getting a game. Sacred Site timer is still ticking down, but these pocket resources have saved his game. They've been his saving grace. You're seeing it all over the place. Wood on the left flank, food on the right. If it wasn't for these details, Crackney would be dead. I love this approach where Crackney, never give up, never surrender, right? He realizes the game is not just ones and O's. It doesn't work that way. We don't deal in integers, we deal in decimals. And right now, CSO is heavily favored, but he hasn't found that GG blow. So these wide flanks give Crackney a breathing room, a recovery arc, right, to try and get him back in. And credit to him also that Daimyo having the Euroshiro dropped inside it, this TC producing every 16 seconds has actually started to escalate a lead. Unfortunately, that's been massacred. Oh my god. I looked away for a second, and those Janissary, like a cheese grated cheese here. Wow. Okay, I'm done praising the eco lead because Crackney instantly just lost it. Oh, dude, Janissaries are just insane with that attack speed. That was crazy. Another TC coming in, though. Crackney says, okay, villagers are dying now, but I've got breathing room. This is an opportunity to try and rebuild the whole base. Oh. Crackney can't be feeling ahead right now, though. Like, it's crazy because we're getting to the point where, like, all the Vizier points are going to end up unlocked at this pace, and that's very good for CSO. You know, I talk about, like, a Feudal Age Plus. It counts for Castle as well. It's like Castle Age Plus. And now second TC, so it looks like he's not going to fall behind on TC count. Oh, okay, maybe he is. Crackney. The moment he breaks out of the siege, he's like, go everywhere. Build TCs everywhere. It's like some mass pollination strategy. It's like orcs dropping onto an unexpected Imperial planet. Spread out. Multiply. I mean, it fits, right? Like, I keep saying that Japanese are actually the Zerg of Age of Empires 4. I think that's very true. Like, classic Zerg style. It's all about a numbers game, right? You need to have that advantage in count because it's very rare that you find yourself having a quality advantage with this Civ. Fukasashi now coming in as well, so not really many berries left over, but very effective when you move around a lot, which typically happens on farms. I've got a little bit of a slowdown, so I'm going to speed this up a bit. Nice attempt to break through there, but good repair just in time. CSO will stop the only big issue becoming a little bit of a frustration for him. It's very important he does this as well. These units can really just turn the tide of a game very quickly with these active raids. One thing that I find very frustrating when I watch people run Onibigisha, I know why they want Katana Bannerman, but I gotta admit, it makes you so much slower to raid. Like, if there's a thin timing to get in on something, you've just sacrificed 0.12 movement speed, which, when you're crossing a map, is actually quite a lot. So we're gonna hit the speed up occasionally, just because, although there's some raid attempts, there's no, like, pivotal fight at the moment. There's chip attempts. We're basically turning into a macro game here. Imperial seems more and more likely for both players, but I don't think Crackney should look for that. Should look to strike now. Adachi is ready, so if there's any infantry here, he's be ready to guard against it. Villagers are going to have to garrison, but Crackney getting some valuable info here. Sees that there's a second TC, but he's about to lose his own. CSO moving in. 2 Mangonels can slow siege this down. Counter Mangos are coming out from behind this. CSO not with many melee units. Interesting attempt to try and burn down the military schools. I can't help but feel that's not going to work. He needs to find the eco. I'm impressed with Crackney in this game, man. Like, this looked really ugly, but he's playing quite well. Oh, man. These Mangoes. Repairs on one side, repairs on the other, right? Janissaries can actually keep them alive, and he tanks with a few archers on the front of this. Enough to force Crackney away. But now the main melee army is ready to go. Moves on in. Thinks twice about it with that many Janissary. Did get rid of the meta, so theoretically this is a winnable fight. Like, I think you just commit in and you throw the Mangoes at the engagement in a way that CSO can't stand his ground. It's like the Samurai that went to the back are at least going to be cleared. I don't think CSO knows about the third TC, by the way. Like, he had no reason to go down there, no reason to scout for it, right? So he knows about the second TC. He knows that the Euroshiro gives a slight advantage, so he'll understand that Crackney is escalating his eco. But at the same time, he probably doesn't feel threatened by the idea of 2 TC with 1 being Euroshiro, because he's playing 2 TC with production out of the military schools, right? The fact that this is 3 TC is how Crackney might recover this game. Oh, God, that... I don't know if that was good enough. The Mangoes on the backside are really what's scaring me here. Spruan has also now arrived. Janissaries, nice start step there. CSO dodging out most of the damage here. And the Janissaries, he splits them into groups. Oh, this is sick. Knights following up behind this. They need to protect the Springald. Going to be able to. Long enough to get the final shots out, but not enough to kill them. the Mangoes. Can they do enough in return fire here? One was going to be splintered down, a step back and further away by CSO, but the army is spinning up, and Crackety has no answer to the Knights. The delay on their arrival was everything here. Not enough Onabagisha left over, not enough Samurai to just blunt force this. And now, a poor cracked Crackety in full retreat. Only one Mango left over to fight with. An army of about 14 melee units. And CSO now able to get the room to build rams and look to take out the TC. Man, CSO really is a crafty bugger. One of the hardest players right now, I feel like. You know, it's weird as well because I feel like we don't see a lot of him. Because he plays a lot of scrim games, actually. He doesn't play as many ladder games as other players from what I've seen. But he does scrim a lot with Louis MT. And I've got to say, man, them being teammates, them scrimming that much together has most definitely paid off for him. And yeah, like there's been talk about needing spears against Knights. It's the thing though, right? Like you never feel good going spears before Japanese have Imperial Age. I've talked about this so many times in the past. Like Nagayari makes it worthwhile. Anything early and you're like, dude, I want Onabagisha and Samurai to beat everything else. It just doesn't feel great. Oh my, wait, why are we going? No, please tell me that. Well, I'd say it's a misclick, but like, why would you have built an archery range anyway? Oh God, guys, this is problematic. Like you have extra tower range, but I think something we've highlighted on this channel before is it doesn't feel like 5.5 tower range, it feels like 5. Because the issue is that like your Onimusha, because the hitbox is bigger, it feels like there's something off with their range. And also the cast animation. Like, they take so long to attack that it means that Janissaries can actually gap close you. It takes a while because it's 3.5 versus 5.5. But what I'm trying to highlight is it's more like having 5 range. Actually, because your animation is more like having 4.5 range versus a 3.5 range unit. And if CSO is able to gap close that, you get annihilated, right? It's very difficult to stay at the max range. Yuumi Archers could be interesting. Because Yuumi Archers will be able to chase this down. The problem is you still now have like fundamentally no answer to the Knights if you go Yuumi. Crackety. Now losing things on the flanks here. Keep drop was attempted. Looks like it was intercepted. Will be again. But I mean, dude, it's too Onabagisha. They can't stop that. And now he knows about the Springald. So I imagine this is where Knights should start to roam on the flank. Meanwhile, the main engagement's underway. Overextension of the siege here. Looks pretty good for Crackety. So many Bannermen actually falling here, but the Janissary that start step back means in the retreat, so much more could die. Mangoes barely get dodged out there. Wait, what? Dude, that was crazy. It looked like that should have hit the center formation, but instead CSO dodges the initial big Mango hit. Now he spreads up the lines. Samurai have to clash. Gonna be a start step back. Right now, Crackety has like, what, about 20 idle eco just standing here. Actually, it's more than that. 30 idle eco in total. What? Wait, did someone really just get a tampon commercial? I mean, that seems appropriate because right now, Crackety needs something to stop the bleeding. This is tough. We're reaching a stage where CSO is just going to go Imperial Age and then you lose. Like, you are not in control of this game in plus as Japanese. The Great Bombards, the escalation further in production, especially with the Istanbul Observatory just being what it is, it makes it almost impossible to win, especially with the fact that like right now this game isn't a 75%, 25% map control for Crackety. If anything, it feels like it's heading towards the other end of the spectrum. Keep drop's going to guarantee it as well. CSO. Once he locks this in, it should be pretty cruise mode from here. Crackety, despite the fact that he had that third TC for a long time, he just finds himself only a mere 5 economy ahead. So the issue with going Spear, Yuumi, and Musha is you are very pop inefficient for late game fights. Because you like that's the thing that feels bad about building archers in Imperial Age, or anywhere near Imperial Age, is like they are not good traders as the game goes on. Like, it's pretty much true for every civ in the game. Like, the one exception might be Abbasis, but even then, like, if you had the choice between going Archer or Camel Archer, why aren't you building Camel Archer, right? Like, it's you're only doing it if you don't have resources. Like, anytime I get 35 minutes in the game and someone's massing Archers, I'm like, okay, so they've ran out of resources. Like, weirdly enough, CSO has some of them, but I think that was more about the Onabagisha for the bonus damage and just having something extra to tank with. Because he didn't want to, like, spend gold on active Janissary production, but he needed more units to fill the ranks. Samurai once again in the back, but This time, I just don't think they're going to find as much as they did last time. Last time, it was like, what, 25, roughly? 20, 25 Samurai going in? This is just a group of 6. It's not going to do enough here. At home, we've at least got Shogunate, which is the reason why Crackney still has hope in this game, right? It's the food income that allows him to compete. The problem is, like, despite the fact that he has double the food, CSO has built up 4,000 food in reserve. Courtesy of the fact that he's not spending on his army. He's just getting it for free. And now, with the Istanbul Observatory on the way, that's where this game turns really dark for Crackety. Enough food to get the upgrades to elite status. He'll have the gold quickly to follow. In fact, we are actually getting mass Raxes here. Wait, is he going... Is he really committing men-at-arms against Samurai? That's wild. Adachi gives an edge, but I guess the thought process here is if you quickly unlock elite army tactics, which you basically have a uni here with the Observatory, and then you use the melee armor, the Samurai actually don't slap that hard. That's still funky, though. I haven't seen that before. But it is really cool. And what makes it more impressive is, like, if you hit hard enough with the initial strike, Crackety won't have a pivot that reacts strong enough. In fact, right now, the only pivot you have is to go in. Instead, he's looking to punish. Castle protects this, though. Massive men-at-arms on the way. Takes 11 seconds to get him out. Janissary's going to stand there. Ground dive comes in towards the siege. But a lot of that is Spearman, and now the Spear was trading out. Shot Triggers isn't in yet, but it just doesn't matter. The Mango's getting too deep here. And not enough being done. Crackety still behind on military advantage. Maybe able to take the lead, but it's not going to be a big enough one to stand underneath this castle. The castle play by CSO. The production follow-up behind this. It feels like he might just have this one in the bag. Don't be deceived, folks. There's 15 plus Janissary hiding behind this castle. Crackety has just thrown his shoe at CSO, and all he's done is anger the Tiger. Next military score being added in. Tanegashima Gunsmith is on the way. But now Crackety has to reboom an army, and he needs it stat. Also a game where he just doesn't have great gold access now, right? There's a keep securing the left side. Right side is like the one area, but a castle C there. Now the center is inaccessible. He basically has 1,000 gold and nothing else. We've also got a really big problem coming, haven't we? If the Janissaries couldn't be solved for now, how do you solve for elite Janissaries with guns? With the Janissary gun, right? Not to mention Chem. The way these Jannies scale in the late game now, like, I've been watching Crackety fail to break them time and time again in Castle Age when I think he's stronger. Now we reach a stage where passive production and great bombards aside, if you can beat the Janissaries when you should have been able to, how do you beat them now? You hit the speed up for a second here because they're going to have to unlock their tech upgrades, right? It's weird just watching Crackety essentially have a third of the map, but it's an irrelevant third, right? He can build keeps, and that's kind of it. Just no real goal to work with long term is problematic. And it's something I always highlight, is like the Japanese look really strong, but I think they peak very early in Imperial Age because of the gold issues. You can get all the Euroshiras you want, but when you think about the fact that your strategy is like, you know, Stalingrad, it's just basically body the fight. Having Euroshiras give you gold isn't enough. Not to keep Mass Univigisha and Samurai spam going. 6 sites been locked in, and with the castles being dropped where they are, this is problematic. CSO has been prepping for this. Crackety can't go on the wide flanks, it's too expensive. Now that means you're going to have to fight into Great Bombards. It's not looking great. He's manning the forces, though. He's getting ready for one big assault. In fact, he's going to make a dive onto the Great Bombard Keep. Oh my god, dude. This is not the move. Not only is it going to cost you a lot of troopers here, your base is now going to get me dove for this. Farm's been shut down on the left side. Villager repair crew is at least being intercepted, but the Great Bombard has done a decent amount of damage, and now also Crackety's entire army is out of position here. He may survive the Sacred Site timer, but he will not survive the army. Johnny's moving in. Crackety, he's not going to get housed here because remember, you build all these farmhouses because they're mills, but he's going to start losing full production. He's going to start losing the ability to reboom an army. And he's also now going to start losing eco. Shogunate Castle being dove. Sacred Site time. He didn't decap Crackety. Oh, wow. Okay, so he gets it for the gold, but I mean, you need to decap this. I wonder, like, if he's thought about this in this moment. It's very easy to forget until it goes down to, like, 4 minutes. But at that stage, it could be too late. Looks like he's going to send the Ram out. Like, please, just clear the outpost, take the Sacred Site, at least give yourself a chance of going long. Although I'm not sure how long you can go when this happens. Great bombards. So this is actually a big deal. Shogunate Castle got nerfed, right? Like, it used to have, I think, 9 tower range, but now being down to 8, it's so much easier to idle out these farms than it used to be. Not to mention the fact that Great Bombards will always counter this due to the fact they have 11 tile range. Oh, it makes you want to vomit. Also, Azutsu don't counter this, by the way. There's more ranged armor on Siege nowadays, right? And Azutsu are a ranged unit, which means that if Azutsu shot this, they'd be hitting for 1 damage. Yeah. Right now, he doesn't have an answer to Great Bombards at all. This Civ is just absurd in the late game. I mean, make no mistake about it. 9 out of 10 games you're going to see in Elite Classic, Ottomans are going to be outright banned for both. And Krakeny has shown us exactly why they should be banned. Unfortunately, this was a series where he chose to prioritize... what did he prioritize as a ban? I think it was like the English ban? No, sorry, Jeanne d'Arc. I think it was Jeanne d'Arc and Delhi took priority here. And unfortunately, it screwed the pooch in this one. Landmark's going down. CSO's not even waiting around. He just wants this done with. Oh, and Krakeny. A cool series here. I don't really want to discredit him. I think he got outdrafted. I think that's an element to consider here. Part of that's on CSO and part of that's maybe on the mistake of not getting rid of the Ottomans. But also, just so much of this is to the credit of CSO. He played a sick game here. Great Bombards. 1 or 2 might get cleared up, but look at the bodying here. So many units lost anytime you cluster. I think one thing that's just been momentous and impressive from start to finish in CSO's gameplay here has been the split of troops. One Great Bombard to the north side, which clustered you up, meant the other could peel you back. We saw the same thing with the Janissaries against the Mangonels earlier, and it's just so surgical now at CSO. 39 siege pop. Reboldaquin's now even arriving. Azutsu can actually at least counter that if they could reach it, but this is it. Krakeny, there's nothing left. A keep drop is going to be coming in as soon as this archer stops making himself the center of attention. This guy looks like a person in a play who has literally one line and delivers that line as if he's the only person in the world. He just keeps everyone waiting. But when he's done making them wait, it will be the GG to the juggler. There it is. CSO locks it in 2-1 versus Krakeny. We talk about Louis as the prodigy out of China, but make no mistake about it, CSO. Well, he's going to have to name himself CS1 if he keeps winning games like this. Alrighty. Pretty epic game, actually. That was a really cool one. I know it's the debates back and forth. I think Japanese are better than I think maybe it's interesting. You have to consider the fact that the whole idea of Samurai Adachi, you can't reach your targets, and also the late game comp of the Ottomans is to go Janissary plus Sipahi, and Sipahi are more tanky than your standard horsemen, so they body block better. On top of that, the thing about Janissary versus Samurai is that Janissaries attack a lot quicker than standard hand cannoneers. So they clear the deflect armor and then dent the defenses much quicker. It's very one-sided in the late game. All right. Hopefully people enjoyed Poiple. I don't know what's wrong with my words. Hopefully people enjoyed that. We are going to be looking into doing some commie games. I put a poll up, but it ran out straight away. I'm is the poll still going? I can't see it. I think the poll bugged. So let me quickly refresh, cancel the poll. I'll do it again. I want to see if we got enough people for community games. So if you guys want to do community games, now's the time to vote. I need at least 8 people voting yes. Otherwise, we will continue on and do another one of the Elite Classic series. I'll put the music on while we wait as well. It's looking like we'll probably do some more casts, which is fine. In that case, maybe we do Avali versus Zerton. Maybe Baltoon versus Avali. Did we do Baltoon versus Avali? I don't think we did. No, we didn't do Battle Team versus Avali. We either do one of the Elite Classic series, there's not too many left to do, or we can try to find some live games to cast of pros playing. Those are the two options. So I'll put a new poll up for that. All right, there we go. 2-minute poll. Get them in now. If we don't do more Elite Classics today, I think like there's a few series left. What we might do is like save them for tomorrow if that's the case. Do like 2 or 3 series or so. And then hopefully people start to be ready and able to play in some community games. We'll see. But let's have a look-see at... We got people playing live anyway? I imagine so. Can you put Yorishiro in the gunsmith? No, that would be a little bit busted. That is the no bueno, senor. Thank God as well. That would be kind of absurd. So I think... Okay, so people want live pro games? Okay. Let's see. Let me update title. Let me have a look and see if we got some people. So Crackety is playing. Who's Crackety up against? Crackety versus Elio. So that's Eliona, right? Yeah, let's do a Crackety versus Eliona. I like that. Let me update. Stream name. All right, we actually hit it perfectly. Literally, this is about to start. So we can hop in right at the beginning of this and be live. So for people who want more of the Elite Classics, I'll return tomorrow. We'll open the stream doing 2 or 3 of those, and then we'll probably cast some pub games, and we'll look to round out with some community games if we have enough people. Why is my green screen being so absurdly aggressive? There we go. Fixed it. Yeah, it's because I don't have the backlight on. All right, let's get into this, though. I need to disable the overlay as well. And I need to also unmount the tournament logo. There we go. A little bit of a pain in the ass, but good. All right, one and all, welcome to Live from the Ladder. We are here to catch some more Age of Empires 4 action. We've got Crackety on the English going up against Eliona on Jeanne d'Arc. That's right, Eliona, the one that we've been watching in the Elite Classic 2. So a very talented player. Crackety, unfortunately, missed out on the main event in the end. But you know what they say. Lose one day as a player, next day on the panel as a caster. So we will definitely be seeing both of them more in the Elite Classic 2 as it moves deeper. But we're doing an English Jeanne matchup, which, I mean, can we just fist bump for the historical accuracy? That's exactly what we need. On Himeyama, a pretty interesting map, actually. Surprised Crackety didn't go for the villager pool to secure the pond. I guess, like, for the English, the bigger value is if your opponent wants to go pond, then you counterplay really well. But if they don't, you're better off just prioritizing that tech up. Otherwise, Jeanne's going to level up and come out and just deal with your villagers anyway. So Eliona, of course, is just going to stay at home, go towards that feudal age as quickly as possible. At the time of recording, by the way, last time I checked on Crackety, he was tippity top. I don't know if he's still there. He was like top 20 before. So, yeah, let's have a look here. We've got Crackety's main, which is 29th. That's this one. He also has the Moldedy here account, which is in 13th place on the ladder. Elio, on the other hand, is in 35th. And the main, I believe, yes, 27th. So these guys are pretty tight on rankings, right? Like, Crackety made quite the grinder to just, like, slip towards the top 10. I think at one stage he actually was in the top 10 before slightly getting bumped down. But English versus Jeanne, definitely not a matchup we see too often. My instincts are saying that this actually favors the English slightly. Let's see if my instincts are stupid and I should shut up. So Conk plus, wow. Okay, I thought slight favor like 45%, 55%. 68% for Jeanne. That's interesting. What about the previous patch where Jean was even stronger? Okay, that's where so something's gone on here, because from the December 6th patch, Jean had a 40% win rate versus English, and now Jean is at a 68% win rate with a similar number of games. So something has drastically changed. It's interesting, like Jeanne d'Arc was nerfed, right? Like fundamentally, everything about her was nerfed outside of the Hunter form. And I don't really feel like you're ever going Hunter form up against the English, right? That's a death sentence against mass Lombos. So curious to see what players have discovered that just seems to be working a lot better. It might be the 2TC focus. If you guys think back before the January expansion, January patch rather, since the expansion, what we've been seeing a lot of from Jean players is 1TC all-in timings, where they just try to aggro you, press you, and just ruin your game for relentless aggression. But you know, relentless aggression against one of the better civs when it comes to turtling, right? The English with their aura, with their lombos, their double TC fire, they're much harder to dive. So if you're doing that in a 1TC on 1TC situation, it's pretty easy to see where things could fall apart for this civ. So we'll have to see if Elyouna, the type of player who would, by the way, go 2 or 3 TCs, they were that type of French picker, is going to do the same here. Stone being gathered by Kraken, he's definitely going to be in the same. Did you ever feel like Kraken got in this game and he's like, oh, it's Elyouna. I'm just going to build TCs because I'm expecting the same on the other side. I think that is the kind of feeling that Kraken is getting here. Elyo not moving on to the stone at all whatsoever yet. Instead, it's going to be the first knight prioritized to be pumped out. And I'm wondering, is this a bit dangerous from Krakeny? Like, is he going to have to play English a bit like the Chinese with a condensed second TC on the high ground? Maybe he uses it to secure the gold. That isn't a bad idea, right? Like, drop one here, secure the gold, secure the wood line. Then you have quite a nicely holdable perimeter in this area. Like, you could even think about TCing here, and then that secures the wood, and then you build farms behind, and then you just need to get some outposts back here, eventually King's Palace. So, it does seem doable. Still no stone gathering, so Elyo is just looking for relentless aggression in this game. First knight already on the way. Scout is moving in to sniff what's happening, and well, the wall will buy some time for Krakeny, but realistically, with this type of positioning, you're not getting a great TC placement. I'm pretty sure of that. First Lombo's coming out. You can use these choke points to your advantage. Already love the palings on the north side coming out. Although Krakeny, oh no, the auto aggro. Well, that's a terrible start. Usually it's harder to kill villagers, but funnily enough, when they're running towards your sword, these things kind of just resolve themselves, you know? All right, we've got Jean de Lepieux. That's weird, right? I mean, I guess if you can't do anything early on, like you can't end the game, then it makes sense. We've talked about this before, that like level 3 and beyond, range form feels better. But Jean de Lepieux, when you're up against English Lombos, I mean, if Krakeny was to say turn this into 2TC or feudal, he could end the game very quickly. I don't think he's going to, and I think that's exactly why we see Elyo doing this. But it still feels a bit odd. I still love that Wolves give 0 XP. It's just like a middle finger to those Jeanne d'Arc spammers when the expansion came out. It's like, oh, those easy wins? Not anymore. Palings. Like, okay, people asked me the other day why you don't use Palings. One reason I gave is like the starter step. It's counterintuitive to what you want to do. The other reason is exactly that. Like, that Paling did not even trigger, and there's no reason for it. In fact, I'm the one triggered by that. It's an Archer scaling, and it is going to be the TC on the gold. Interestingly enough, he shifts it south side, so I guess this is to kind of like secure the pass here, right? And then you can wall the back, worst case scenario. It's a little bit better for defending the left side, but it means you haven't secured the north side at all. The gold is still like susceptible to some race coming in there. Royal Knight, being a bit ambitious, is able to survive this. Okay, so Krakeny is legit just going to be full greed against full aggro. You have got Lombo, sure, but like realistically, if Elyo just looks for a timing on the Blacksmith into the Undermesh and Siege Engineering, this can be over very quickly. That's the type of opening you give. I think players have gotten very good at identifying this as well. When your opponent does what Krakeny is doing, and it's a big part of why we don't see as much of this greedy TC approach, you just ram their asses out. And English Lombos are not going to be able to protect you against that, especially with the clown car shenanigans we've been seeing. Like, if you just hide inside the rams, it's a pretty easy GG. Blacksmith now on the way. So a little bit of gold being gathered. I mean, Siege Engineering is pretty cheap as well, right? So it's very feasible to get into in a rush. Not to mention the fact that it unlocks incredibly quick. So what you could essentially see here is a denial of second TC before Crackety really gets any true value out of it. What's been happening with Crackety recently? I feel like when we watch him play Order the Dragon, he's very much the dented player that we want. The full-on monkey noises, me do funny things. But we've been casting him a few times on Himeyama specifically, and I gotta say, he's very chill vibes, right? Very classic turtley approach. We saw that against Voldemar the other day. We tried not to thump our head against the keyboard in that one. We're kind of seeing him try to do the same thing here against Elyono. And I think the reason is that Crackety, he kind of aims to be a mirror in these situations, right? When he's up against an opponent like this, he's like, okay, why do I try and make this awkward on myself? You're just going to TC boom. I guess I'll TC boom. But Elyono's in a different mood today, and I can't help but feel Crackety maybe got slightly disarmed by it. Nice scouting there from Crackety. Starting to feel a bit of aggression. Other side of this, Elyono's not letting up. It's going to be undermesh. No Siege Engineering coming, so not confident they can dent the base just yet. Crackety does have a problem ahead of him. He's got 4 sheep left over. He has not started the farm transition whatsoever. Lombos, at least, are mainly a wood-based unit, but you're still in need of a lot of food, considering you're spending 300 food a minute on villager production alone. Scout somehow gets away with that. Divine Restoration is going to be popped on the exit, so Horsemen, funnily enough, to take a lot of damage, but the Knights are mostly fine. What are the win conditions? We really have to think about that. Like, I think this... I don't know. In a way, like, I think we highlight it nicely, but I think win conditions change depending on the openings, and it's very good to kind of re-emphasize them. So win condition here for Crackety is 4 farm clusters into spear longbow spam. For Elyono, the win condition is getting rid of this second TC by like minute 15. If it goes on beyond that, the eco lead is going to get quite big for Crackety, and with the cost efficiency of the farm transition, they will become a very significant threat for him. I like that Elyono is playing out into the ball in the meantime. They're just using pocketed resources. They're going to need that if they want to hit that threshold, if they want to be able to break this camp spot. Crackety, not really threatened right now, right? He's getting gold access over here. He's got the Raxus being added in. It shouldn't be Men-at-Arms. Like, Men-at-Arms is, like, it doesn't make much sense against Mass Knights. You just die. And you end up just feeding over more XP. But the Ram is now on the way. Interesting details you're seeing there. You can indeed use Jean to help building Rams. Kind of interesting that it does that. Maybe we need to give, like, a... Do we need to buff Jean's Rams? I'm just thinking. Maybe we give them some sort of blessed etchings that give them 50 more health. No, I'm not going to go there. I'm not going to go there. I don't know. I kind of want Jean to do something special when she's building Siege, right? Like, maybe she builds them insanely fast? I don't think people are going to like that idea, though. Longbow count getting big. Spearman finally being added in by Crackety, but this Ram is really important. The garrison potential here is what kind of scares me. Like, realistically, if Elyono just garrisons now with the archers inside the Rams, you can clown car into the secondary TC, and Crackety's kind of screwed. Instead, they're just going to fall up behind. So double Ram now moving in. Timing is critical here. Remember what we said, 15 minutes and broken, or 15 minutes and done. Crackety has got that attack speed already to make it much easier to defend here. Steeled Arrow is not in yet. Surprised by Crackety with this detail. Very slow on the gold, and thus very slow into a critical tech. Mass Palings on the south side. I love this. He doesn't need to move, right? Unfortunately, I feel like you needed to be a bit deeper here. If it was on the north side, then the Knights couldn't contest, the Rams couldn't move in, and the Archers would just get annihilated. But instead, we've got this weird sticky situation. Knights, of course, are not going to dive into this. Arrowfire adding up quickly. Divine Restoration is going to be popped. Attempt to move around the backside, but is it me, or does this fight just look unwinnable for Elyono? It feels like the type of dive that just loses you a game. Jean is now immediately been sniped down. The Palings are still activated. I mean, you just can't do enough to this. Nice, Argon now right in. TC almost down. Price is going to be high, though. The Lombos, can they hold on long enough? They might be able to. The Palings! Are they even working? Okay, they did in the end, but if I'm not mistaken, some of those palings were hitting the same tick as another one. So it feels like there wasn't enough damage being done there, right? For the amount of Lombos that were in that area, the Knights rather rarely got touched. I've noticed this before, actually. This is a really big problem. The clearest example I can ever think of is one time I was casting a game on Hill and Dale, where a player garrisoned his units inside an outpost. He garrisoned like 5 horsemen. And then the English player built palings around the entire outskirts. And then when the outpost broke and the units springed out, one of them got hit, the rest didn't. So I think there's something weird that happens with palings and the kind of like the tick rate at the server, where sometimes units are absorbing multiple shots, but only registering 1 paling. So you'll have situations like what we just saw, where one knight absorbed 3 palings and took 1 instance of damage. It's very weird. So after all is said and done, Crackity actually got hit pretty hard. Elyono done exactly what they needed to with that hit. I had my doubts. I felt like that wasn't going to work because the palings I was expecting to be better, but Crackity, our ever-faithful beta tester, has confirmed that palings are absolute trash. And for those few people in my YouTube comments who come in, they're like, why does this person not use palings? Is there a reason? This is the reason why. It's just done nothing. Elyo now back with a scary force in a game now where Crackity doesn't have secured access onto gold, doesn't have full blacksmith tech unlocks, only has 1 spearman. Realistically, Elyono could just end the game. Gonna try with the dive in now. Knights are moving forward. Only 1 spearman there to brace, and he's instantly dead. Oy, oy, oy. This is tough now. Steel Arrow finally coming in from Elyo. Crackity has problems. Farms are being set up. They should reach a point where they can boom spearmen like crazy here. But the issue is the efficiency with which Elyo's playing the map, right? We've still got Deer north side. They're probably going to go into the board north side. Probably going Deer next. They're already moving out on the south side Deer. And they could even consider adding in Shoreline Fish soon. Like, this is a very cozy game for Elyo for the next 10 minutes, 15 minutes maybe. Kraken is now in survival mode on 1 TC. With a lack of access to gold, reliably. I'm going to stop being negative. It does look bad, though, right? Losing the TC plus the racks. Heavy expenses there. Crackety, it looks like he's starting to stockpile as if he wants to go to Castle, but until you've got enough spears to secure this backside, Castle Age just isn't feasible. You could try to sneak gold on the front of your base, but it's just risky play, right? Like, you're going to always have to defend north side because the raid hit on your farms. The potential there is just too dangerous. So if one knight then discovers you gathering gold here, it's basically GG. Instead, now Elyono is going to be the one looking towards Castle. I love this play. I think they could have just kept headbutting this, probably found their way in, but this gives them a much easier win, I'd say. Like, Crackety has had enough time that he should realistically have a decent number of spears to defend. For Elyono, now, if you just tech up, probably go with Royal Institute here. It's a pretty big booster for you, right? Get your hands on the Royal Bloodlines, decent with this many knights. Cantled Saddles is going to be incredible. And Crackety, realistically, he has no gold access. Like, he can't touch it. So he's hard stuck. And here we go. It's going to be the Royal Institute on the way. Oy, oy, oy. Hard game now for Crackety. I can just imagine him molding already. Like, I'm surprised on the Crackety account, not the Molded here account. I would be tilted when my palings underperforming like that. Sure, you could say they were looking the wrong way, but it just felt like a moot detail. Those things are buggy as all hell, and we see why. Divine Restoration just rejuvenating the already mostly full health bars here. Elyo now, with the Royal Institute coming in, Crackety has a problem. One that he does not have a golden solution for. I see what you done there, KP, because he doesn't have gold. Look, guys, I get lonely solo casting. Let me have this. And yes, the Consecration's also been a big problem here, right? It's been Knights being produced much cheaper. You've got double archery range being buffed up as well. Royal Bloodlines is on the way. This is about to be very spooky for Crackety. Still no gold. He's got eco gathering going on the south side, but realistically, he just needs to rush onto gold ASAP. Outposts are at least being built up here. Elyo has not sprung their trap yet. They're weirdly enough giving Crackety a way back into this game. I don't like what Elyo's doing here. I don't know if they knew about the second TC replacement to the south side, but like fundamentally, allowing Crackety to catch up here with mass spears, mass lombos on the defensive with the double speed unlock of the Council Hall. Like, you're giving him a potential to get back in this game that just simply shouldn't be there. We have at least got a level 3 John in. This should be the time to strike. Like, right now, if Elyo threads the needle on this, goes as soon as Royal Bloodlines is complete, Crackety is going to get caught with his hand in the cookie jar. Tech up will be half complete at best. Of course, it's all about positioning, and credit to him, like Crackety, he does have room back here, right? I think there's still a little gap between these farms. It might be one... Yeah, it's not happening there. So here might be the one way he can do it. If he builds it anywhere on the forward, we're probably looking at a GG. Oh yeah, moving in. Crackety, it's going to be the white tower. And it's going to be placed in the farms. Well played, Mr. Crackmeister. This is what I wanted to see. I didn't want to see greed. I was worried about King's Palace placement. This makes a lot of sense. It defends the primary clusters of farms. It's going to be up in time to protect this. Paling's once again coming in, but isn't doing enough. They finally work, but this time it's against Royal Bloodlines. Elyo, headbutt on this fight as hard as possible. Heal's going to come through. It is going to be a tech up successfully, so Crackety does get the strong point defense. White Tower is online, but Elyo is out for blood. Dive continues. Undermesh level 2 means he can stand here a long time. Royal Bloodlines means he's not dying anytime soon. And he wants to find those eco kills to make it worth this timing. Elyo, has he got enough here though? Like, Men at Arms are on the way. They take ages to arrive. Knights are at least going to clean up the Lombos. It is looking pretty good for that. And Textiles has actually done Crackety quite the graceful condition here, keeping him pretty healthy on economy. But now, with the army shrinking down to nothing, this is where the game turns dark. Crackety has no gold. He has no access to crossbows. The Men-at-Arms may take a while, but now that they are here, they're never leaving. Elyo, I think he's done it. A little bit of a dicey fight. The Knights looked like a wasted effort, but the Men-at-Arms was the quick, smart read. Crackety could defend this with mass spears. He cannot defend against mass Men-at-Arms. Well played by Elyo. I was a little bit worried they weren't going to find the critical timing here, but they threaded it perfectly. And now Crackety, without food income for like, what, half a minute or so, he's been stuck at under 100 food. On top of that, the Men-at-Arms numbers are going to keep on churning due to the pocket resources Elyo's playing. There's no realistic way in which Crackety should be able to get back into this game. It's just on Elyo now to try and end it. But they need to be fast about this. Crackety is moving out for the gold. Oh, please tell me this is not going to turn into one of those recovery games. Like, realistically, it shouldn't, but Elyo. We did mention the production. I love that they set up the Raxes over here. They consecrate them as well. It looks like they're massing for another dive, but you're giving time that should never be there. Crackety with the Council Hall, with the White Tower, he essentially has double production on crossbow ×2, right? So what you're doing right now is potentially giving a recovery arc to Crackety. And it's all because Elyo didn't bother to scout the Southside Gold. Like, if you're in this game, like, this is all about situational awareness, right? Elyo, at this point, very well-versed player, has a lot of games under their belt. Their instinct should be telling them, if your opponent hasn't GG'd out in a game where you're spamming Men-at-Arms, they're getting gold from somewhere. So they're either A, trading, they're either B, on this gold right here, or C, have snuck out somewhere else. Elyo still in a pretty content position for the most of it, right? They've got same eco, more or less, as the English. They are picking up relics. But you have to keep coming in for these raids. And while we did mention the White Tower protects the primary free clusters, it does nothing for the 4th and 5th. So farms are getting idled up. Could even be a dive towards the back TC. This is just dangerous now because of the number of crossbows there. Needs to strike in quick. Level 3 Jean is quite a pain in the arse. She's got 3 more champions to summon as well. Divine Restoration is going to be popped. And that's going to be idle time again for Crackety. He has got 15 crossbows to work with, though. So realistically, this should be a feasible defense. Oh, man. Knights are going to hit the other side, though. Gold now being idled up. And Crackety, although he's got 16 crossbows, he's once again been blocked off the gold. Now, the important part of what happens next for Elyo is getting the solution to these crossbows in. You either switch Horsemen, or you start spamming Arbitrary A with Visas. It's not a bad idea. I think realistically right now, the only way you lose this game is if you stop blocking gold. Crackety, he can trade for a little bit, but realistically these trades are just going to get worse and worse. The return's going to be uglier and uglier. Elyo I think the last thing you want to be doing here, and probably the critical mistake of that dive, like, was going for the farms. Now, you could argue there was 15 crossbows, there's no point in hitting the gold instead, but I think my highlight point would be earlier on in the game. Like, when you still had 2 or 3 knights left, you had a few minute arms. If you're not camping gold, you're not looking to win. Knights are at least going to ride in, but now the counts are not that impressive. Elio, they're trickling troops again. Crossbows do need a little bit, be a little bit careful, right? Like, I think the deceptive thing you got to remember, this is not your standard Castlage Knights. These are Royal Bloodlines, but makes it all the more painful the amount that Elio's lost in this game. In a game where, obviously, you know, you have got a lot of deer left over, but you are sort of on the clock. Jean needs to be part of these really big engagements for this to be worthwhile. If you're throwing away all these troops, but Jean's not farming XP, then it's just not worth it, right? Like, the upside Elio has with grinding this game this way is that eventually they can get into level 4. And I'm starting to wonder if that was their intent here. They don't have guild halls, so like the idea of going imp doesn't really make sense. It doesn't work out. But the idea of getting level 4 Jean to just break this game has some logic behind it. Like, you are in the meat grinder with both boar and 3 of the 4 deer stacks as well as shoreline fishing. So 2k food here. You've got almost 7, like about 7,000, just over 7,000 food in deer, and you've got 4,000 food in boar, and then there's berries as well, right? Plus farms are coming in. So, like, realistically, you have got enough meat for the grinder to get all the XP needed. I don't know if I would say this is like the cleanest way or the easiest way to get a win. I feel like there is definitely more optimal ways to try and solve for what the English were doing here. But I can kind of see what Elio's going for. In fact, let's see how that XP is progressing. That's the beauty of doing a live game, isn't it? Okay, so Jeanne d'Arc. Alright, so they've got 700 XP of 1,500 required. It's going to take quite a while to meat grind that, but once again, remember, they've still got the deer stack over here. They've still got the boar, the berries. They actually do have enough food on the map to do that. Arbitrary Count has also been scaling. Looks like they're trying to go for the true win condition now. I like to see this. Horseman coming. Horseman will make this very easy. We've also got companion equipment coming in. Remember, this got changed. It doesn't just buff your companions anymore. It's how Jean gets an increase on her health and damage. So really important tech to get your hands on. Beautiful thing as well is like when you have the Royal Institute. Wait, can you not get it? Okay, why did I think you get it on Royal Institute? It legit just comes out of... Is it an Archer Ridge? No, Blacksmith. That's why, yeah. I'm wondering if they ever need to buff Jean, if they'll move these 2 techs into the Royal Institute. I don't think they're going to ever do it, because I think like Ordnance Company in particular is already so damn good for 500 resources. The Jean's companions thing was definitely something that they were done specifically to try and like deal with Jean scaling at level 3. It wasn't about the companions, because realistically, like 99% of Jean games will not include companion spam. It's just not. It's not an efficient comp to scale into. Flash coming in the base. Mango shots on the backside. Divine Restoration is going to be pumped and more champions added in. That Mango surely cannot be protected for long. No, there it is. Divine Arrows come in. It's going to break the front line, and this might just be the death push that we finally were waiting for out of Elio. Trying to get around the backside. Crossbows standing against the White Tower. But remember, that's Horseman laid in now that they're wasting shots on. Count holding stable for the moment, but gold still an everlasting issue with these dives, right? Elio, each time they go in deeper, each time Crackety comes out with less scraps, less gold to keep him alive, and I think we may have reached breakpoint. Arbitrary are left over. They have got the Pavis that they could easily deploy. Elio has been farming up a storm in this engagement. I imagine he got at least another 200-300 XP. And the English really aren't looking any better for it, right? Like, every time he builds an eco lead, it gets taken away from him. This, by the way, is exactly why you do range form if you don't think you can end the game. Any other situation, like when you get your Jean games where they go melee, this would be like a GG for Crackety because those holds on the mangonels would have been everything. But you've got to remember, whenever you're up against the Jean de Pew Pew, you have these Divine Arrows that hit for 100 damage. It means you can snipe down Mangos in 2 hits. It's ridiculous. Once you get level 4, if there's no siege works, you can snipe Mangos in 1 hit. So it's a really big problem in these engagements for Crackety that he now can't rely on Mangos. And the Crossbow Spearman Battalion is proving problematic, and I think it's going to get more problematic for this reason. We haven't even seen Crossbow Stirrups Gambesons yet. Once that comes in, you can essentially frontline against spears with Arbalest, and then just spend more time wrapping with Horsemen. Time being, big fight coming in over the gold. I mean, this is his life essence right now, but he's only got 1,000 gold left in there. Crossbows continue to scale. More eco being sniped, though, and it looks like this is not going to hold Crackety down to 1 spearman. Only 13 crossbows, and the Horseman spam is going to continue from Elio for the next 5 to 8 minutes at least. So Crackety, if he does somehow hang around that long to weather that storm, I'll be impressed. Other worrisome details, Elio is getting to a stage where they could realistically drop a Siege Workshop and start adding in Siege to brutalize the base permanently. Their gold income is getting insane. They've got 5 relics, they've got 1 Sacred Site, and now they've got an opening on the south. Crackety. These English, they love to munch their wood, and they've chopped through a bit too much here. Raid hits the south side. Crackety now has to worry about the north and south side of his base. This has become an unaddressable issue now, right? Like the idle time, the lack of resources. Realistically, what Crackety has is 1,000 stone and whatever is on this wood line that he can actually play onto. Anything else is now a liability and a risk. Even the gold is drying up. 500 left over. And the crazy part is like this very headbutty approach with men-at-arms has paid off for Elio. I'm going to give credit to Crackety. Like, he traded well, he killed a lot of units, but when you think about the fact that Elio paid 25% less for a lot of these, or the fact that we actually do have Jean de Blast, this should be it. I've been watching, I've been waiting, I've been anticipating. I think Crackety's mindset is like, if I can just get maybe 30 crossbows together, 20 spears I can hold. Elio's mindset is, if I could just break his crap on repeat. And it was a smart read. It's exactly what you needed to win this game. Imperial Light, essentially, for Jeanne d'Arc. Awesome. I'm going to dive in, bait everything out of position here. We have got crossbow stirrups now, right? No, still not researched. That's just the long effect of the Valorous inspiration. Finally runs out here. But Champion's about to come out. And guys, oh my dude, it's about to be a cannon. You know how I said he's got all this gold? Maybe buy something? Why buy what you can have for free? Oh, God. Crackety. The problem is you're now like up against an Imperial Age unit with Castle Age. If you go Shutter Triggers, the cannon will snipe you. Sorry, if you go Springles rather, you don't have Shutter Triggers, right? So the cannon will snipe you. Also, not to mention the fact that your Springles will one-hit die to Jean. It's a problem. And I think this is where Crackety knows he's getting into the road. I mean, it's going to be the final stand, right? Bombard, hitting into the TC. Jean instantly snipes out the Mango, and that should be it. Like, Crackety, I just want to like give props for trying to find a way back in. Like, he tried to force the situation where Elio had to convince him it was over. And I think he done a good job of trying to get some reasonable trades in, but like the game escalated the moment he lost all those Lombos with the Pavis on the second TC. And since then, he's been scrambling to recover. I think Elio, there's probably more efficient ways to go about applying this pressure. But you know what, man? A win is a win. And that's exactly what we're looking at here. TC about to go down. And GG is going to get called. Elio showing you that actually meat grinding your way in the Castle Age is why Jean is able to have a 70% win rate against the English. Ooh. That was a pretty brutal meat grinder as well. Props to Elio for keeping the pressure up, like understanding that they didn't want to play multi-TC. That's not the game they were looking for. The fact that they literally, I think their whole game plan, they went into that game, they saw the opening, they saw the second TC play. They reached castle first. That first dive that came out that took out the TC, I think that was the point where Elio said, okay, I'm just going to keep pounding at your door nonstop because I know I can get level 4. That's really creative, actually. Not many players would aim for that in Castle Age. Like, it's a nice side condition, but I don't think most players are aiming for that as a win condition with Jean. The win condition around level is usually 2 to 3, right? The free timing can break games of Feudal. But once you're in Castle Age, most players have more of an appropriate reaction, but Elio understood that, you know, getting level 4 in conjunction with the fact that the English had no gold was, funnily enough, the easier way of winning this instead of turning it into a 50-minute plus game. So, really cool approach by them. Okay, so Do we maybe do like maybe one more game? Probably do like one more game, I think. A Vun and Dun. What's up, Cisco? Voldemort apparently has an account now called Cisco Ultimate. I'm definitely having a core identity. Oh, dude. See, your mistake was assuming that you were Cisco when all along you were wrong. Everyone else is Cisco. I am now Cisco as well. You have to get a new name, mate. Time to become, I don't know, Linux. You can be Linux. How about that? Let's go for an operating system. Or Netgear. Should we just call you Netgear? There you go. Change the name, mate. It's over. It's no longer you. All right. So let's see if we... these are custom games. My game has crashed? Question mark? Yeah, be Xiaomei, please. I think my game has crashed. I'm like, one more game. And then just like, my game is like, no more games. Get out of here. Okay. All right, let me force crash it. We'll open this up, see if there's any more interesting live games. Just a heads up for people who want more of the Elite Classic. We will be doing more of the Elite Classic tomorrow. I think tomorrow the goal is going to be to do Anatan versus Zertan, Avali versus Zertan. We'll check in on Recon versus Neomedon, and then if I can find it, Wham versus Anatan. But I think when we last looked, we could only get the final game of that series, so maybe we settle on doing like the final game. That is an option. So I think the final game was a Holy Island. I quite like Holy Island. It's been so long. So nice to see it back. Okay. So, drum roll. Who we got? It's always a good sign when it doesn't show anything. Do we have anyone? I don't think we have anyone. Nani? So Crackety's not searching. Voldy is playing private games. Baguette was not a pro. I'm pretty sure of that. Let me check the recorded games. Maybe Don's been playing. Eyebrows. Mr. Artie, have you been back in the last few days? He played some team games, but no 1v1s, Big Saj. Okay. Let me have a look here. Louis was playing yesterday, so that might be an option. Maybe a cheeky Louis game, see if he had any interesting opponents. He went up against the Duck, which is Kiljardi. Ibid Mirror. Oh, God, please no. Chinese mirrors. What's wrong with this guy? Oh, God. That's not his fault, you know. Random picks. Let's maybe... How about... No. So Louis' games don't actually... Those ones don't look that interesting. What we could check in on... Vortex had some run-ins with Dim. I'm just checking if any of them looked worth checking out. Probably not. Anasand isn't playing on his main. Who has Kiljardi been up against on the Duck? My Trash Panda is back and playing, right? Recon versus Soldier, maybe? Okay, let's try this one. Recon versus Killjardy. It's going to be OOT versus Jean, which is pretty interesting, actually. So, bear with me a second, and I'll pull the data up. I think it's nice to actually check in on Recon, because obviously he hasn't been feeling very well. So we can kind of get a feel for how he's looking in prep for the weekend, which is quite nice. So give me a sec. Is it Gorge? Ottomans versus Delhi, or do you guys want Order of the Dragon versus Jean? I'll let you guys pick. I feel like we don't ever see OT versus Jean. Yeah, I'm thinking Order of the Dragon. Order of Le Dented. On Cliffside. Spicy. Yeah, I'll probably make this the final one because I know I've got to I've got a bunch of messages to respond to and whatnot. I've got some things I need to catch up on, so let's get to it. All right, final game of the day. Let's go. Recon versus Killjardy. Two members of the Elite Classic 2 lineup and two members who have had a rough time of it. Neither of them looking likely to get out of the group stage, but you know what? Maybe they can do a miracle run on the second weekend of the main event. And that's what I'm here to check on, because both of them have had tough timings for different reasons. I think Killjardy, you know, it just almost feels like these players have been up against, they've strategized one step ahead. Maybe the drafting phase is where things are going awry. On the other side of it, Recon, I haven't watched many of his games, but that's for good reason. Weekend number 1 of the Elite Classic main event, for those who don't know, I'm pretty sure it was made public because I remember it being said everywhere. He hasn't been feeling well, so he hasn't been at 100% performance, which is why Recon has lost to a lot of people, if I'm being totally honest. Full transparency, sorry to do you like that, dog. But Recon, as it stands, is the worst performer. Alongside Elyona in the opposite group. They are both in 10th place. Recon only has one collective win more in a series, but no series wins overall. So, seriously hard time. I'm sorry, that was a terrible joke. Let's see what he can do with Order of the Dragon versus Jean, because I gotta say, I haven't watched much Order of the Dragon Jean. I feel like it doesn't come up that often. In theory, you could see Order of the Dragon being decent against Jean, because you don't have many units, and they're very hard to die. But at the same time, if one of them does die, it's like a nuclear bomb going off. You just give so much XP. In fact, here's an interesting one for you. When we pull up the data on the most recent patch, Jean versus Order of the Dragon is actually heavily favored towards Jean. 58%, in fact. A pretty lofty skew. I'd say, if you're above 55%, if you're at 60-ish to 70%, you're in the heavily skewed department. Anything above that, and it's why did you even pick this? On a map like Cliffside as well, it's interesting because typically I'd favor the Order of the Dragon. They have this ability to just gap close you very quickly with men-at-arms spams and whatnot. But that can be a negative against Jeanne d'Arc, especially if we get Jeanne d'Arc going into, I'd say, Hunter form is quite nice here. I like the idea of that. You just have the Divine Arrows to just hit out the low HP men-at-arms, so micro becomes impossible. And also, if you go for that form, you have a counter to the Spearman. If your opponent is going to go into the Archers, you can contest Archers. If your opponent is going to go into men-at-arms, then you just build Knights anyway. Tech ups have begun, though. Let me know what you guys think. One's if you think that this is going to be a win for the Dark, aka Killjardy. Two's if you're backing your boy Recon, the Trash Panda. Oh, wait, I just realized that means we have the Duck versus the Raccoon. Well, I think I know what their banners are going to be if Red Bull World Law is happening this year. Arkin coming out from Recon. No, this makes perfect sense. I don't know why people are baffled by this. You just need to think about it for a second. You only really benefit from Mind Work. The biggest benefit from Mind Work is your ability to get men-at-arms spam going with Golden Cuirass. Golden Cuirass is pretty ass up against Jeanne d'Arc. It's probably one of the worst things you can do, because men-at-arms will just die to Knights with cycle charges, right? And you also just end up, the way that this can be played by Jeanne, you essentially just keep tanking with Jeanne and then running away. And that way, your unit comp never takes any real damage. So I think Arkin makes a lot of sense here. You're expecting to be the defender before you're the aggressor. most civs do function that way up against Jeon unless you have a very efficient way of sniping her. And unfortunately, Order of the Dragon don't get those methods until Castle H. So, School of Cavalry about to complete. The timing on this means that Killjadi probably should be just going straight level 2 after about a few seconds, if that. That's the sacrifice you make, right? You either get more knights out or you get Jeon immediately ready to rock and roll. And honestly, like, this approach might just end up better for Killjadi. I think, like, Recon, now that he's gone for Archon Chapel, he's more greed-focused than aggro-focused. Oh, I just realized, Fatlap, you gave an additional sub after I thanked you earlier. Shout out to you again, buddy. Absolute legend. 36 subs donated to the channel since you started regularly, like, watching, I think, was it? We've been following me for a long time. I think most of the subs came in, like, since around Christmas. Incredible. Absolute lad. Always appreciate the support. So Recon is going for the spears. Yeah, this is full defense. What's his win condition here? I think Recon in this matchup, you are trying to survive the storm, right? It's all about just trying to get towards Castle Age as cleanly as possible with as little dents in you as possible. You know, being Order of the Dented, you already have enough of those. Killjadi, I don't think you ever want to be in a castle race situation here. It's just all about efficient usage of the knights and milking your opponent for XP into level 3. So, you know, the interesting part is they went for the men-at-arms, despite the fact they know they're going to be up against a turtling opponent. I'm really shocked by this. I'm not sure if I necessarily agree with it, unless this is like some feigned aggression into greed play yourself. Because typically, like, against defensive civs, Hunter form makes more sense. The only thing I can think for Killjadi here is he doesn't want to have to build Spearman in a matchup against Order of the Dragon. And if you go for the Archer form, your opponent can build Horsemen and force you to do so, right? So it's almost like to protect the inner workings of how these compositions go. That's why Killjadi has opted to go for the Women-at-Arms. On the individual unit performance and what they can do here, I think it's fair to say the Archer would feel a lot better. No, he's going to be pushed away here. Heavy damage on him, and Gilded Archer's now on the way. So another reason why actually going for the melee form might have been better. I know it sounds weird because you're just now a melee unit versus a ranged, but you at least have ranged armor, right? If you went for the Jean de Piu Piu form, you'd have a ranged unit that gets outranged by the enemy's unit. Right, because Gilded Archers, they have an extra 0.5 tower range. I love how this knight at this rate is going to die to a scout. I need this so bad. Jean is going for the balls in the meantime, so it looks like attention is going to be pulled away. Nicely done by Killjadi not to lose the knight, and also to make sure that Jean doesn't get intercepted. Little tip when you're playing against Jean, by the way. When you're playing against Jean, keep an eye on the map for the indications of what is, what isn't there. If you want to know when they're out onto a boar, look at the boar location and see if it disappears. If it disappears, you know they're there. It's similar to if you want to know if someone's done a TC drop. If you've scouted the deer location, but the deer are now dead, and you're not up against a Roost player, you're probably looking at either a pocket eco or a second TC out there. So it's a weird little interaction you have to get used to in this game. But yeah, you can see Gaia and their state through the fog. You can tell whether they're still alive. You can even, in fact, tell when they're being aggroed. So, like, if you're checking over here right now and there's a scout here, let's say Killjadi moves it in that pushes his deer away. If you were looking when that happened, you know that there's a unit there. Nice idea with the cleave. Unfortunately, not enough damage. Just kind of a waste of a charge, actually. Maybe this will be good, though. Killjadi. Oh, well played, sir. Okay, that was sick. I thought for a second that was going to be a complete whiff. But it was smart to do that instead of the 10 damage because the Lance charge up was good enough to clear it out. So now Recon playing a very blind game. Has at least got an outpost up on the backside so he can see these raids as they come in. Rest of this a little bit more shaky. Reminder those, by the way, that came for community games tonight that we're not going to have time to do. My goal will be to do a bunch tomorrow. I'm not casting on Saturday. I'll be casting Sunday, so we should have plenty of time for commie games then. And I believe the Meat Grinder mod has been updated. I think it now actually has the overlay and everything we're looking for. So big pog. Big shout out to Rasselblock on that as well. Recon. Let's see what this army can do. Probably die to an outpost is the main fort, actually. He's going to move in with 4 spearmen. Now, this is quite a lot of burn power, but also this dive could be costly. Gilded Archers are finding value, though. Villager gets taken out. Killjadi kind of caught sleeping there. Knights are going to look to dive in here. Nicely played. Recon has to run away, and he doesn't have many spears here. Only 2 means he could be hunted down and killed. In fact, those Knights are just going to stick to him like glue all the way back home. And remember, each one of these dying is a hell of a lot of XP going to your opponent, right? It's going to be a lofty 16 for the Gilded Archers and 16 for the Spearmen as well. So thank you very much, as I like to call it. New wave of Spearmen are at least going to come in. Killjadi, get a little bit overzealous there. He's going to turn aggro onto Jean there. Well played. Recon wasn't paying attention. Spearman didn't get the extra stab in. And we talked about this idea that one player is meant to survive, the other's meant to try and pressure that. I think Recon just misassociated his role at the wrong point. If he had all the Spearmen there, it's a good dive, but having just 4 Spearmen, losing one of them to tower, and then having to run away with the rest, not a great showing for him. In a game where right now he's playing on limited resources, right? He's on the deer. The boar is never doable. The second deer is not accessible either. You basically have to make this food last. You have to find your win condition off of it. Archer shots coming out. This is why you mine work. Okay, you're kind of memeing, but so here's the thing. Mine work is bad for Golden Cuirass logic, because if you're building men-at-arms against Jeanne d'Arc, you deserve every loss you ever get. But agreed, it has value for the cheaper techs, because right now, like, the difference between these two is one at least has a blacksmith, has bare minimum 1 upgrade, the other has nothing. I think that's really hurting Recon, because you know that extra ranged armor, just 1, is huge. The level 1 ranged upgrade on Gilded Archers is absurd. That being missing has definitely hurt him dearly. And well, we've now finally seen Recon go in for blacksmiths, but on such a heavy delay, you know, there is a worry that the ship may have slightly sailed here. Looks like Killjadi is now playing wide flank, so is going onto the board locations. And a decent amount of XP has already been gained here, right? We're still several minutes away from level 3, but it's the type of thing that's creeping up on you, and Recon will be fully aware of it. You know, the only upside is, of course, Spearmen can deal with the level 3 Jeans if they can touch them. In fact, these Gilded Spearmen will just need immediate death. But the big if is, you know, if you can do it, if you can touch them. Let's run back here. Has at least got textiles. I like that Recon done this. I think if there's any Civ, if I had to label the Civ that should be always getting textiles, I think number 1 and number 2 is like Order of the Dragon, and then the secondary is like Delhi, because of the fact that if you think you can lose 1 villager, you should be having it. Similar logic with Order of the Dragon. If you think there's any exposure point, you should have textiles. And let's be real, for a Civ that usually plays pocket ecos, more so than its HRE cousin, it makes so much sense to always get textiles. Alright, so calming moment here. Recon is rebooming for an assault, which is scaring me a little, actually. Going on the offensive again versus trying to slowly creep your way up towards castle. It's not ideal here. You've already fed over a decent amount of XP, and you're at risk of doing the same with this dive. So, like, Recon, timing is everything. You need to make sure you've got Undermesh, you need to make sure you've got Steeled Arrow. 6 to 7 horsemen is ideal, and the rest Gilded Archers, just a few spearmen to deal with the knights. Funnily enough, having, like, 1 spearman per knight is actually quite decent for OOTD. These numbers are important. They're actually critical. But even with these numbers, because of the value of each individual unit and how much XP it gives over, there is still a risk that you're going to feed level 3 to Jean. If that happens, Recon's likely to just call GG. I respect him for going all in, though. I've noticed that Recon has really been working hard to change his playstyle away from being the turtle of AoE4. Well, the raccoon turtle. It's a very unique breed. You don't want to know how we got a raccoon and a turtle to interlope. Archers. Being exposed here. That's a lot of XP going in. Jeonchi does get trapped, but the cleaves. A big wall up there, and level 3! Oh, he gets the Spawner Champions! And that may have just defined the fight. No spearmen left over. Recon is going to lose the entire army. What an insane clutch level 3. It's going to cost him more dearly, right? The respawn is now going to be 500 gold, but the free champion's so worthwhile here for Killjadi. Recon, game's about to get out of control here. You can survive this wave at least, but once Jean is back in the next minute and 20 seconds, that's where this is going to get never-ending. And Recon has now lost all the spears, so a heavy reboom there needed on a guy who only has one deer left over here. After which, it's berries and then what feels like inevitable death. This is rough, man. that one cleave, that's a classic. If I just surround him, he can't escape. It turns out that's not always a good thing. And funnily enough, now it's not even about Jean. It's just about standard French play, right? It's a lot of knights, it's a lot of archers. You lost most of your archers in the retreat. I mean, the Gilded Archers were maybe the one thing that could keep Recon alive if he played in choke points, but that's mostly gone now. Just 6 of them. Meanwhile, 20+ archers for Killjadi. Only thing that's missing now is 1 or 2 rams. And let me just double check. We haven't got siege engineering yet, so not going to rush towards it. Makes sense, right? When you're against All the Dragon HRE, you need the lead to be very big because otherwise you waste resources on rams and then they just E-repair to ignore it. Backside of this is not looking great. Play onto the wide berries also scares me here. Recon, 13 gilded villages out here. I mean, that's a third of your economy at this stage. And we are, what, about 40 seconds away from Jean getting back? Oh, she's going to be clicking those bones. She's going to be winding those arms up. Going to be reloading her arms like Henry Cavill in Mission Impossible. Getting ready for the full shotgun punch. And Recon, what has he got to show for it? 3, soon to be 4 Gilded Spearmen. Jean ain't going to go down that easy. Another champion spawn is already ready. Stable's gone, so less production opportunities for Recon. The game is becoming claustrophobic. 2 groups getting ready to pincer maneuver this. Recon, he's going to have to defend on this wood line. This could be a blow to the jugular. Jean is, what, not on the way? No, she's delayed. So maybe the one moment where you can take a fight. Recon leading with the horsemen into the spears. The recycled charge of the knights. Backstab comes in from the knights on the other side. Draws all aggro. And, well, this is going to be it. I mean, this is not a fight that you win. Recon, he just can't out-micro this anymore. Villagers have got their knives out to defend. But Jean is now here. You have everything to fear. And that is it. No way back from this. Recon, army is going to get recycled. Villagers are going to get ground down into meat patties. And Killjadi is going to show you why Jeanne d'Arc is dunking on the Order of the Dragon. Ooh, really firm fight to actually round that out. Well played by Killjadi. Yeah, I think like Recon, we highlight this already, this whole idea that he kind of misread his role in the game where, you know, he went for this all-in attack timing when he didn't need to. Like, scalability, timings, the game going longer, that's something that should be scaring Killjadi a lot more than it's scaring Recon. I think what happened to Recon is he kind of blinked, panicked, and thought about the access to resources a bit too much, a bit too early. And that's why he didn't want the game to go too late, because then Jean can play flanks and punish you. So kind of a rough one, unfortunate one for him, but glad to see him practicing, getting prepped for weekend number 2. Reality is it's not over yet, right? There's still an opportunity for him to strike back. Still an opportunity for him to maybe come back and be the Chalice of Chads. But guys, I am going to get ready to round it out there, I think. Let me find someone to raid. We've had a good 7-hour stream, I think it is. If you haven't followed the channel already, you're new around here, make sure you are following it. Make sure you're watching across on the Twitch side. I know some people only have access to YouTube, which is why we stream it there. Always recommend the Twitch side. It just makes it easier to try and get sponsorship deals, which is basically the way that I can afford to do these streams. But thank you for everyone tuning in. What I'm going to do now, I'm going to find someone to raid. I will be back tomorrow where we will be casting more of the Elite Classic 2. I'll be online by midday my time. So 12 p. Is it PM? I always forget. It's midday, 12 PM or AM, which PM I think it is. 12 PM GMT +0 UK time. Hopefully you guys will be here. We've got some more interesting series to cover. I especially think the Zert and Avali and the I believe it was Zert and Anatan series are going to be pretty spicy. So definitely be sure to tune in for those. But now I'm going to find someone to raid. So let me have a look at who is online here. I think what we will do is we will... Oh, you know what? I love to see it. He's on the grind. Guys, we're going to raid Helping Hands. Helping Hands was a pro player in Company of Heroes. They were in here the other day asking if like it's worth getting into AoE 4, and we said yes, and here they are. They were playing Sons Ascend just the other day. They've entered ranked. They're currently unranked, looking to get past the gold. They are currently looking to dunk on a gold player. So go hype them up. Go show some support. I will be back tomorrow, like I said. Tomorrow, I think the goal will be to have like maybe a 7 to 8 hour stream, something like that. I want to try to make sure we have some community games happening later on, so hopefully there'll be enough people hanging around for that. But yeah, either way, don't be a stranger. I'll hopefully see you all then. But thank you very much. And now go and hype up Hans and remind him that the only way to play Japanese is the Ona Bigisha. See ya.